chat. It's me. Hi Billy. Hi Scarlet Emu. Oh my gosh, it's me. Ah, surprise. I am here. I exist. Yay. Oh heck. Let us see. Let us see. Sorry that took me so long to get set up. I couldn't find my goddamn microphone. What the heck? So we're just chilling to the beats. Okay. About to start talking puts the sweet in my mouth like a fool. Good day, good day. How's everybody doing? Ah, I'm a fool. I just decided to put some like chewy stuff in my mouth. Oh, but how is everybody doing? I'm still slightly sick, but it's fine now because I can be upright, which brings me great joy. We're gonna be having a chill stream today. We're gonna be doing a chill stream. Let me close all of this stuff on my second monitor. I'm a second monitor warrior, chat. Yeah, we're gonna be doing some Book of Hungry Names today. We're gonna finish that off. Then we're gonna play a little bit of I'm stuck between doing some Total War. I know we missed Total War Tuesday, and I'm very sorry we missed Total War Tuesday. But I'm considering doing either Total War or I've got Date Everything, and I've also got Little Witch in the Woods, which are two kind of cozy, kind of cute games. And Date Everything means I have a chance to be horny. So I don't know yet. We'll see as we go through. We'll see as we go through. I can only play till like about, or I can only stream, I should say, till about 6 tonight, because I have prior obligations. I'm very excited, and I'm being added in another chat. God damn it! I'm getting curses. Okay, I'm being abused, chat. I'm being abused, even though I'm just a little guy, and nobody seems to understand. Nobody seems to understand my little guyness. But we shouldn't be too far off the end of Hungry Names now, and I wanted to get that sort of finished off, and maybe going on to doing another vampire, one of the vampire like choose your own adventure novels. Let's see, because quick recap time. Story so far, we are Agari, we are a werewolf, who was, had a pack, a previous pack. They were kind of all assholes. And one day, the leader of that pack, gets infected by a Bane spirit, which is like a evil sort of like spirit of the worm, which is, the foe of all werewolves, if you know vampire, World of Darkness, sorry, lore. And we go to this, place at Broadbrook, which has a cairn, which is like a sort of like a werewolf gathering place of like spiritual power, and we find that it has been taken over. There was this big battle that happened several years before, but there's a lot of like misinformation, I guess, a lot of memory loss surrounding what happened. I'm gonna take my glasses off because my avatar's freaking the fuck out. Yeah, there was a lot of there's a lot of like spooky nonsense surrounding it that we don't really know a lot about. The frog in the background is way too cute. It is indeed. Hello, Seedless Grape. Hello. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Where was I? Oh, shit. And we find that the pack here had sort of like fallen apart after that battle, and we sort of have been going through the motions of getting them back together. We've done that, and now we are trying to fight this like evil spirit called the Answering Tiger. And we're sort of in the last we're kind of in the last gasp of this sort of book. There's on my YouTube, my Destructive Midnight 1 on YouTube, there are all of the previous VODs of when we did this. I did an enormous like 11-hour stream one time. Once again, I put in a chewy thing in my mouth. God damn it. Okay. But yeah, we're figuring it out. We're figuring it out. Let's just get into it. Let's get into it. Let me... OBS. Where are you? You are here. I put a chew in my mouth. I'm gonna put these elsewhere so I'm not tempted to snack on them. Oh, Scarlet Amy, been getting some Slanesh boxes for a friend who was starting an army. Hell yeah. Infect them. Infect them with the 40k, the lust for 40k. We love it. I've been painting, let me see if I can get the picture actually. Boop doop boop. Let us first of all switch over to, hello. I'm in the corner now. Let me see, because I have a picture, because I've been painting my, my army, my Cathay army. Here we go. 1 second. I took a picture to show my friend the other day. Here we are. Okay. We're gonna go whoop. Okay. So yeah, I've been painting. Oh Jesus Christ. That's not right. That's the painting video. It's this one. Okay, I'm so good. I'm such a good streamer. I am such a good streamer. I got the Slanesh spearhead and that one guy with the ass out. Sigvald! Sigvald's the one with his ass out. He's got his pussy out. Yeah, this is my this is the Miao Ying I've been painting. She's been super difficult. Obviously not all done yet. I still need to finish off like some of the details. This is an old picture because today I've been working on highlighting like the horns and stuff. I'm doing a bunch of stuff with her teeth and just getting her eyes and all like the little details ready. And then in the background you can sort of see I've got my Cathayan Grand Lantern. Like I finished the gondola part now, and I've just finished all of the red kind of like rope trim around the side, and I'm focusing on doing sort of like the top of the lantern now, all of those sorts of details. And then that will also be done, and then I just have to finish off making the crew. But yeah, I'm really super proud of this model. I love doing big set piece models. She's I specifically love the like stripe, the really good definition on the stripe I managed to get down sort of like the middle of her body. But yeah, it's been a good 40k time. I also if you guys know, last weekend I managed to acquire a certain pre-order for these lads. I have gotten the pre-order for the second Cathayan battalion box, the Defenders of the Grand Bastion. Look at him! Wait, let me just... Look at him, chat! Look at him! He's perfect. This is all... That's all I wanted the battalion box for, is the little guy. Is this little freak down here. I love him. I love him. He is holding orb. He is burb. He is perfect. And then obviously you've got all of the crane gunners, my beloved. the Iron Hill Gunners, and the peasant reinforcements. They're like I don't know what this is. It's like a flag or like some sort of like effigy or something. Looks really really cool. Small gold / bronze armor pieces are a nice contrast. Thank you. Yeah, there's a little. He's just a little guy. He's with the He's included with the astromancers. Because we also get astromancers in this box, which is pretty good. Because I got the first battalion box with all of the Jade Warriors and Cannoneers and what else did they have in it? Oh yeah, they had the Gate Masters in there. And now I am going to have to paint all of these guys once I am finished. The small gold / bronze pieces are a nice contrast. Thank you. Silas, I know you were working on a while back when we chatted. You were working on, I think it was Craft World I want to say Eandon style Eldari. And I don't remember though. I'm sorry, I don't fully remember. But yeah, I'm almost ready to field a full Old World army, and I actually got the core rulebook the other day. I've also pre-ordered. Let's see, the Breaching of the Grand Bastion. Indeed, the Yellow Boys are alive and well. I demand a picture immediately. This is the Breaching of the Grand Bastion, which is the sort of counterpiece book to, I think it's Journal of the Storm Dragon or something, or Armies of the Storm Dragon, of what Miao Ying is doing in Old World. And then meanwhile, what is happening in Grand Cathay is the bastion that Miao Ying guarded for hundreds of years, or thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands of years, got, there was an oopsie doopsie. But I'm very excited to learn more about just Cathay in general. And it's going to obviously have all of the rules and things for the new models. But anyway. I said anyway. Let's get into the game, because... Right, because last time we had just gotten back from rescuing, we got dropped into a hell dimension, and we rescued one of the members of our old pack called Black Tarn. And we managed to escape a hell labyrinth. Big book of lore? Yes. Let's see. How are we doing financially? We got like $1,000. Okay. That's fine. Okay. Let's check on Blacktown. How is she? For the time, Melody has put Blacktown up in a barrow where the swamps meet the woods. Blacktown is from an older generation of Garo, for whom surviving without human comforts is a point of pride. And Melody has given Blacktown all the colonial era artifacts that are too quaint even for her. You pull the bezel above the white stone door late one summer afternoon and find the elderly Theurge among grey nails, shaker furniture, and holds the dawns. Carved Cassoni regarding a butter churner skeptically as she operates a double treadle spinning wheel. Finally making you that cardigan, Blacktarn says. She's wearing an ancient dress, the colour of autumn leaves, but it's clear, despite the repair work of the hem, and her iron grey hair is carefully braided. Sorry, I'm not talking in my cadence is a bit off. I gotta pay attention to punctuation before. It's been a while since I've read aloud. Actually, probably since the last time we did this game. we did this book. How are you ask, adjusting a brass mirror so it illuminates more of the little room. Diminish, Blacktarn says, chewed up by the Tufil's hand and the Umbra, a place we cannot live in anymore. Even the Gar of Broadbrook, when their temple rose like a cathedral to both the true gods and the gods of human longing, could not build their palaces in the Umbra. I was a fool to try. You were brave and inventive. That doesn't always work out, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't try. But can you still fight? I assume you know about Eater of Names and the Answering Tiger. I want you to heal Blacktarn, walk Melody's barrows and Nin's woods, restore yourself. She got like pretty fucked up. She was, so for context, Blacktown, we were rescuing her from a bunch of like corporate humans and stuff like that who had like captured her and were hoping to I guess, like, sacrifice her to the worm or something. Which is, like, the evil sort of, like, rot corruption god. That is opposed to Gaia, who we are the champions of. Let's say this. You're kind, Blacktarn says. Clay would call that a weakness, but now Clay is nothing but a ghost among the far greater shades of the Broadbrook Garu, and I still cling to life, though the wounds I took in the Umbra will eventually kill me. Is there anything we can... You start to say. You can let me help in my feeble way before I join the ancestors, Blacktarn says. I may never have the strength to fight again, but I can offer guidance. You spend the evening with Blacktarn, making sure that she's as comfortable as she can be despite the grave wounds she suffered in the Umbra, and then at the hands of Giselle and Captain Hutchinson. She appears whole, but you doubt Blacktarn is wrong about her body slowly failing. Some wounds not even the Garu can regenerate from. Nonetheless, she's in high spirits, though her powers are diminished. They were diminished when you first met her, and the old Fury can still command powerful spirits. This is her lupus form. Melody drops by when the sun sets in her lupus form. The three of you shift, spend the night running down and then devouring a deer. You're a skilled hunter, but Blacktarn has spent years mastering her lupus form, and she's almost able to keep up with you despite the grey in her muzzle and the slight limp in her back leg. Noises. It's Melody who has to serve as the beater, flushing out prey as you and the tough old Theurge coordinate to bring the animal down. You run with them all night with blood on your fangs. When you get to Gorski Manor the next morning, a package is waiting for you. According to Blacktarn's note, it's an occult text Giselle wrote. The note claims it holds powerful insights into what Giselle wants and the extent of her powers, though a quick flip through the volume reveals only insane rants and incoherent parables. Still, you'll need to read this once you don't. Ernesto crashes into the break room covered in milk and hay. There's a cow in the elevator, he says. You know all of those words. It's time to see what's gone wrong this morning. Then maybe you get to the book. So for context, Gorski Manor is a, like, old folks / like, assisted living, like, facility. So that's kind of wild. Okay. We got Giselle's book. I'm pretty mad at Giselle for dropping me in a hell realm. Probably we can do that after we read the book. We can go to Elton's flat and read more of the Book of Hungry Names, which we found out is this weird sort of like, it's this very strange text that was written by what's his fuck? One sec. We're gonna go to... Can I go to my journal? Yes, I can. It was written by... Oh, wait. No. Ah! I'm so good at this. Nobody panic. Nobody panic. It's fine. People. It was written by... Where's this? Where is he? Is he on here? Was it this dude? No. That's one of the cult offenders. Anyway, it's this guy, who essentially, he is a Garu. I cannot remember his name for the life of me. Why? This is upsetting. He essentially, like, he's a black spiral dancer, which is sort of like an evil werewolf that's in league with the worm. And he's sort of teamed up with the answering tiger and has essentially become in himself like this weird sort of like spirit that cannot die, and sort of through his ideas and through his because in sort of like the mortal world he's you know, like the full like right wing like conspiracy theorist stuff, into that, and through his theories and other things like that, he can like possess people and essentially come back to life through the ideas in their mind by like ripping himself out of their body, which is kind of crazy. It's kind of wild, and that doesn't, you know, that doesn't usually happen. But I do not remember is it? Oh, I think it is Eater of Names. Yeah, and he's in like a crazy fucking like space guy suit, and it's wild. Fearing he would die at the Battle of Grace Farm before his work was done, he devised multiple plans to return to life. One of them evidently paid off as he re-emerged at Esther's Bar from Scarpa's flesh and immediately returned to work. In his hominid form, Eater of Names is an elderly but well-preserved white man with a faintly military bearing. He wears a talismanic suit of armor that appears to be some kind of spacesuit. Yeah, he's crazy. He's wild. There's a lot of very esoteric stuff in this about like ideas and how ideas can't really like die, and just it's so far it's been an experience. I definitely recommend going and like watching the VODs on my channel. Humble brag. When like, or if you get the chance, it's a good, like, it's essentially like I'm reading an audiobook, like a little story. Now, this thing, the Toothless Hand is like it's another Bane spirit, another evil spirit that we kind of have to deal with. That's before we can go to get to the Answering Tiger itself, because it's like one of its like minions. Let's have a read of Giselle's book. Let's see what's going on here. You've now spent more than a year in the shadow of Harmony, Melody's alchemist sister, and even your limited exposure to her writing has prepared you for a certain degree of eccentricity among those humans who seek to control the spirit world. So yeah, Giselle is a human, but she's sort of like a witch, who seems to have tapped into some sort of like powers to do with the worm and it's like labyrinth essentially. It's basically its hell dimension. Cough cough. All VODs on @Destructive Midnight, the YouTube channel. Indeed. It's good. I've had one of my friends is like, I like put on your stream like those streams sometimes, just like when I'm chilling to fall asleep, which is pretty nice. Okay, who seeks to control the spirit world, but Giselle is an entirely different level of bizarre. For one thing, after the first chapter, you realize you're reading something closer to a novel than a grimoire. The novel is elliptical, unfinished and unfinishable, insane, an attempt to combine Juna Barnes and Philip K. Dick in the incestuous... Oh god, I've just dropped a bunch of stuff on the floor. No! Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Oh no, it's probably not fine. That's my medical record documents. 1 second. I'm sorry. My model is falling asleep because I'm under the table right now. Okay. Okay. Just chill, bro, chill. Okay, there we go. We're fine. An attempt to combine Juna Barnes and Philip K. Dick in the incestuous conjoined twin hermaphrodite who is equal parts King Felix and Baron Felix, half Christ and half mad woman. They wander through an impossible Parisian California of midnight sidewalk cafes that are also sun-baked mile-wide highways, screaming to their friends about dog-headed aliens and lesbian heartbreak. You feel your brain cooking and wonder what might happen to a regular human exposed to this psychic miasma. You keep reading. There's a old bit of sophistry that goes like this. I am not at fault for something I did in the past because the me in the past is a different person. The present me cannot be held responsible for someone else's actions. The counter to this is that a transformation that involves a rule engenders a continuity of identity across time. How then do we identify the rules of transformation? Harmony, Palace, Metamorphosis, and Rule. That's some wild nonsense. I don't know about that. Diagrams and diatribes pepper the text, half in character written by Felix, half written by Giselle, who is sometimes the villain of the narrative, sometimes Felix's lover or student. They lie in bed and discuss the Black Sun Labyrinth, a mechanical Tartarus under a black sun used by wizards and werewolves to imprison their enemies. They interrogate the shade of Casimir Lubicic, the long-dead sorcerer, about how to create something called the Black Sun Monstrance, a sort of talisman that will let them trap anyone they want in the Black Sun Labyrinth. Many of the rants are revolting in a conventional manner, condescending, anti-Semitic, and reflecting the viciousness and hatred of American Christian fundamentalism or fringe Catholicism. Others are incomprehensible, as Giselle rails against secret societies and mystical cults you've never heard of. Very quickly, I forgot I was gonna put the spooky stream sounds on. Let's go. Let me know how the audio balances as well. Yeah, because Giselle, we first met her when she was hanging out with the cult of Fenris, which are a cult of werewolves, or they used to be like a tribe of werewolves who have sort of gone off the reservation a little bit and believe that wholesale murder and just, you know, terrible stuff is the answer to defending Gaia. But they also have sort of been very infiltrated by a lot of those werewolves that hold like far right views. So a lot of them are fucking racist and fascist, so it's fine to kill them. And Giselle was sort of like essentially their pet witch. So it's very likely that if she didn't hold those views, she at least was cool with them, which is not fine. We hate that. You've never heard of. From the psychic wreckage of the Asides, you're able to extract a consistent, if not coherent, mystical ideology. According to Giselle, the historical Jesus Christ was a mere aberrant fragment of the true Christ, tainted by his mortality and his Jewishness. Oh good, she's an anti-Semite. Fuck this bitch. The most true manifestation of Christ was the Holy Grail, which was, according to Giselle, carried to Germany and protected by a covenant of Christian knights, who used it to sustain themselves and to warp time and space. To Giselle, the one in the book, and you suspect the real Giselle, true magic is both Christian and Teutonic, and constantly under threat by soulless half-humans who want to use the power of magic, though they cannot understand its true nature. One section sort of helps you understand why Giselle might work with the cult of Fenris. She's divided saints/gods into two categories. Those who remain true by serving their native race, ew, and those who fell through, false claims of universal brotherhood. Fenris, identified with Saint Christopher, is in the former category, while the huge number of Aesir and Vanir, those are the North gods, are condemned to perdition as sorcerers of mixed blood. Baffling, awful stuff. On the other hand, you think you understand Giselle's witchcraft better in some strange pre-verbal way that will let you protect yourself against her sorceress attacks. Sick. Yeah, ew. We fucking... I'm so excited to go and... I think all of the Cult of Fenris are dead now. Because we sent... we had... They got, like, ripped apart by a demon. Like a weird demon bane spirit. And then we sent Melody to finish them off while we had to do... well, we were doing like other, like so many things were happening at once, and we were like, oh, Melody, kill the fascists, and she was like, I got this. I've never been more prepared and happy to do this than anyone else. And we were like, great, incredible queen. Okay, mixed news from Elton and Nin about reaching Broadbrook. Oh, there's this whole, wait, there's a thing that I missed saying about Broadbrook. I'll probably pipe up with like little bits every once in a while. The place where the Broadbrook cairn is, we cannot reach because there's some sort of like weird arcane protection or memory worm that means like we go towards it and then we will find ourselves like not so much 20 minutes in the future, but having lost like 20 minutes of memory as we come out the other side, like near the highway. And it turns out that it is being turned into a police like training center or something. Like they've set up a like scale model of the town and are doing like police training and shit in there, and they've like cut down a bunch of the trees and they're trying to keep it, you know, which is really fucked up and we're not about. And they're using them, I think, to train werewolf hunters, I assume. Makes news from Elton and Nin about reaching Broadbrook. Despite leaving as soon as they could and retracing your route, they were unable to reach the cairn itself. However, they were able to reach the police training facility. There, Elton used his gifts to scout the facility, note its extent, and take lots of pictures. So we've made 2 major advances, Elton says, that evening as he serves you and Nin leftovers from a recently shuttered fusion restaurant. Humans are already learning about the training facility and getting angry, and our inability to reach our cairn is no longer a mystical misdirection. It's a hard supernatural defense. The same sort of mystic ward that keeps spirits out of this flat. That's something we can work directly against, and I plan to see what I can do about it. Okay. So instead of the weird memory thing, now it appears that they have just set up a force field, which is kind of wild. I'm pretty mad at Giselle for dropping me into a hell realm. Where the fuck is she? Is it time for a blood-soaked witch massacre? You don't want to make any final decisions just yet, but you need to know what Giselle is up to. She's obviously a threat. Step 1 is figuring out where Giselle lives. Since she makes infrequent appearances at metal shows, you track down Nin. She's at Trevor's apartment in East Hampton, practicing, so you hike there. Trevor lives in a crummy bungalow with his girlfriend and her elderly mother. They're in the once chic glass and brass rec room, under a huge Nagel poster, surrounded by instruments and half-finished songs. Songs. I can speak. I know how to speak, I promise. I'm not drunk. But I don't want a techno sound, Nin says, barely acknowledging your arrival. We're not Scandroid or KMFDM. St. Homunculus is metal. You just don't want a machine drowning out your guitar, Trevor says. The song is called Bituary, Ashley. It's about bits. It needs to sound high-tech. I thought it was bituary. It says, like a dictionary of bitches that a man might employ. Oh my god, no, Trevor says, genuinely offended. That's crass. Why would I write a song about something like that? I write songs about the Mabinogion and... I know how to... Mabinogion. I believe that's the Welsh, epic cycle? Sorry, my brain. And Joaquin Sorolla. What is the point of being in a heavy metal band if you don't sing about bitches, Trevor? And asks, then she leaves him to contemplate that and follows you into the kitchen. I'm looking for Giselle, you tell her. Bookstore, she says. Elton's old place? Podge asks if he makes oatmeal. Other bookstore, Nin says. She digs into her backpack among flyers and business cards, then retrieves a card with an address in town. Dadekind Press. You've never heard it advertised, but it's worth checking out, especially since, according to the scroll on the back of the card, the Black Sun Monstrance is coming soon. Oh no, that's not good. You bike to the address in the suburbs. It's a dismal little place, a one-story ranch surrounded by a rusty chain-link fence. Noting the Beware the Dog sign, you circle the house twice. No vehicle in the carport, UPS packages piling up outside. You hop the fence and peer through the windows. Every room you can see is empty. There are some old cheap paperbacks and pieces of thrifted furniture abandoned inside, but everything of value is gone. Giselle has up and left. You're considering whether to slip inside and maybe look for a secret altar or something, but Giselle is too smart to leave anything valuable. And as you case the house, you spot an unmarked police car rolling slowly through the neighborhood. Her house is under surveillance. You get out of there. Okay. Let's talk more about the Black Sun Labyrinth with Elton, with Shadow Daddy. We love a Shadow Daddy. Wait, let me... One second, chat. So we're currently dating the Shadow Daddy, who was our romance option. And he is Elton Day. Incredibly hot. Look at this man. He's part of the Shadow Lords, who are werewolves that, essentially, like, they can control lightning, which is kind of sick. But yeah, he's like, he's like hot. He's hot. Oh no, he's hot. Anyway, we had a moment at, the last like metal concert, the last one of Nin's metal concerts that we attended, and it was kind of cute. It was kind of cute. Right, Black Sun. Excuse me. My voice is not 100% back. Ellen wants to know more too, and he's been busy trying to learn everything he can. But this is human magic, and though the Theurge's occult approach to Gari spirituality resembles human occultism, it absolutely is not. Still, you meet him in the parking lot between the Hotel Northampton and the 7-Eleven and talk for 20 minutes before you have to get back to work. You don't like what he has to say. Apparently Casimir Lubicic, the old sorcerer, either created or discovered the Black Sun Labyrinth and used it to capture his enemies, human or spirit, and torture them until they obeyed him. Terrible! Terrible and bad. I believe the Lubicics are one of the free families. There are sort of like 3 families in this area. Oh yeah, Casimir Lubasic. There we go. Who were like, they supported the Garu, and they've been here for like essentially since America was settled. And they were like, so it's the Lubasics, the Benikis, and my brain, I think it's the Palaces, were the three sort of like families that were essentially support. And then Melody turned out to be, who was a member of one of the three families, turned out to be a Garu, and joined the Silver Fangs, which are like, the Silver Fangs are sort of the, like, in the like hierarchy of like werewolf, of basically in the like hierarchy of werewolves, the Silver Fangs are usually like the leaders and stuff like that. Usually, like, contentiously, like, sometimes the Shadow Lords are in like leadership positions and stuff because they're all about like nobility. They're essentially werewolf nobility. Oh hell yeah, he's hot. Yeah, I know, right? Giggles, tucks hair behind ear. Used to capture his enemies, obeyed him until they obeyed him. The labyrinth itself was connected to one of his old properties, where New Albion subsequently built their East Hampton base. New Albion are essentially like a mercenary company, and like it's like a it's like a security company, basically. That we went to like infiltrate and try to take out because they'd been giving us trouble, and that's where we found the like collection of humans and also Blacktown captured. Built their East Hampton base. That's no longer accessible, and thanks to Nin working on those beehive tombs you found while heading to your first hog throne show, there's no longer leakage from them. So Giselle is trying to either find or create something called the Black Sun Monstrance, which will let her access and throw her enemies into the labyrinth at any time. Why are you nodding, Elton asks. The scraps of lore he's uncovered are disconnected and largely incoherent, unless you've encountered the ideas before. Have you read Giselle's novel, you ask? Elton shakes his head. It's in the Beniki library, the one that's still mostly intact in the green desk. Read it. A novel, Elton says. That's not as good as having Harmony around, but that's brilliant. I'll read it right away. Thank you, Celine. The Theurge heads into the 7-Eleven to check in on his black market contacts there, and you go back to Gorski Manor before you get into trouble. So the Shadow Lords are also in the sort of like, while the Silver Fangs are sort of like nobles and kind of like, you know the noble stereotypes. The Shadow Lords are often connected with like crime and like organized crime and stuff like that. So Mafia Shadow Daddy, ooh woo. Anyway, so we could go and read the Book of Hungry Names. How much, like, money and XP do we have right now? Maybe you can cut down your hours. Okay. We can take a few days off to train. So we could go to... these are our sort of, like, 3 trainers. Let's go see what does Roscoe do again? Roscoe snuck into a recording studio next to the town's ugliest mural. When he sees you, he clasps your hand. So we have 13 days 3. We've sort of gone for a very like warrior build on with Celine, who is our main sort of like our main character. They are an Arun, which is a warrior. A Theurge is like a mage. You know a little bit of the setting? Hell yeah. I just realized that for anyone coming in, it's been a while since I've streamed this game. So I'll try to explain as best I can like some of the story elements and things, but we're going to hopefully finish this today, and then I have plans to start another one of these I wouldn't call them visual novels, like choose your own adventure novels with vampires, which is like a Hunter one. I think it's called Out for Blood. We could put up our clandestine or our stamina, which I believe affects but our health is like crazy. Oh, we're so pissed. We're so fucking pissed. Holy shit. Also we've got, so our name is Celine January, or January is our alias. We are of the Black Furies, who are a tribe dedicated to Gorgon, the spirit Gorgon, and like justice and stuff like that. Can be a little bit on the violent side, which isn't great. And let's see. We're kind of very stacked out in the physical, like, department, as well as, like, mental defense. Dumb as a box of rocks. Not so much with the intelligence. We've got pretty good aim and combat. Very intimidating because Arun. And we have several gifts. This, from Squirrel, we have one that improves our, like, climbing and stuff. So there are different... Oh, wait. Okay. There are spirits, and they will... You can sort of, like, treat with them and do, like, little, sort of tasks for them. Or, like, spend time honoring them, and they will give you abilities based on, like, what... Like, they can give you, essentially, gifts. So from Squirrel, we've got an ability that lets us basically, like, traverse better. From Hu Yi, we've got one that improves our aim. From Porcupine, if somebody strikes us, they're going to get struck. From Owl, we have superior perception, which lets us see into the spirit world. And from Greynail, who is a ancestor, Garu ancestor spirit, because you can also get gifts from those Garu who have passed on and stuff like that. We've got combat mastery, which just lets us be better at fighting each other. So these are our, like, convictions. We've got find purpose through dignity that we're sort of leaning towards. I just want to survive, as opposed, but we can still win. Our weapon is rage. Our answer is spirit. Humans must understand, and the litany sustains us. I'm more on the side of the... I thought we were going on the litany has failed, but okay. We've also got a knife, a library card, and an iPhone. Right. Let's get back to it. I think... Let's check out the other... let's visit Hobbs' compound. So... We could go for some more strength. Because our, like, as you can see, our physical abilities have kind of been maxed out. Let's go see Lucinda. So Lucinda is more, we could do, I guess... Athletics could be a good one to go. Text would be crazy. All right, I'll have a think about that. Let me just refamiliarize myself because I believe I don't think that we can do any of these. So these we have, like, by doing actions, we essentially gain honor, glory, wisdom that we can then spend we can then spend that on basically, like, learning their gifts in a sense. But certain spirits, they'll be like, I don't really like the cut of your jib. So they'll only, like, give their gifts to, like, certain tribes or certain people who, like, meet their requirements. We're going to place the idols that we recovered among the standing stones. You place the statue of Beaver, the broken and depleted silver-fanged talons, and the oddly shaped deer cross-pack idols among the stones, and feel their power merging with the spiritual energy of the land. Okay, so hopefully they're healing a lot better now. Let's go to the barrows. I don't really want to devote anything to Pankiller because they're, like... They were, like, religious extremist, like, Garu. Which we're not really into. Right, we can't really do any of these. Okay. So we've got basically all the gifts. Should we read more of the Book of Hungry Names? Let's maybe do... Let's see that. You return to Elton's flat. Something of an aesthete, though he'd never admit it. An aesthete? I assume that's somebody who cares for aesthetics. Though he'd never admit it. He started to change the style of the place away from Warlock Attic and towards Mad Students Garrett. The air of antiquity hasn't changed, but there's a newfound classical order to the decor in the books. The Book of Hungry Names, of course, is still locked up in a small storage room, halfway between a closet and a cupboard. You work your way through all the locks. What is Eater of Names' actual goal if he believes Gaia is dead? What does Eater of Names get out of this? Is this pure zeal, or does he expect some reward? What were his plans for resurrection, and how did they actually succeed? Let's see. What is Eater of Names' actual goal if he believes Gaia is dead? Oh, Eater of Names' plan, by the way, is kind of insane. Because the Answering Tiger can essentially, it can almost like, it can distort your perception of reality and can almost create like a world out of like a fake world out of it. And Eater of Names wants to sort of like turbocharge that, because he believes Gaia is already dead, but he wants to place all Garu in the world essentially into like either a vision that they have won and that Gaia is safe, or like an actual world where that is the truth, or and then have the real world where they can go on to, like, you know, actually achieve their goals. But I believe that was like the gist of what we learned. What is his actual goal if he believes Gaia is dead? What do you want? What do the guardians of this extinguished goddess want? Gaia is dead, but the three phenomena that make up the triad, Weaver, Wild, Worm, still exist. Unreal, secondary. They are mere names, mere concepts, but they hunger to act upon the world. Perhaps it's better. Okay, so yeah. So we've got the Worm, the Weaver, and the Wild. For those of you who don't know, essentially, they are the three pieces that make up, like, or the three, I don't want to call them gods, but like forces that make up reality. And the Weaver is like dedicated to the sort of like the patterns of the world and keeping order, that kind of thing. The Wild is like life and like, you know, like life growth, that kind of thing. And the Worm was sort of like rot and decay, and they all used to be work in balance. Once, like, it used to be like all good. It used to be the system of like, oh yeah, life, decay, death, back round and round it goes. And then one day the Weaver decided to in order for like for I guess to, in a weird way, like preserve life, trapped the Worm. And the Worm went insane and it went crazy, and it basically became this just endlessly hungry entity rather than being kept in balance. Just desires like constant pollution and the degradation of like the natural world until everything is rot and decay and part of the Worm, which is not great. And obviously we as Garu, as warriors of Gaia, oppose that, because we don't want Gaia to die, because that would suck. Anyway, the next page depicts a labyrinth surrounded by vipers with the city in the center. Above it strides a pig-headed demon named Kemod with a black star between his eyes and an intricate suit of armor. You recognize the labyrinth because Giselle sent you there, and the pig demon matches the description Melody gave of the Chemicon Bane. Oh, that's the Bane that killed the Cult Fenris. To imagine them as ways of moving or changing, but now they only move, they only change, they only bring an end to the great corpse that was Gaia. Even the Worm is useless for our work, as it too is merely a phenomenon, a perturbation of the void. We need stillness, a single moment of silence, then the cycle can start again. But you won't be still. You keep moving, twitching, death spasms. You keep trying to escape into the void. First the fucking spaceships. My great predecessor, Breaker of Wings, managed to stop them. It wasn't easy, but now you're trapped here with us. But then, the information, radio, data, internet. Don't you understand what that stuff is doing? It's not reaching into outer space, it's reaching into informational space. It's going to find something, or make something. There's no difference there. Something that can save you, something that can make it linger, that can make this dead world linger. I can't let that happen. We won. Yeah, because the Black Spiral Dancer believe he's already won. And that by us like humanity reaching out into space and trying to basically flee Gaia. He's like, no, we all have to die here. What the fuck? And it seems Breaker of Wings may have been behind the end of the International Space Program. Similar rants scattered like thought bubbles in an old comic book all throughout the book form a picture of the Black Spiral Dancer's goal. Not just to make sure Gaia, to him, a fatally flawed manifestation of reality, is dead, but to make sure nothing of her escapes. From what you can understand, his predecessor, Breaker of Wings, worked to stop humans from leaving the planet. The fallen werewolf's language is the language of infectious disease. Every last cell must be eradicated. There can be no hidden cache that survives into the new world to reinfect it. His rants indicate that he represents a kind of sect within the Black Spiral Dancers, one dedicated to containment and purgation. His task is literally to burn out all the names and signs in this world to prevent them from infecting the innocent realities beyond it. To that end, his predecessors imprisoned human sorcerers in cosmic prisons, then brought the dreams of space travel crashing down to Earth. And now, the now of 2012 when he wrote this, Eater of Names labors to destroy the information that threatens to linger even after every human, every living thing on Earth is dead. What the fuck? This guy's so fucking spicy. You step away from the book, get out of the cramped room. You're dripping with sweat, but no extra-dimensional calamity has befallen you after this reading. It feels like days or weeks have passed, but when you check your phone, it's only 8 in the morning. You're thirsty, so you get some water from the kitchen tap. 2 gunshots make you duck. You glance down at Main Street from the window. A woman lies face down in the middle of the street. As you watch people pour out of the building across the street shouting, while another group moves up from Pleasant Street. The latter is some kind of organised protest. There are only a few cops in the middle of Main Street, and they retreat under the barrage of rocks and bricks to hide in the fortress that City Hall has become. The protesters try to perform aid on the dead woman without success. When an ambulance arrives, the police open fire on it with tear gas rounds, and it turns around. What the hell have you missed? The political situation in the valley is getting increasingly out of control. The expanded Provisional Council, Neo Albion, reckless and unaccountable police given free rein to hunt. Even the endless but never resolved legal disputes that surround companies like Everlight and Chemicom. Everything centers on Eater of Names and the Answering Tiger. One morning, Elton emails you to tell you that he'll be dropping you by that evening. Ooh, Shadow Daddy alert! 5 minutes later, you get called into a double shift at Gorski Manor. No! So miserable that there is only one consolation. You know that you're in the real world, not some comforting illusion conjured by the Answering Tiger. That pain wouldn't have you ripping mouldy, slimy insulation out of the partially collapsed North Wing for 16 hours. You get home just as Nin invites Elton inside and hands him a candy bar. Here's the man himself, the Theurge shouts, finally. He tosses a thick dossier onto the coffee table. Meet Hiram Vittorio Thane, the Theurge says. Astronomer, computer scientist, and Black Spiral Dancer. So is that Eater of Names' name? It's a trove. Eater of Names' entire mortal life up to his sudden disappearance in 2016. Elton reads out loud to help Nin as you examine the grainy photos. Oh, so speaking of Nin is a wolfborn. That means that she was born as a wolf and by becoming Garu gained a human form. So she has a bit of trouble with like reading and like social stuff, but she's the best and I love her. And she's in a metal band and that is the best. Born April 14th, 1946, only son of French industrialist Urso Thane. You probably think this song is about you, Nin sings Voce. I want to say Voce, I don't know. What's hard? Concentrate, Nin. This is important, Elton says. And an American mathematician. MIT graduate, worked for NASA, Sikorsky, and a string of satellite launch and Wi-Fi startups. Here are pictures of him with Michael Griffin, who ran Incutel, the CIA's venture capital arm, and with Dmitry Rogozin of Roscosmos. Ugh. More photos, shaking hands with Michael Sullivan of Everlight before the latter's promotion to Special Projects Director, talking with the developers of Gaia Research Company in the 1990s before its shuttering, and subsequent transformation into GRC Media. Links to some kind of biodome experiment in Nevada in the 70s. Oh shit, that actually links to Night Road, that's crazy. And the founding of Neo Albion and a dozen other post 9/11 security companies. He gets around and says, reading slowly, But everything is for a specific purpose that I'm starting to understand, especially now that I've been able to dig up some information about his predecessor, Breaker of Wings. Not much, but some. Breaker of Wings was a shadow throughout the long, slow shuttering of the space program. When he died and Eater of Names took over, he worked to do the same thing to the internet. One of his companies lobbied the FCC to maintain the high rate of spam phone calls. Another has worked to route around ad blockers online. Everything he does is for one purpose, to clip our wings. Hiram Fane wants us to die here. He doesn't want a single germ or idea from this world to escape into the next one. You spend the rest of the day reading everything Elton has learned about Hiram Vittorio Fane, Eater of Names. The mundane write-ups are a welcome change from the nauseating experience of reading the Black Spiral Dancer's notebook. Okay. Maybe we spend a little bit of XP and then we head to do some things. Let's actually check. Can we check the Deep Woods? Oh, we cannot. Cannot do those at the moment. Let's go to Roscoe. Do we want to get some more clandestine to be more stealthy? Yeah, let's do that. You and Roscoe work on show security to improve your clandestine abilities. Excellent. Then let's go to Lucinda. We could give 10 days to improve our dexterity even more. We could be absolutely cracked on dexterity. We could work on composure. And then let's go check. Whoops. Oh. Your packmates have worked meticulously to leak news of the police training facility to sympathetic humans. The construction of the security tactics in training zone, STATS, is instant news. Building a massively extensive training facility on protected wetlands as the valley's schools and municipal functions struggle for funding, and the expanded provisional council refusing to disclose its budget, has triggered multiple protests on multiple grounds. Environmentalists and abolitionists work with Quaker pacifists and old-fashioned fiscal conservatives to oppose the project. There's now a permanent circle of police and barricades around Northampton's Fairytale Castle over City Hall, and traffic has been routed around it. You remember the brief flash you saw of the Answering Tiger's victory world, where, presuming among much great victories, cars no longer cluttered up downtown. That's happened here too, except it's because no one is allowed near the expanded Provisional Council. With the truth of stats revealed, GRC media has started to defend the expanded Provisional Council's actions, but GRC is a shadow of its former self. Without Daphne Clear and the people who worked at the physical site, it's nothing but press releases and AI-written articles. The company is finished as an ideological threat. As you go about your mundane business in town, you note that even fairly conservative people dislike stats. That's good. I was going to go to Hob, right? I think putting stuff into either strength or resolve. Let's go with strength. We got 2 days left. Oh, we can't do athletics. That sucks. Right. Oh. For the past few days, the security, training, and tactics zone outside of Broadbrook has been subject to more or less permanent protest. Everyone from college students to environmentalists to police abolitionists has shown up to protest both at this site and around City Hall. Stats is a flashpoint in 3 ways. First, construction on Broadbrook is illegal for several reasons, several of them environmental. Second, the police have been so aggressive that no one can ignore it. Third, stats cost a fortune, and even people who like hops and don't care about wetlands hate it when their taxes spike. You're starting to wonder if, sorry, I saw the rat sip thing and I thought you'd take a sippy to me. That's fucked up. You've trained me so well. This is so messed up, actually. You're starting to wonder if maybe humans can sort this mess out after all. And then one day, as you finish up your shift at Gorski Manor, your phone buzzes with multiple news articles. A protester got shot at the Stats protest area near the East Gate. And then the humans grab the cop who did it, beat him so badly he's in a coma. Podge is busy getting people out of town, but the murder and people's furious response has galvanized regular humans. More and more of them are showing up at the East Gate and City Hall to protest. The people here are furious and defiant, which is commendable, but they don't know about the monsters that really created Stats. Okay. Oh, you have taken a sippy. Okay. Chat, I will be right back. I have to go and get water because Scarlet Emu decided that they were going to take a sippy me because they're a criminal. I'm gonna have to go get sippy. 1 sec. It is I. I have not only gotten a sippy, which I shall take now. Don't worry, make me drink water. But also, wait, chat, let's see if you can pick this up. 1 sec. 3, 2, 1. Oh! Ah! I gripped it and ripped it, chat. I got myself a little tinny. I got myself a passion fruit Rubicon. Oh. Oh, that's good shit. Anyway. Okay. So. We've got... let's have a chat with Nin, and then let's maybe... Oh, wait. I don't know if this is going to kick off. I don't know if this is going to kick anything off. I mean, it would tell me if it was going to kick something off. We can kill the Toosle hand after we chat with Nin. Nin lives upstairs, but you keep missing her. You ask Podge why she's out all the time, and he tells you that St. Homunculus has been hard at work on their new album. They're at a recording studio next to the Greek restaurant with all the different kinds of French fries. Oh, I really want tzatziki. Fuck. Okay. No, I've got... We have food at home. I have dinner for tonight. I cannot order Greek food. Different kind of French fries. Podge drives you to Masonic Street, in town, and you find St. Homunculus surrounded by instruments, laptops, and scraps of paper. It goes so hard, Trevor says. Over the guitars, it's like For Whom the Bell Tolls. Like, listen to this in I want to say flat. I don't remember. I did a music degree, but or I did a music GCSE, but I don't remember. A flat major, and then the vocals don't work, Nin says. She's wearing the same Missiles of October crop top she's been wearing since that comic convention photo shoot, just before you followed Scarpa's trail to Pine Island Lake. It's melodic, Trevor shouts. Or rather, he wants to shout. No one shouts at Nin twice, but he's obviously frustrated. We need something melodic too. Then we need another melody, Nin says. Because the one you're singing is from Debbie Gibson. It is not. Nin sings As Real As It May Seem. Fuck, Trevor cries. He falls back onto the beanbag chair. Fuck. It would have gone hard as hell, the drummer says, if it wasn't like from a Debbie Gibson song. Hard as hell, the bassist confirms. You've arrived at an opportune moment. Hey, can I borrow Nin, you ask? No one objects. I'll leave you boys to jam at the Stone Pony, Nin says, grabbing her oversized trench coat, also from the photo shoot, and following you into the hallway. We're looking for some way to trick the answering tiger, or trick him back so he doesn't beguile us when we approach the cairn. We'd like to not die when we approach the cairn. It looks like a full frontal charge is out. Bummer. So we need a better idea. No, we're trying to get tricksy with it. You explain everything you and Lucinda learned about the portraits. As Nin plunks thoughtfully away on her guitar. Eventually she says, I hate being used as a dog, not a wolf, but I'm going to talk to Lucinda. If I can get the smell of the answering tiger, I can follow him, the real him, like a bloodhound, right past his tricks to the cairn. That'll work, you ask? I can get us there, she says, without a trace of hesitation. We have a piece of the answering tiger, and every part of the answering tiger is him. Remember the claws of the Toothl's hand? It is the same thing, but made of spirit, not alien flesh. I'm going to talk with Lucinda right now. St. Homunculus is arguing about K-pop. It sounds heated in there. Yeah, I think saving the valley is a better use of my time this afternoon, Nin says, taking out her chunky phone to text Lucinda. You should check out the cairn itself. You've never seen it before. Okay. Let's clear our schedule and go and deal with this spirit. This spooky little spirit boy. You wait until the forecast is good, then step outside into a clear autumn day with a yellowish crescent moon sitting in the western sky. Daphne Clear is waiting for you in her beat-to-shit used Prius. Blacktown nods to you from the back seat. Oh shit, we're going with the girlies, let's go! She's once again dressed for action in rough, disposable clothes. Hop in, Miss Clear says. It's a short drive to the ruins of Esther's. You spend a half hour picking through the rubbish, but your pack investigated the burned out shell before and they didn't find anything. The ragabash locks her car, then dons a pair of goggles. Your weapon, you ask? She shakes her head. I'm on probation, as Melody likes to remind me, so let's be careful. Daphne doesn't hesitate as she heads for the tree line. Blacktown follows and watchful and silent. The forest is dark and tangled, and the sunlight barely reaches the floor, even now in the middle of the day. You head into the woods. So, Daphne Clear, she used to head up, she's a glasswalker, and she used to head up GRC Media. But she got a little bit corrupted in the brain meats by the Answering Tiger and turned against us. We managed to sort of like extract her from GRC, and we were like, right, we're gonna give you a second chance, but if you fuck this up, like, you're done, son. It's either like, it's not gonna be exile, it's gonna be death, basically. The Jigsaw Dharma, Chapter 10. Man is a mirror in which one can discover the reduced and condensed image of the sky, a living universe carrying within him. In his body and in his psyche, fires and dark shores, zones of shadow and of light. Jacques Lacarriere, The Gnostics. Interesting. Oh, this ain't the summer of love. Listen to confused old werewolves argue about Blue Oyster Cult. What the fuck? 2 hours of scouting the ruins, wandering through the woods. Nothing. This is a bust. A dead end. You feel it in your bones. Or is that the Answering Tiger making you feel that way? Cursed now by constant second-guessing, you force yourself to keep scouting between the brook and burnt-out restaurant. I just heard her play at her little pig club. Blackcard says. Girl in an Akira jacket plays the guitar. They definitely sound like Blue Oyster Cult. Okay, first, the lyrics are Blue Oyster Cult-like, but that does not make Saint Homunculus sound like Blue Oyster Cult, Daphne says. Second, it's not an Akira jacket, because first, Canada wore that jacket. Not Akira. And second, Nin's jacket is a replica of Asuka's jacket in the Glorious Asuka gang. I'm not saying Akira jacket like the jacket Akira wore, Blackton says. Akira was the guy who turned into a blob. Oh my Lord Jesus, no. What the fuck is happening? I'm saying an Akira jacket like the very famous jacket that everyone knows from... It's not an Akira jacket. It's from a completely different movie. Ladies! You scream a little louder than you wanted. What's the problem? Daphne says. Your flashlight illuminates an old culvert. Sorry, I'm going to turn music up a little bit because it's a little bit quiet. Near the brook. Graffiti marks the cement. One symbol has drawn your eye because you remember it from the Regal's Facebook page. That's not Garu. Human wizards? Maybe we should have invited Elton. I respect Elton. Oh god, now that's incredibly loud. Maybe we should have invited Elton. I respect Elton, Daphne says, but he's the Acorn Archimedes of Garu occultism. Jesus Christ. Incompatible with everything else and incomprehensible even to the natives. It's Tibetan, you say. Tibetan wizards, Daphne says. I don't think so, you say, remembering the rumors of disappearances. Look for more. Blackton is already wandering into the woods. Hey, hold up, Daphne says. Do you see something? Smell something, Blackton says, sniffing the air. Webs. The alien thing you encountered before. Yeah, I'm getting something now, Daphne says, pointing deeper into the woods. Her goggles flash. Webs, heavy and slimy, sprawl across the forest floor and up into the trees. Animals hang in the webs, shriveled and decomposing. These animals' insides have been extracted, Daphne says, but I can't tell if the Toothl's hand feeds like a spider or other refluxes, dissolving prey from the inside and then drinking them like a Capri Sun. Or if it just goes into them since it exists in the fourth dimension and hollows them out. Look at that faces, you say, shining your phone's flashlight on a crumpled fox. The front of its skull and the mandible are missing. Hollow, Daphne says. Like it took off a mask and there was nothing underneath. You explore the interior of the fox with a stick, but it's just a rotting bag of flesh. A little further down the slope you find a skunk similarly defaced, and then a bear cub. The three of you are deep in the trackless woods below the trees that never saw an axe or a chainsaw when you find the first human corpse. Uh-oh. The body is female, probably closer to your age, though it's hard to tell since she doesn't have a face. The corpse wears duck boots, a fleece and riveted work pants. From the state of decay, Daphne says, her goggles blinking, I'd say this body has been here for almost a year. The face is entirely missing, like the fox and the skunk. It looks like someone sawed it off. Have any of you seen anyone around town wearing a, you know, Blacktarn says. A human face is a mask, you say? No. I don't get invited to a lot of parties, but no, Daphne says. You kneel down and repeat your stick-based investigation. This corpse doesn't look as hollowed out as the fox or the skunk. Armed with sticks and gloves, you search the body for identifying information. No phone, but she's lying on a cheap yellow purse. The balance of evidence points to this woman being killed by something with animal intelligence. A person would have taken the purse. Makes sense, you open it. Breath mints, chapstick, green card, classification EB3, name Pima Rigyal. Oh, that's one of the people that went missing. The name sounds familiar. Daphne, do you know the name Rigyal, you ask? Never heard of it before, the Ragabash says. Her goggles flicker as she searches. A Sering Regal of East Hampton was reported missing last winter. That's it, you say, dimly remembering a conversation from months ago. Melody mentioned him back when she was investigating the Toothless Hand. There's no phone, but among other ephemera, the purse also contains a guitar pick, a set list of hard rock songs, and a flyer for Hogthrone. The show Heinrich tried to burn down. That's one of the Cult of Fenris. In fact, you bet Nin knew this woman. There's also what appears to be a trading card, like a baseball card, except it's for the Northampton Police Department. Sergeant Wyland Hope, you know him. He and Hasselman, his real name, you looked it up, have been watching you for a long time. Uh-oh, these are the guys that have been stalking us. I'm going to talk to Melody. She knows every human in the valley, and something is killing regular people. Melody probably knows everything about this already. She's my best chance. I'm going to talk to her first. If this face taker is an animal, we need to hunt and destroy it like one. Nin is the best hunter we have. I'm talking to her first. We're playing 4D chess with this monster, and I need Nin's unconventional perspective. I'm going to talk to her first. I feel like Melody might be the best person to go to for missing person. And also, she's probably going to know stuff about the cops. But also, to learn more about this woman and why she was out here might be helpful. Yeah, let's go talk to Melody. I'm going to stay here, Blacktarn says, and see if I can get anything to attack me so I can hurt it and follow it back to its lair. You nod, that usually works. And I'll see if I can learn more about the Rials and why they might have been targeted, Daphne says. Leaving Blacktarn, you head back to where Daphne parked the Prius. The Ragabash drops you off in the barrows. It's late afternoon and Melody is chopping firewood. Getting ready for winter, you ask? Chiminage, Melody says. Porcupine has a bet going with Mother Maple, but I can take a break. She sticks her wood axe in the stump and eats a homemade power bar as you explain what you found in the woods. Melody opens her laptop and waits for her ragged, podge-cobbled Wi-Fi to wake up. Sergeant Wayland Hoop, NPD, she says, recently promoted, otherwise not a lot of information about him. I'm going to see if Daphne knows anything more about him. The NPD had a trading card program a while back to get kids to interact with pigs. Let their guard down around them. That's probably what that weird card is. But I wonder if Sergeant Hoop is involved with these disappearances because, okay, I investigated Mounted Street Scientific because a worker named Sering Regal disappeared from his work at the factory owned by a distant relation of mine. I told you about Mountain Street Scientific, right? It was a sort of lair for the Toothless Hand, right? You say? At first I thought they were turning people into Fomori, the Philodox says. Sort of like how David Benicki mutated those horses. Torture anything enough in the right way and it lets the darkness in. But if the Toothless Hand is some other kind of creature, Mountain Street Scientific wasn't making Fomori. So what were people doing down there with their faces peeled open? What do you think that's all about? Ugh, sorry. Ugh. Take the faces off, steal and pretend to be the people? That's something we could follow up. Sightings of people who should be dead. I have a particular dislike of the cannibalism-related litany violations, so... Food? Like they all have some special nutrient the toothless hand needs. I think back to insect life on Pima's corpse. Could the corpse be part of the toothless hand reproductive cycle? I really, really do not want to think more of those things. Maybe Eater of Names or one of the lieutenants is using the toothless hand as an assassin. In that case, we have 2 monsters to kill. Ooh. I mean... It seems more likely that it's taking the faces to pretend to be somebody. But why do it to... like the foxes and the like and the animal life, unless it did it to the animal life first, slowly sort of like working its way up the food chain until it could kill a human, and then it crawled out of like a person. Oh, this is icky. Because I don't think it's food. Let's look at its, because we had a, I think, journal entry on it. No, this was the... No, I don't think we have anything on it at the moment. Do you think it was sipping people? Maybe I think maybe it's, I don't know. It's possible, but none of the people involved are important. String was a temp worker. Pima was a computer programmer who played at Hogthrone. Are they all Tibetan immigrants, you ask? No, I chased the face-stealing Yeti angle, but 2 victims are local and one's from California, Melody says. The only thing they have in common is that they're not very important. These are people no one looks for, but maybe they messed up with the Rigyals, since Sering had family. Pima was his half-sister. Maybe she went looking for him. Sorry. And maybe she went looking for him. Maybe Sergeant Hoop went looking for her. He might be involved in this. We should track him down too. Podge knows all the cop bars. He might have a lead. And did you ever explore Mountain Street after it went underwater, you ask? I could only doggy paddle, Melody says, demonstrating her doggy paddle. And it's not like any of us have scuba certification, but maybe one of us should check it out again. I'm going for a swim. I'll take a great stamina and require my Glabro form, but I bet I can dredge something up. Stamina survival. Do you know any other possible suppliers of Mountain Street Scientific I could contact? Pima Rigyal was also a musician. I'm going to talk to my friends at Hogthrone. That's pretty safe, but I'll have to be friendly as I investigate. They like me, but metalheads aren't too mentally organized. Resolve investigation. I'm going to hit the bars and learn more about Sergeant Hoop. I'll have to lean on someone and get them to talk. Risky. Resolve investigation. This is seriously risky, but I'm going to contact the MPD directly, imply that I have information on dangerous criminals. Lies will draw out Sergeant Hoop. Let's click this one real quick. That could work, Melody says. I'll get you some contact information. Go to talk to Paulie Binicki and learn more about Mountain Street suppliers. I think checking out, most likely it was training. Oh, that's creepy. Like it was slowly learning to operate in our world, and like was working on like little things first before he got to like big. Oh, that's so icky. Oh, I dislike it so greatly. Let's go for a swim, chat. Sounds damp, Melody says. I'll probably see you there. I need to investigate the water. You have to work for the next few days, and then Elton needs your help with Chiminage for Madame Mouse. But you're actually happy to wait. Podge and Daphne can usually shake out information from the comfort of their laptops, and you'd love a list of addresses. But computer research and surreptitious phone calls turn up almost nothing on Sergeant Hoop, except his position in the MPD. No address, no social media profiles, nothing in the news. Like Conrad Merritt, he's a ghost moving through the valley. Could he be Neo Albion too? Oh, that's interesting. Finally, you're free. Mountain Street Scientific built built its facility directly on the reservoir, which triggered a boil water advisory in Northampton for several days until divers determined that nothing hazardous had leaked into the water supply. Of course, after her investigation, Melody spent the next several weeks negotiating with the water spirits, extracting favours for her destruction of the monster pit, and convincing them to reveal anything toxic, including quite a few bodies, to the divers. Fortunately, most sense of the worm turn back into ordinary flesh and metal upon death, and the Toothless Hand seems to retrieve its destroyed limbs and presumably fling them into the void. So what's still down there in the black water of the reservoir? You wait until night, then meet up with Melody at the Benicki estate. You want to explore the woods downriver of the flood site, so you head out together in your lupus form with only the faint sliver of moon in the sky. Then you shift into your Glabro form as you strip and dive into the cold, deep water. I may take a quick go piss girl real quick. We got enough rage. That's good. Yeah, I'm gonna go piss girl real fast. Don't worry about it, chat. We're gonna pause the music. I'm gonna put on a quick, like, I don't know, like minute ad or something like that, just so it doesn't trigger them for you. Boop. See you soon, chat. Returned. It is I have returned, and I have a donut, which I probably shouldn't eat before dinner, but it's fine. I'm not real. I'm just an anime girl. It's I don't have to worry about that. Okay. Oh, tasty. I was hungry, like, it's so true. I'm hungry like the wolf. Oh, did it not change over my... God damn it. Oh no, it did. It did change the title. I just had to refresh it. Okay. Let's go. You dive all night, peering into the murky water, armed only with a waterproof flashlight and a gaff hook for sifting through debris without stirring up mud. Again and again you dive, rising each time after a few minutes and gasping for breath. It's exhausting work, but you're a tireless swimmer. After hours investigating sunken ruins like some amphibian Indiana Jones, you spot a particularly secure-looking office or storeroom. You're out of breath, so you return to the muddy shore, rest for 5 minutes, drink some water, and then dive again with your intrusion gear. Your crowbar forces the damage lock, but you have to hold on as more water flows into the half-sealed structure, stirring up mud that reduces your vision to a few feet. You turn your flashlight on to reveal some kind of interrogation room. Everything is waterlogged, the laptop's ruined, the paperwork blanked, but you spot a styrofoam container floating on the ceiling. Don't hospitals hold organs in containers like that? Might be something. You grab it and kick back toward the surface, exhausted by your hours of investigation. You use the container to float for a few minutes, then kick slowly toward the shore with your prize. Yes, it says, human organ for transplant, please handle with care. What's it gonna be? A face? The pseudo-head of one of the Toothless Hand's limbs? You pop it open, then sigh in disappointment. Water leaked in months ago, fouling whatever was in here. You can identify the disgusting grey mass. But we also find a plastic bag inside with documentation. Careful not to get the papers wet. You extract them and discover paperwork, not unlike police chain of custody documentation. It ends here, starting in the processing room of the Neo-Albion fortress that you and your companions attacked before Giselle trapped you in that pocket dimension, and in between, Hasselman John private residence and an address in the suburbs of Leeds, one of the boroughs of Northampton. For reasons you don't quite understand, they held this organic material at the house of Sergeant Hoop's old partner. Podge doesn't find much information on Hasselman either, so that address is a major lead. As soon as you're dry, you bag your clothes, text Melody to join you there, and head for the address. This is weird. Maybe it's like implanting people, because the Twofold Hand is like a spirit, and it has its like hands that have like an effect on our world. This is it's so weird. Maybe it's like implanting people. Om nom. Officer Hasselman's house is across the road from a formerly flooded land. With the dam removed a few years ago, the landscape has become sort of damp, rugged meadowland, surrounded by trees on one side and the road on the other. A few saplings herald its return. Let me turn this down a little bit. This is getting kind of crazy. This music is getting kind of crazy. A few saplings herald its eventual return to the forest. Fog hangs heavily over the strange landscape, as if the land can't quite believe it's not water anymore. The house itself is a kit-built log cabin surrounded by old ATVs and snowmobiles. Trees crowd the house and darken the lawn, which hasn't been cut in years. It's waist high. All the shades are drawn and you don't see any lights inside even as the sun sets, but you don't think this place is abandoned. The front and kitchen doors are locked, but as you circle around to the garage, you find the yard-wide fissure nearly bisects the house there, like the House of Usher's cracked foundation, letting in scraps of smoky red sunlight. The crack is rimmed with moss, and a slice of wooden flooring has turned to grass, flowers, roots, a blade of green, and growing life in an artificial grotto, sustained by a few hours each day of sunlight as it filters through the broken walls. I move carefully, avoiding traps and alert for threats. What if people are trapped inside? I move as quickly as I dare. I'm here for information. I scan the environment as I step inside. I draw my dagger and push my way inside, ready for a fight. Let's be alert for traps, please. You scan for threats as you climb through the crack into the garage. I wanted to say garage. I'm not American. I'm English. What the heck? Into the garage. Fuck! Shit! Nobody clip it. Nobody clip it. It's fine. A Ford truck you remember from the Battle of Esther's restaurant fills most of the space. You don't think it's moved for months. The interior door is unlocked. You crack it open cautiously and peek inside, and that's when the smell hits you. It's hot in here. Old trapped heat. The smell of wet rot, body odor, rancid food. You can see cans all over this kitchen, fuzzed with mold, covered in flies and crawling with maggots. The appliances are dark and the refrigerator smells like rotting meat. You have to step carefully around an overturned trash can and heaps of stew cans scattered over the filthy linoleum floor. The smell grows worse as you approach the stairs leading down into the basement. Your back itches as you head down the basement steps because the floating stairs mean you feel like a hand is about to reach through them to grab your ankle, but the rustling sound is to your left, not behind you. You approach cautiously until you can see more clearly. Not a physical threat, something worse. Oh. Red sunlight from a high, small basement window on the west wall illuminates Officer Hasselman, who lies on the floor beside a wooden pillar, naked and wasted, opening and closes a mouth full of rotten teeth. He was a big guy when you last saw him, but he can't weigh more than 120 pounds now. He looks like he hasn't eaten in weeks. A wavy line of red, irritated flesh runs around his face, across his forehead, cheeks, and chin. Not my fault, he whispers. Not my fault. Okay, this guy's been baned. He's spooky. What happened to you? I'm no doctor, but I kneel down and examine the man. I bet you deserve this, officer. I want a list of names everyone you and Hoop took, or I'm going to make your hurt worse than whatever did this to you. You got a little something on your face, boss. I keep away from Hasselman. How's the surrounding umbra? Are we looking at a bane infestation that might pose an immediate threat? Yes, please. Your owl-blessed eyes reveal an umbral fissure that radiates out from the crack in the garage. It's like a slice that cuts down into the basement level. And as you approach the... What's that? The south? Yeah, the south wall. You see a thick fur of green moss. There might be another crack on the other side. Fucking help me, Officer Hasselman whines, trying to squirm toward you. When you look back at him, his eyes burn with hatred and need. This isn't a man who's used to begging. You keep your distance, then take another step back when you see the maggots trickling down his mouth from his beard. Fucking get back here, you He blows out more bloody maggots than licks his lips. When he realizes what he's tasting, he throws up. The vomit darkens an already wet and filthy carpet. The pool wraps around a warped wooden pillar and glides across the uneven ground. Hasselman's voice becomes a strangled whine as the red lines around his face darken and the flesh peels apart. His wet eyes bulge and his tongue protrudes as his face twists back and forth. Then his body spasms and rises up off the ground, twitching as it levitates. Hasselman's eyes show a moment of wild, insane horror, and something pushes into them, and his eyes fill with grey sludge. Ew! More grey filth boils out from his mouth, displacing the last of the maggots, and then his body flies backwards hard enough to crack the cement wall, leaving his face where it was, floating midair. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. The corpse drops to the ground, and in the last light of the setting sun, you watch something push its way into your reality from the higher dimension. Bigger and wetter than one of the Toothless Hand's claws, it has the same nightmarish asymmetry, the same constantly shifting size as it wiggles in and out of the thin membrane that constitutes your reality. It's like a huge maggot or lamprey, and when it flings itself at you, it glides through the air in an impossible arc, its mouthparts aimed for your throat. What the fuck? This is fucking crazy. I grab the hilt with both hands, feed this monster my dagger. No way I'm fighting this shit. Fuck this shit, I'm out. I call on Ho Yi and throw the knife into the stolen face. I don't want to lose my dagger. Is there anything in this basement that I can use to stop this thing? First, let's lift into Glabro. I would like to keep some rage, please, just in case we need to Krenos it up. Feed this monster my dagger. We probably don't want to have... Let's do dex aim. Fuck it. You flick a knife, but the monster suddenly shrieks as it moves partially out of your dimension. The blade clicks off the cement wall, then the floating maggot partially rematerializes, appearing to expand and picks you up. Oh, fuck! The monster smashes you into the ceiling hard enough to bruise your ribs. You slash it with another knife you're holding, and it flickers away again. You drop, landing on hands and knees and scanning the darkened room for the monster. Porcupine bounces around the Umbra in rage, scoring glancing but painful wounds on the flesh of the extra-dimensional monster. With help from Owl and the Great Archer, you might be able to hit this thing, but you have to be smart. You'll need to calculate how the maggot moves so that it's big enough to hit when it pushes back into your reality. If you calculate wrong, you're just going to hit empty air. Okay. Home. Intelligence and aim? It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad, guys. We might just shift into Glabro. It's not good. Let's shift into Glabro. Your muscles burn and your bones shudder as you expand into your heavy Glabro form. The horror slithers around you, trying to find an angle to attack that you can't see. Let's give it a go! These extra-dimensional monsters don't seem to move through your reality entirely without effort. Like polar bears picking off seals, they need gaps in the ice, as it were, that they can reach or dive into. It's using the rough surfaces, you realise, as it tests your reflexes, forcing you to move around the basement. So you're always away from the 90-degree angles. The thick carpet, the mossy wall, the heaps of filthy bedding where Officer Hasselman died. It moves with greater difficulty through flat walls and around hard angles. Maybe that's why moss fuzzes one wall, why a crooked cleft mars part of the garage upstairs. But you don't have time to follow all the repercussions of your reasoning. Instead, you get a good grip on 3 knives and deliberately turn your back on a heap of discarded clothing. Seeing its chance, the maggot skims along your reality. No bigger than a weasel, reaches the heap, then suddenly bursts out of it, mouthparts gleaming. Just as you spin and fling all 3 blades, you've hit Officer Hasselman's face and one eye. The third flies into the maggot's mouth. It howls as you hit it again and again, as it tries to escape but keeps emerging where you expect it to appear. The monster suddenly stops moving, floating in midair. You hit it twice more. No reaction. It's dead. Ah! We did it. We've done it. The dead thing floats before you, then starts to shrink. Not a foam more. It doesn't return to ordinary matter. Instead, it glides slowly out of your reality. Its death seems to leave a tear in the dimensions, and for a moment you see its true fourth-dimensional form and experience a moment of delirium-like terror. Then it falls up and out, and it's gone. Its passing leaves one wall twisted and melting like wax. I got here fast as ew. Melody pans down the steps, ready for a fight. She studies the carcass and spots what's left of Officer Hasselman and winces. Black Tarn watches from the top of the stairs. Stay on guard. I think this was the only one, but there may be other threats. Let's search this place and see what we find. Hasselman might have kept prisoners. Let's look around, see if there's anyone alive. Let's see what the fuck is going on with this shit. So it must be how it reproduces. The face thing. Melody nods. The three of you spread out and begin a cursory examination to be followed by a room-by-room teardown. You head up the steps. The upper levels are neglected. Photos and correspondence tell you that Officer Hasselman was recently divorced without children. Ansel Adams posters showing Yosemite Valley and the Grand Tetons. Books about Teddy Roosevelt and the Civil War. Lots of fishing gear. The plastic bags, hydrogen peroxide and duct tape would set off immediately alarms in any detective case with investigating missing persons. You take pictures of everything. You're exploring the filthy disused bedroom upstairs when you hear Black Tarn shout, "Celine!" You run back downstairs. That's where you find the other victims. Oh no! There's a door hidden behind the neglected dining room. Not a very well hidden one. As Officer Hasselman tracked bloody boot prints right to it. Melody has already slid the hutch out of the way and forced the door open. This is where you'd expect a panic room, but it's just cheap sliding wooden door. Inside are the faceless dead. Two are a mystery, but even at faceless in an advanced state of decomposition, you recognize Charlie and Audrey at Gorski Manor. Charlie wasn't the brightest guy, but he'd laugh at anyone's joke, and he was always sympathetic and humane to the hospital's patients. You can't find any IDs. The dead are laid out on tarps, and when you examine them, you see that most of their internal organs are gone. They must have slowed decomposition, though the smell in here is almost unbearable. You get all the way outside, catch your breath in the backyard, and then return to Hasselman and confirm that he too is mostly hollow. 2 hours with 3 people turning over every room in the house reveals remarkably little, and you're left confused. Why did Hasselman keep the corpses? What are they even doing here when you found Pima Rigyal in the woods? If Hasselman and Hoop worked together to kill these people, why did Hasselman end up infected? Did he betray Hoop or Hoop's masters? You're getting frustrated and your mood doesn't improve when it's obviously that the last place to turn over is the stinking ruined basement. You open up the doors and windows, set up a fan and get to work. Empty food can, face chunk, alien slime, cooler full of room temperature fecal waste, dead rat. What's this? An old black and white photograph taken from the upper story of this house. You hurry upstairs to confirm and to escape the stink, and note the familiar landscape and the same utility pole, but this must have been a few years ago. Where a rough, mossy landscape now spreads on the far side of the road, the photo depicts the wide, sluggish river. Oh shit, Melody said. God damn it. We were supposed to look into this. Look into what, you ask? You keep a polite distance from Melody, who looks ready to lose her cool. But she closes her eyes, breathes through her nose, and calms down. A few years ago, the Philodox says, the humans took down an old dam right across the road from here. Linus and I were supposed to check out the site as it drained just to make sure nothing was down there. And then, well, everything happened. Linus died and I spent 3 years in Ashfield, and damn it, I never thought to check in on this place again. We've got to see what's going on there, Celine. Do you think it's the source of these infections? We need to stop people from dying, that's our main goal. Should we call the others? I don't want to fight more of these monsters. There are only 2 werewolves, one of them elderly. Okay, let's treat this like a recon force, like a GSA media. Be ready to fight. The humans must have accidentally exposed something spiritually or cosmically clean, and like usual, we clean up after human messes. I think this is the source of the infection. Black Tarn and Melody both shrug. Who can say? Instead, your thoughts turn to the most immediate problem. How are you going to explore this large expanse of soggy new growth forest? Black Tarn hangs back. She can scout the Umber from where she is right now, and even in lupus form, an all-night hike will tire her out. Melody helps as well as she can by rattling off names of every private family and local company that ever owned or worked on this land. It won't be easy. Open Apple Maps. Disgusting. Disgusting. Where is the Google Maps? So you look for any signs of human activity. Sometimes I can concentrate on subtle currents in the Umbra to find my way to something strange. Can I feel anything numinous in the air? I know how to navigate the wilds. I move cautiously, keep us safe, and let Melody and Owl take the lead investigating the built environment. Flashlights on. Nothing fancy here except Owl. We're just looking for old cams, machinery, anything that might form a trail back to the central location. Resolve investigation. Melody did so well at the Mountain Street facility that I guide her here, staying calm so she'll so she stays calm, letting her take point. Composure leadership. I'll move faster and see better in my Glabro form. Let's do, I think, resolve and survival. Like, our survival's pretty beefy, I believe. Yeah, resolve is pretty good. Survival's absolutely maxed out. So let's go have a look, shall we? You stay alert for threats as Melody looks for clues. You don't expect a wild animal attack, though. The biggest danger here is the treacherous footing. This swampy landscape drained only a few years ago, and it's a nightmare of roots, pits, and sinkholes. You don't want to spend 5 minutes watching a furious Melody regenerate a broken ankle. So you work carefully, scanning the terrain and helping Melody clamber around the shattered landscape, while paying attention to the shifting winds. Those winds will carry the scent of a threat before you can see anything in this murk. And with your help, it takes Melody less than an hour to find an old brick structure. Not much remains of the building, as it must have been underwater since... Hey Melody, when was this dam built, you ask? 1883, the Philodox says. So over 100 years submerged, and Melody has definitely picked up some kind of trail despite your assistance. The terrain here doesn't make anything easy, so you and Melody wander until past midnight, shining your flashlights... Oh, my brain. I totally lost my place. Shining your flashlight so you don't sink into soggy marshland until you suddenly stop. A brick ruin the size of your old cabin, already entirely covered in vines. This has to be something. Almost nothing remains intact after a century underwater, but the rusted gurneys and old wicker bath chairs tell you this was a medical facility. Anything made of paper is ruined, but Melody finds a leather case full of old-timey surgical instruments behind a wooden desk. After some shoving and kicking, the once beautiful mahogany desk breaks, yielding up more papers, ruined, a pair of antique spectacle frames, and a leather box full of what appears to be glass plates. You hold one up to the light of your iPhone's flashlight, a Victorian medical diagram of a head without a face. This is it, you tell Melody. So when they drained... So when the dam was built, it must have trapped this thing. And then when the dam drained, it basically destroyed it let this thing out. Emergency vehicles are all over the road. It's past midnight by the time you get close enough to civilization for a cell signal. A text from work pops up. Good morning, Miss January. I have work for you at the manor. Please respond. There's something of a situation here. Okay, so Vice is our boss, and we think he might be a vampire. I have a feeling he might be Kindred, because we fought his old. We think he might be La Sombra because we fought a guy who may have turned him. I'm not 100% sure, because there's a lot of like incongruous stuff about him that adds up to maybe being Kindred, including that we only see him at night. You check the timestamp. 10 minutes ago. Go ahead, Melody says. Or not Vice. The Vice is his underling. I think he might be a ghoul. Go ahead, Melody tells you. Destructive midnight. Sorry, I was out of cell range. What? Vice, we require your cleaning services right away. Double pay for the time required. Minimum time 4 hours. You must come right away as I cannot reach Ernesto. Double pay is a nice carrot for whatever shit and blood hell is waiting for you. The stick is probably, you're fired. You see, this is why I can't work a real job, Melody says, reading over your shoulder. But you should probably go. I'm going to ask some dead high school teachers I know how to operate a slide protector. A vampire. Yeah, because we fought a La Sombra serial killer a little while back with Shadow Daddy, and it was pretty hot and sexy. You get to Gorski Manor as quickly as you can. And indeed, it's some absolute bullshit. But in a place like this, sometimes Alzheimer's patients die, and sometimes no one checks on them for 2 weeks because Charlie, the only orderly who actually conducted regular checks, got his face torn off. And the new guys are stealing prescription medicine and selling it to high schoolers. Glad that you're immune to disease, you scrub the room down, douse it in bleach, then spend a few minutes catching your breath. There are a lot of emergency vehicles moving around outside. Normally it's just a quick in and out, since no one wants to linger at Gorski Manor. But one is just hanging around. Weird. But anyway, once you shower off and eat a late lunch, you head to Mr. Vice's office. Your cash payment is waiting for you. Mr. Vice is a creep, but he pays what he promises. He's ignoring you, but you can't ignore him. Or the thin red line that runs vertically across one cheek. You cross the room and see that the line runs all the way around his face. I need to let Mr. Vice know so we can seek medical attention. Mr. Vice, I gestured to my face. Losing Mr. Vice, it cost me my job. So could annoying him for that matter. Keep my mouth shut and text my pack mates. I need to know what's happening here. So, Mr. Vice, how long have you had that rash? I need to loop my pack mate in on this. I text them and await instructions. That what? Mr. Vice says? On your face. I didn't notice it the last time I was in. Does it itch? Examining it as closely as you can from the corner of your eye, you see only a little irritation. Mr. Vice's face isn't coming apart like Officer Hasselman's was. How long does it take to progress? Mr. Vice touches the corner of his lip. No, you say. Look in the mirror. Your boss checks himself in the mirror inside an old-fashioned cigarette case he keeps in his desk. I need to speak with Mr. Gorski. He checks his watch. Frowns. Go back to your work, Miss January. Go back to your work. You get out of there and close out your day, then take out your phone. But it looks like the conversation in the group chat is already popping off. You go back up to the top. We have a problem. It's spread to Rosemary Street. The antique store owner is infected. There's a red line across their face. Nomi's neighbor has it too. And they're telling everyone on all the forums. Oh great, not bloody Nomi. Nomi is my friend, Elton. What if they get sick? They're going to be everyone's friends if you keep talking. Or, worse, write an article. We need to get this contained, now. How? We only have the medical plates we found. Jumping in late, sorry. My boss is infected. Red line all the way around his face. I asked Gaia for more information, and she provides. Great, thank you. Now we have 3 people who are sick and no cure. Let's get together at Daphne's and figure out a plan of action. Oh, so we've got a pandemic of a monster that will literally make your face rip off. That's so great. So this is its reproductive cycle. Terrible. It's like a virus itself. That's actually so bad. Okay. I'm wondering if it's spreading through the water. Sorry, I'm munching a jockey button because I have been a good egg. Sometimes streamer gets rewards as well. Not just you guys forcing me to drink water. Okay. As the streetlights flicker on outside, you're at Daphne's crummy apartment above the laundromat. With everyone gathered around the slide projector, the Ragabash hacked to fit the 19th century glass plates. Her work accomplished, she's toasting cinnamon raisin bread in her efficiency kitchen, while Nin admires the framed 80s anime posters. Only 7 glass plates remain, mostly illegible, but there's enough information here to assemble a likely story. As Daphne goes through the slideshow, in the late 1870s, a former Union Army doctor named Stuart Vandergrift discovered an infection that he had previously identified as systemic lupus erythematosus, and that he subsequently identified as an unknown parasitic infection. Oh, you have made me take a sippy. Oh no! But yeah, when I was talking about vampire, Mr. Gorski we think is a vampire, and Vice might be his ghoul. Because there was something going on between Gorski and the vampire. Distinct reddening of the flesh along the forehead, past the parietal structure to mandible, that the patient shows a distinct lack of distress concerning the evident rash, or even aware. The attached photograph shows an adolescent male patient with an aggravated red rash, closer to Mr. Vice's than to Officer Hasselman's. Daphne sings Cinnamon Where You Gonna Run To as she butters her toast and joins you. Not like what killed Clay, is it? Blackthorn asks you. You shake your head. Then, realizing that you should take a moment to put Blacktongue's fears to rest, you quickly fill her in on all that business with Nin, the whippoorwill spirit, the final death of the bane you hunted in New York, the song of the moon path. May represent an infection similar to endoparasitic coinobient wasp larvae in caterpillars, but none of the patients reported seeing unusual insects in exposure. The attacked drawing shows several species of parasitic wasps. Daphne, we're eating! What are the odds that Garu can get infected? Pretty low, right? Please say it's low. So is the Toothl's hand like a 4D wasp? That might be something to go on. Can you click ahead to the part where the doctor learns how to kill this thing? Is certainly the source of this infection, Podge says from what I'm reading here. Evident removal of internal organs as well as the face from the suborbital ridge across the zygomatic and temporal bone to the mandible. As well, being locked and windowless, we could find no evidence of the missing organs nor of the hypothesized parasitic organism. Assistant of Professor Applewhite Ware, whose unconventional biological research... The fragmentary sentences imply that Dr. Vandergrift was not merely a curious researcher, he was definitely experimenting on the infected people. One plate, nearly illegible, shows some kind of Tibetan mandala and an engraving of a man with a wand standing before a cow that Elton identifies as originating from Demonology, the book of witchcraft published by James VI of Scotland in the 16th century. Daphne crunches on her cinnamon raisin toast while the rest of you gnaw on what's left of the chicken. This is starting to make sense, Melody says, as Daphne scans the projections. I'm going to make an educated guess about what happened. Part of the Toothl's hand's life cycle involves parasitizing humans, probably laying eggs in them, causing larvae to grow inside of regular space while they eventually emerge through the host body's face, as Celine saw with Officer Hassman. In the 1870s and 80s, Dr. Vandergrift witnessed the previous spawning cycle, and his professional medical concern either merged with pre-existing interest in the occult or led to such an interest. He contacted Professor Ware, a name I recognize. Applewhite Ware married Hestia Pallas, I think. His daughter was Gertrude Ware, whom the Triple King fed upon and eventually killed in the 1920s. Her descendant Elijah Ware ran the Ashfield Pumpkin Cult. The what cult? Okay. So a lot of this is connected. This is weird. Elton, fill Podge in on what happened to Ashfield sometime tomorrow. I'm wandering off topic. The point is that Dr. Vandergrift's interest in the Toothl's hand did not remain strictly medical. He contacted a fringe philosopher who was a member of the Three Families and who probably knew the Broadbrook Garu. I suspect the Garu here tried to drown the Toothl's hand with that dam. They actually succeeded, until the humans removed the dam a few years ago and whoever was supposed to monitor it died at the Battle of Graves Farm. Yes, leave it to Broadbrook to drown an entire forest because someone is conducting weird experiments. Melody, do we have any records from this period that might help us understand why Broadbrook acted so aggressively? So is Dr. Vandergrift looking for a cure at any point? Can we find out if he discovered something that can save our friends? I don't think Garu would engage in that much engineering to kill one monster. This sounds like an ill-conceived human idea. Acted so aggressively. Can we find out if he discovered something? Oh, there's a bot. Nobody panic. Nobody panic. Nobody panic. I'm killing it dead. I'm killing it dead. There we go. There we are. We've got it. Nobody panic, chat. Nobody panic. Everybody is safe. You are safe from the bot. Let them know your rage with rat rage. He might have been looking for a cure, but I don't think we should trust him, Podge says. We don't have to. He's dead, Nin says. I mean, I don't think we can trust his research, to be honest, or humane. I don't think we should trust his research to be honest or humane. I recognize the name Vandergrift. His descendants founded a pharmaceuticals company that the New Jersey Garu fought for like 50 years. They eventually drove them out of New Jersey, and the company was eventually bought out by Chemicon. This timeline makes sense, Elton says. So Dr. Vandergrift informs someone connected to the Broadbrook Garu, and the Garu decide that the most efficient way to solve the problem is to let a dam project go ahead and drown the Toothl's hand's nest. Maybe. Then, 140 years later, humans decide to remove the dam. Somewhere there's a sticky note reminding the Broadbrick Garu to make sure nothing monstrous dries out when the water recedes. But too many of us died at the Battle of Grace Farm and no one followed up. So now the Toothless Hand is active and breeding again. So how the hell do we stop it? I want to rip this thing apart. Let's figure out where it is. And this isn't just a monster problem. This is an infection. We don't know how far it's going to spread in the human population. And some humans somewhere must be aware. Look at all the increased emergency activity, but I don't trust them. And this monster isn't a bane. We can't confront it in the Umbra, isolate it from the spirit courts, and even use our knowledge of the worm. So how do we find answers? It's an infection problem as well. We need to talk to the human population, Elton tells Melody, and to look up what they learned last time. Maybe we have records that shed some light on Dr. Vandergrift and his experiments. She looks at Podge. Can you learn any more about him? Daphne and I are going to use some AI-based modelling techniques to reconstruct some of these illegible plates. Ew! Podge says. We might be able to learn more if we can read more of what he wrote. I wonder if there's anything else that appeared when the water receded, Nin says. I'm going to explore the old dam site. I know this creature isn't a bane, Melody says, turning to Black Tarn, but do you think your umbral allies might know anything? I'll be at the Ah! You have frightened me. You have scared me. How could you do that? I'm just a little guy. What the heck? What the heck? That was so rude. I can't believe it, Scarlet Emu. What a criminal. Do you think your umbrellas might know anything? I'll be at the temple, the Theurge says, speaking to the gods there. Melody watches the old fury walk away, her expression worried. Black Tarn is pushing herself hard, and she never healed right from her long wanderings in the Umbra. But what else can Agaru do except push hard? The conversation ranges back and forth, slowly losing focus on werewolf business as 5 young people realize they haven't relaxed in their own company for how long? For how long have you been operating at Dead Sprint? A solid month of human and Garu work at least. Daphne digs out an old N64 and soon Podge and Melody are fighting over who gets to use Linus's controller. The Ragabash closes her door to work because she doesn't want to hang out with kids, while Elton and Nin discover some old speakers and start hooking up the sound system while talking about old hip-hop and funk. And it occurs to you that you have a few minutes to talk and hang out before you continue with investigation. It's Shadow Daddy time! Let's go. Okay, chat. Okay. Lock in. Is everyone locked in? Everyone must be locked in. Elton is surrounded by board games and making notes in Nin's version of the Book of January. When you approach, he puts the book away. What did you see when I remembered the wrong people guarding us when we were near the farmhouse at the Neo-Albion base? Crazy! He's your boyfriend! Ask him if he'll smooch you on the mouth. What was the Khan itself like back before the Answering Tiger? It's hard to imagine a more spiritually powerful sight than the ones I've seen. What was it like studying in Germany? It must have been great to be around Garu who knew what they were talking about. Any chance you have a list of human occultists who might have restarted Dr. Vandergrift's research? A little bit of flirting is always fun. I like what you're doing with your place. Hint, hint, invite me over some more, Elton. Let's go. You mean now that I don't have a job and I'm skin, Elton says. Elton laughs and says, no, it's actually been good to clean out, to put the past aside. A quiet moment as both of you have to think about the oil painting. Elton is quiet as he says, last week I read the last book Catherine ever recommended to me, Delaney's Letters from Amherst. At the time, she was worried about the fallout from the Drastily Heaney judgment, how badly it might reflect on the Shadow Lords, and she wanted me to read it and see if there was anything in there that might help us. There was. If I had read it all those years ago instead of working on my translation of those Hans Sachs and Martinus Decameron commentaries, maybe the Battle of Grace Farm would have gone differently. But with all that behind us, I read because I enjoyed it. I read because I enjoyed it. The Theurge says, I can't remember the last time I did that, and I've spent all this week going through books I've read or been meaning to read, and organising them based on what I actually want to read for my own sake, not because they're, of occult significance. Or they might have clues or something. It's been a real pleasure. Come over and I'll loan you some of the better English language ones. Ooh! Score! Everyone has migrated to the kitchen for the brownie oven timer countdown, leaving you and Elton alone. Your packmates will tear through those brownies in just a few minutes, and then it's back to work. You don't think you have much more time with the Theurge. Elton leans comfortably against you, lost in thought. Okay, it's smooch time. It's go time, chat. It's go time. You pull him close, kissing him passionately. His lips are soft, his embrace surprisingly gentle. A few more minutes of making out, and then we should really return to the hunt for Dr. Vandergrift. I drag Elton to where we can be alone and get him out of whatever he's wearing. We should probably just stay here and talk for a few minutes. We need to get back to work soon. Do we smash? Do we smash, chat? Do we smash? Do we smash? Let's go! Okay. There are certain physical needs a werewolf has that are even more overriding than her need to eat brownies fresh from the oven. Alton chews on his lips as if not quite sure how to broach the subject despite the feverish glint of desire in his eyes. Yes! Uninterested in wasting time, you grab his hand and pull him into a utility closet. The light switch doesn't work, Alton says, pulling the string. Maybe there's something battery-powered. You jump on him! There is neither a great deal of time nor a great deal of room, but you and Alton make the best of it. He pulls you close, finds your lips, kisses you carefully, then abandons gentleness as his strong arms wrap around your waist. Ooh, I'm a big sip. Tall drink of water, this one. Tall drink of water. The two of you tangle together, wasting no time. As you try not to crash into furniture, you and Alton know what to do now. And even in your desperation, you move with care, enjoying the slow, mounting excitement until neither of you can think. Then there's only the press of naked flesh, the haze of pleasure. You manage to focus again after a few minutes. Alton is holding you up. You get your feet back under you, and the two of you wobble a little. The two of you kiss softly for a few minutes until you both get your heart rates back under control. Oh, weird. She looks like my mum when she was young. Don't like that, Alton says. He's holding a picture of Daphne's daughter from a few years back. Oh, glad I wasn't trying. I wasn't trying not to look at this the whole time. He turns it around, then examines your sex closet. We should probably go before Miss Cleo realizes we're missing. He kisses you again. Then you have to spend several minutes getting dressed while occasionally touching skin to skin and fighting the urge to go back for more. It's incredibly fun. You're about to maneuver Alton toward the outer wall when he sniffs the air. I mean, we'd hurt our feelings if we didn't try our brownies, Alton says. That's very true. It's basically a moral imperative to eat brownies. You both hurry back to the kitchenette. Yes. Anyway, instead of being productive, we were fucking. There's a lot to discuss about the Doctor, the Plague, and the Monster. The pack spends the rest of the night reviewing everything everyone knows. You dream of warm spring. The dreams that... Oh, yes. Our character, Celine, also seems to be having... Maybe not prophetic dreams, but just very strange, weird dreams. And we are connected to... That I think might be connected to the Storm Cat. Which is a spirit... which is the used to be the sort of patron spirit of Broadbrook Can. And just yeah, we've been having some weird stuff going on. You dream of a warm spring. The dreams are gentle, pleasant, and contradictory. You destroyed the answering tiger with your own hands, and now you're a hero of the Garu Nation. Is that it? Is that what you want? No, you're not that vicious by werewolf standards. So the dream fades. You dream of figuring out Eater of Name's plan in every detail, going from pack to pack. Always one step ahead of him, thwarting his ambitions until he's utterly defeated. Do you like that, Celine? You revel in the praise of your own cleverness, and then shake yourself partially awake and lie half-conscious for an hour, in a sickening fever dream damp as sweat. Maybe you dreamt of respect, of your pack celebrating its new unity and honouring the spirits. The dreams tumble and clash until you force yourself awake. You feel the answering tiger working on your mind. The Bane wants to understand who you are. It wants to understand how to lie to you. You jog yourself out of bed and walk the empty halls of the ruined state until the sky starts to lighten. Oh, answering tiger is trying to figure out our shit. We hate it here. You wake up in Melody's shadow. She's awake and sipping her coffee as she watches the street through the window. First bad news, Nomi is infected. How bad are they, you ask? They're already writing articles about it. I think they're trying to make it sound like environmental storytelling for when survivors explore Northampton after everyone dies. Everyone else is up. It's time to make plans. Doctors keep records. Melody and I hit the library and systematically record everything we can about Dr. Vandergriff and his work. Resolve academics. Alton and I watch for trouble and investigate the medical grey market to learn what's up with all the emergency vehicles, wits and streetwires. Nin and I return to the dam site and excavate more extensively. That'll be exhausting and require some mechanical skill, but we might dig something up. Stamina and mechanics. It's risky and it'll require me to move fast, but I'm going to break into one of those emergency vehicles and learn what they know about the infection. I think this might be good learning about Either wits or streetwise. What's our streetwise at? I think it's pretty good. Yeah, wits and streetwise is pretty good as well. Because if I'm not just saying this because it's Shadow Daddy, but this involves less risk. And I think we don't need to encounter more of these creatures at the moment until we can figure out how to either stop them and cure the infection or how better to fight them. They're too coordinated to be entirely ignorant of what's happening, Elton says. Even if the average driver doesn't know anything, someone is coordinating them in a way that implies a greater understanding of the infection that we currently have. But your bike thief buddies aren't dealers, are they? You ask. No, but they work with the same courier service. Fences, handlers, we'll start there. The pair of you stop by Barry Fencing, an enclosure company not far from your house. Elton asks for the back room for additional fencing. You pass through a secret sliding door. Same design as where you found the corpses at Officer Hasselman's house, to a room full of sabers and creepy steel masks. No, Elton says, banging on the door in irritation. I mean the other fencing, not the secret Menschenschlager League. Damn it, how did this hobby even make it across the Atlantic? Another door opens and you find yourself outside again. A young man you last saw a year ago is assiduously polishing a sport bike. Hey, Elton, bro, he says, not looking up. What you need moved? You remember the bike courier. You saw him at your first Hog Throne show. Elton can barely control his distaste as he quizzes the bike courier about unusual medical activity. That's above my pay grade, Elton, bro, the courier says. This is happening all over the Northeast, and even the regional players won't talk to me. I just get orders and make deliveries. Names. Excuse me. Names, Elton says, through clenched teeth. Though he obviously hates this guy, he's too polite to finish with, or else. What are you going to do to him, the courier says. The doctors are real people. Dr. Craig, CDC, real citizen. You can't touch him, or out of your jurisdiction. Scorpion Alley handles business out west. You know that name from New York. Scorpion Unlimited Wisdom Sword of Alley, you ask. Yeah, but I know him, you tell. Oh, that's a wild name. 1 second, I'm just going to blow my nose. Scorpion Unlimited Wisdom Sword of Alley, you say, scrolling through your phone's list of old contacts. Used to deal around Buffalo. Like you stood around cows and sold drugs, Elton asks. The Buffalo, the town in New York, you say, before Elton can ask more dumb questions. Your call connects. Fuck is this bitch? I'll fucking kill you, Scorpion Unlimited Wisdom Sword of Alley says. You give your real name and there's a moment of stunned silence. Hey, what's up? I thought you was dead, girl. No, man, actually. And you launch into a spear about all the weird medical activity in the valley. Scorpion listens in growing alarm, then says, hold on, I'm going to do you a favor. I'm going to tell you how some people who used to work for me get in and out of Northampton to make deliveries. It sounds like Scorpion wants to use you to deal with some friends who burned him, but whatever. What do you have, you ask. He sends you a file via email. You talk with Scorpion for another 20 minutes as he forces you to remember what you were like in junior high. Elton studies the file. When you finally get Scorpion off the line, Theurge says, confirmed, Neo Albion is coordinating emergency medical response activity in the valley. After we blew their arsenal sky high, they mostly abandoned their East Hampton HQ. Now they're expanding their facility across the river. They use bike couriers to move medical and technical equipment from several medical research companies. Now the Chemicon is out of commission. Okay, some smaller manufacturing operations. We can use this to track movements around town. Excuse me, 1 sec. Ah, chat, I apologize. I'm all sniffly and yucky. Muting another chalky button. The next day, you spend an hour with Lucinda on Rosemoose Street. Partially because she made tacos and partially because Daphne is there with poison bombs. This mixture will disrupt both lava and the fully grown Toothl's hand, she says as she passes the small puck-shaped grenades around like it's a show and tell at school. This won't instantly banish the toothless hand, but it will slow the limbs down. Do we need gas masks, Neil asks. It's harmless to humans or Gari, nearly invisible. It won't hamper your vision. Daphne and Lucinda have also been monitoring medical activity around town. According to them, over a dozen people have reported the rash, and at least one person already died at the hospital. According to her contacts at City Hall, the Provisional Expanded Council that's been running the city, despite its questionable legitimacy since the mayor quit, might start enforcing a curfew. But despite everything, people seem oddly subdued. Television news has been quiet, except for a few reports of mysterious rashes attributed to high pollen counts. Only Cahoots is sounding the alarm, and they're blaming a CDC train derailment that spilled an experimental military pathogen. Oh, that wasn't your headphones? No, sorry, that was my mute button. For some reason, it comes through really loud. It's the mute button on my headphones. It was the easiest one within reach. There we go. I will make sure not to use that again. Of the people you know, only Nomi, Mr. Weiss at Gorski, and the antique store owner on Rosemary Street have shown signs of infection, and your packmates have been so busy with their own research they haven't visited any of them. Right now, everyone is trying to find out where Melody is. Apparently, she stole one of those emergency CDC vans last night and no one could find her. I'm worried about Nomi. They're sort of frail. I check in on them. The antiquarian on Rosemary Street is always importing oddities. I wonder if anything moved through their shop that might shed light on what's happening. If Mr. dies, am I out of a job? I head to Gorski Manor to find out. Let's go check on Nomi. Nomi lives on the second floor of a former motel on Rosemary Street. Originally built in the 1920s to resemble Bourbon Street in New Orleans. Its once elegant facade of raw iron grill work is warped and rusted, its slim pillars covered in band stickers. As you climb the steps, you have to dodge a pack of screaming kids chasing each other with plastic lightsabers, yelling in 3 or 4 different languages. Nomi is all smiles when you open the door. They lead you into a studio apartment cluttered with huge old computer monitors, posters for 20th century adventure games, and probably some kind of furniture. You can't see much since everything is hidden under a layer of cast-off clothing. The desk has pictures of Nomi with their parents at different ages and gender identities, and a shot of a serious-looking moustache man. Though it's autumn, it's pleasantly cold and damp in the apartment. Nomi has a no doubt illegal space heater running, and they're wrapped in multiple layers. The journalist is working on an article for Woman Whaler, since they pay better than Cahoots. Nomi looks rough. Their roots have grown out a little, and they're wearing only a faded knee-length St. Homunculus shirt and torn leggings. Their eyes are red-rimmed, and lotion covers the rashes around their face. How are you feeling? Can I get you something for the rash? I just wanted to see how you're doing. Litany be damned, I need Nomi alive. I think the infection is caused by an extra-dimensional organism. Have you had any luck figuring out what the rash is? Do we just grip it and rip it? Do we just rip it, chat? Maybe we start off chill, and then we go with the extra-dimensional organism. Cranky, but thank you, Nomi says. I try to write at least 10 features a day, so being half bedridden keeps me focused. 10 features a day for Cahoots, you ask? What? No. Nomi says, Cahoots is real journalism and pays me a stipend so I can conduct interviews and research, but other websites just want content, and they pay by the word. I'll keep on that until chatbots replace me. Speaking of chatbots, do you think we're in the beginning of an out-of-control Gary Goo scenario? No, you say before you can stop yourself. I wonder if they had nanotech in the 19th century, because I've been studying the history of utopianism in New England, Nomi says, bouncing from topic to topic, linking them together in a haze of speculation, in the way that brings readers to Cahoots. And I think someone ran this experiment on us before. What? I think this fungal plague happened before and people covered it up, Nomi says. There are mentions of brief but virulent short-term illnesses in the local newspapers back in the 1890s, but by then it was already a fading memory. Once in 1919, a Hollyoak newspaperman who was to die of the Spanish flu a month later mentions the red rash of the 1870s. I even found a blog post during the height of the lockdown mentioning a doctor in the 1870s here in the valley who apparently deliberately infected people with something that mimics these symptoms. But when I went back to read it again, it was gone. Nomi is inching toward a name. Dr. Stuart Vandergriff, and if you give it to them, they might dig up useful information, though you'll have to give them only some of the truth. If you don't, Nomi will ferret out more names and you'll have needlessly exposed your fellow investigators. Your packmates would be furious to see their name in cahoots. You consider how badly you need help investigating. I need another investigator. I tell them about Vandergriff. Nomi is sick and miserable. I give them a lead in case writing an article was the last thing they get to do. This human already knows too much. I tell them nothing. I actually don't want Nomi running around and getting her I reveal nothing as I say goodbye. We need help. We need help. It's bad. It's bad. And everyone is dying. You carefully drop the name Dr. Stuart Vandergriff, and Nomi's eyes widen with excitement, causing little flakes of dried ointment to peel off their cheeks. The journalists ask you a million questions, but you effortlessly deflect them while keeping them focused on the doctor's name. After a few minutes of that, you take off. The streets crawl with cops after you leave. You check the group chat on your phone outside of the Peter Pan bus terminal. The others are talking about it too. The Provisional Council are in a closed session. Roscoe is trying to learn more, but the filth are everywhere. I simply don't remember voting for this Provisional Council. Let's ask Senator Warren about it the next time we have her over for tea. Everyone get off the streets. Cops are enforcing a 10 p.m. curfew. The council decided that? No one decides on anything anymore. Cops are just running people down. They mostly want cars, but Mullen says one of his old hippie friends just got beat down in Pulaski Park. Get the fuck off the streets. Especially if you're like me and you look like a bum. You glance down at your tattered black clothes. Yeah, you could be in trouble. Cops are everywhere at every intersection, bagging the nicest cars they can find or just shoving people around. No one seems to be in charge of them or giving them orders. I use my knowledge to sneak home. Wits and streetwise. I don't hide. Instead, I just act friendly and not homeless and charm my way past the cops. Manipulation, persuasion. It won't be easy, but I misrepresent myself as the daughter of one of the local property owners and talk to the cops to get as much information as I can. I call on Squirrel and take to the rooftops. Climbing swiftly over the cops is easier than hiding from them. Dex Athletics. I shift into my glamour form and take to the rooftops. Let's go with Squirrel, baby. Let's fucking go. Once you're in the middle of town, you use dumpsters to climb up onto a low roof. Your first plan is to head for Elton's flat, since it's closer than the Benicki estate. But then you spot cops on the roof, those tricky bastards. Maybe they figured out how often you and Elton employ the thieves' highway to get around town. Stymied, you climb down a drain pipe and then right back up the really old Smith College building with the rust stonework. You look around and confirm that you're clear. So then it's just a short run above Route 9 until the buildings are so spaced out you can see on the roofs anymore. But by then, the cops have thinned out too. You drop down into the scrubby woods and head for home. You spend most of the day online hiding in your room, watching the road outside the Benicki estate and trying to figure out what's going on in town. The police have made more arrests than anyone can keep track of. The Provisional Council is silent, and a protest at UMass Amherst has left one student in critical condition after an armed counter-protester shot her in the head. Jesus Christ. It's all the local news can talk about, which is creepy. Things that happen to you tend not to show up on the news. They just sort of go away, fade from sight, but not this. This infection isn't caused by a bane or anything that you're familiar with. People are talking, piecing things together. Melody must be losing her mind. Things have finally gotten weird enough that the Capitol was asking questions. An article in the Boston Globe discusses the sudden resignation of the mayor and dozens of other city officials after the Rosemead Street riots last winter, and even mentions skin infections, though the Globe, like the local news, blames allergies. It's not like anyone from Boston is going to rescue you, unless it's Podge. Your investigation isn't done and you need answers. Back to work. After work, of course. Mr. Vice isn't in, but the patients are. You have your cleaning duties. Today's disaster are grotesque but mundane. And as the sun sets, you're ready to continue your investigation. Okay. Sorry, I'm just checking the chat. So we're going to play some Satisfactory later, chat. We're going to play some Satisfactory and it's going to be fun. We're going to have a good time. Doctors keep records. Melody and I hit the library and systematically record everything we can about Vandergriff and his work. Nin and I return to the dam site. Oh, this is the same as before. Let's break into these vehicles. Let's do some crime. You tell the others that you're going to sneak into an ambulance and get into trouble, in case they need to bail you out of jail in the morning. Then you spend most of the night scouting likely targets. Emergency vehicles are everywhere, and while you sometimes see unmarked black vans that look like they operate one level up from the municipal and county level vehicles, they never stop where you can get at them. Fortunately, the locals are less disciplined, and when two EMTs duck into Cavaletti to go for a late-night slice, you pop the lock in the back of their ambulance and retrieve a ruggedized tablet the driver left open. Infection protocols, epidemic progression models, patient holding station locations, something called removal notes by Dr. Darian Craig of the CDC. This tablet has everything. You don't have time to transfer the data, so you just grab it and get out. A few hours later, you're out on this flat with Podge, downloading everything you can from the tablet. It's a trove of information about where the emergency vehicles are moving through. Why remains a mystery. Obviously, someone is aware of the threat the Toothless Hand poses, though whether they plan to stop it or cultivate it isn't clear. You fear someone plans to continue Dr. Vandergrift's research. The transit data you've acquired enhances what you know about the courier lines and paints a clear picture. Emergency vehicles and medical equipment are moving around dozens of locations. It's because we wrecked up the Neo-Albion base while the cult of Fenris tore a chunk out of Chemicom. They're usually a bunch of smaller companies where they probably used only 2 or 3 a few months ago. But there are still obvious points of concentration, including Broadbrook itself, still accessible to you, and that's the cemetery, Podge says. Melody's Barrows, I'm calling her. Minus a 10-hour shift at Gorski Manor, you and Nin spend 36 hours scouting the medical vehicle deliveries without finding anything useful. Melody intercepts you around sunset, just as you're too exhausted to do anything more, and you're crawling into bed. The Philodox talks a miles a minute. Daphne lacks resources after she lost GRC Media, so she and Lucinda work long nights to synthesize as much of the formula as she can, until she's confident that it will not just harm the Toothless Hand, it will cure regular humans who have become infected. So that helps us, you ask, as you fluff a body pillow. Ugh, I'm too horny, chat. You ask as you fluff a pillow and put on a little sleeping cap you dug out of the trash yesterday. It helps your boss, right? Mr. Vice is infected. She waits a beat, glances at the 2 sleep-deprived werewolf, then says, "Let's go, slowpokes. I've got 5 thermoses, 3 coffee, and 2 bombs. Or maybe, I forgot, 4 coffee and 5 bombs? Anyway, no time to waste." I'm sorry. I'm really gross right now. Nin volunteers to activate the gas bomb since her status as a rock musician gives her wide leeway to act eccentrically. Since you don't want to lose your job, it's going to be Nin's job to gas bomb your boss. You walk into Gorski Manor and find Mr. Vice still in his office, so you give Nin a nod. Nin rolls a gas bomb inside and closes the door. You hear a hiss followed by an angry shout, followed by an impact that cracks the massive door. You and Nin throw yourselves against the door and hold it up as Mr. Vice hurls himself against it with absolutely monstrous strength. But finally, he stops. Wherever it was, it didn't work, Mr. Vice snarls. He's so mad that you can hear his Boston accent as clearly as Podge's. You'll have to come in here and kill me. Come in and get some, you KOL motherfuckers. KOL motherfuckers? What is he talking about? Is that a kindred thing? One second. Okay. Or am I just being, is streamer just being ignorant again of things? It's very possible streamers just being ignorant. Google. Oh, it's about, oh, that's the Boston Camarilla. It's called the KOL, the Kindred of Liberty. Oh, we were right, chat. We were right. KOL motherfuckers? What is he talking about? You step back while Nin removes the door and leans it against the wall. Mr. Vice has his fists raised, ready for a fight. But when he spots Nin, who is not at all intimidating in her in-homid form unless you look into her eyes, he hesitates. He isn't afraid, but he's stopped. Then he scratches his face. The angry red colour has already started to disappear. Are you from Hazel's? I mean, are you from Boston? He asked Nin. It is from it is! He is talking about the Boston Cam. Holy shit. Because Hazel is the, if you play Swan Song, I've played Swan Song, maybe we'll play it on stream, is Hazel, I can't remember her last name, but she is the Prince of Boston. That's so interesting. I'm from Hogfriend, and says she rummages around in her bag. Hogthrone. It's a gas. Next Saturday in Goshen, Hogthrone puts on its best World War I themed concert since the barbed wire incident in 2014 that resulted in 16 arrests and 2 cases of lockjaw. She presses a flyer into Mr. Vice's hands. Your boss blinks, looks at the flyer. Oh, Mr. Gorski likes Psychic Pompadour. He's hidden his accent again. Did your gas just cure my infection? Maybe, Nin says. She's a bad liar. Yes, but it wasn't magic. I'm not a witch. The rash is already gone, as if it had never existed. Even Nin looks surprised by how quickly it disappeared. You've done me a great favour, thank you, Mr. Vice says. And in order to strengthen the understanding you've developed with Mr. Gorski, I'd like to help you in turn. 2 police officers were here a few weeks ago looking for people matching your descriptions. Normally I cooperate with the police, but our understanding has recently become strained. And I decided that they didn't need to know about my employees or their friends. Names, Nin says. A bike officer named Birch and a plainclothes officer, now a detective named Hoop. He's a head detective now. Are you familiar with Officer Birch? You nod. Bike cop, 16-year-old girlfriend. Ew. And are you familiar with the Bear Hill apartments near the Veterans Hospital? Birch and Hoop have been performing work there. I suspect the work is the sort of thing that should be stopped, lest people investigate certain other anomalies around town. Do you follow my meaning? He gives you the exact address and you're out the door. Oh, so he is probably a ghoul, what Mr. Gorski's ghoul, and like they're working like outside of the like Boston Camarilla stuff, which is very interesting. Ooh. You shift into your lupus form and race to Bear Hill Apartments. You hide at the edge of the woods for a few minutes because of the MPD cruiser outside a nearby apartment complex that puts you on edge, but it eventually rolls away. You have no trouble locating Officer Hoop's spare apartment. No cameras. That's good. You pick the lock. The dust tells you Hoop hasn't been here for weeks. No computer equipment. But Nin finds a revolver hidden under a chair. This one isn't loaded, but you've seen those Ruger 44 Magnums loaded with silver shot before. There's a Bunsen burner on the desk and ashes scattered everywhere. The Galliard moves the desk to reveal a muddy, handwritten note. Looks like it fell and Hoop didn't burn it. As the infection cycle accelerates, your failure to provide suitable cadavers has vexed me greatly, Wayland. The time of metamorphosis is at hand, and I have had to draw upon the Indian dead buried in this hill, where I am forced to labour, rather than the fresh cadavers you promised. The Indian dead are as old as the Sphinx of Egypt, and marred by unsightly tattoos. And while I doubt the larvae we have attracted share our aesthetic sense, I fear that they make poor fodder. You insisted that an entire corporate apparatus exists to service this project, yet in your sojourns above, I have encountered only your morphine-addicted bicycle couriers and your snivelling partner. Nin pulls out her chunky phone and texts the group chat. Does anyone know where in the Barrows there are Native Americans with tattoos? Because I think the bad guys are there. Of course, they're stealing corpses! She sends GPS coordinates. It's among the Barrows near where she lives and close to a dirt road. It's not far either. You and Nin hurry down the stairs. Oh, these fuckers. These motherfuckers. You check your phone, and while you don't have any bars, an email with a bunch of attachments squeezed through at last minute. It's Nomi. Roderick Vandergrift, lab photos, 1922. Hey, you say the moment you've regrown human vocal cords. Go from lupus to Humie. Everyone gathers around your phone as they dress. Nomi's email contains 15 black and white photographs and 3 charcoal sketches. They depict machinery, medical equipment, Buddhist and Catholic idols, and a few pictures of lab personnel, including one labelled Father. If Roderick Vandergrift is a son, that's Stuart Vandergrift, already looking old and wizard in 1922. Nothing flagrantly supernatural here, Elton says. Which is good because Nomi has access to it, Melody says. The idols are interesting. Do you think Dr. Vandergrift bought them from his old lab when the land flooded in 1883 to here? Only one way to find out, Podge says, staring at the barrow ahead of you. The structure is rectangular and oblong, covered in tall grass, falling leaves, and even a few stunted trees. A CDC van is parked outside. Melody, did you steal a van? Alton asks, inspecting the broken driver's side window. This is one of the oldest barrows, the Philolux says, ignoring him. Predates white settlement of this land, maybe by millennia. The Gari buried here were extensively tattooed, and according to research done over a century ago now, They were probably what we'd call ghost council and heart wardens. They're also interesting. There's also interesting material evidence of the human culture they emerged from, but it's hard to do actual research because we'd need human experts. And the material culture of Garo is so distinct that some of them might start figuring things out. Actually, maybe Dr. Vandergrift is one of the humans who figured it out, and that's why he left such a mess. It's sort of a shame that there's still all this human culture that no one can know about. Probably best to keep it all buried. Humans don't need to know we've been moving among them since they stood upright. Let's try to match these photos to what we've seen 100 years later. I want to know if this is the place. Get ready for trouble. I got my dagger out of my backpack. It is a shame. But also, knife. Your dagger is sharp and ready. You strap it to your waist so you can draw it instantly. So we're ready to rock, Pock says. Words are hard. So we're ready to rock, Podge says, checking his personal arsenal. Just one question. We're at the right place, right? This has to be it, Melody says. Look at the bike trails. She shines a flashlight on the tire tracks in the muddy grass. The Philodox follows the tracks up to the conspicuously new door. Daphne adjusts her goggles and says, there's a hot spot in there. She seems to be looking directly at the router hidden somewhere in the barrows. You check your phone. Van Deg network is plainly visible when you look for Wi-Fi connections. Oh, it must be one of his descendants he's fucking about. Melody laughs and says, I could have just gone for a damn walk down here. My phone would have picked up the network. I'm going to access their data in case all of you get killed, Daphne says. Nin is wandering in the mud between two low hills. Nin, stop getting dirty, Elton mutters, barely looking at her as he flicks through Nomi's photos on his phone. Something wrong with the land here, the Galliard says. As you approach, you can see what she means. A seam runs from this barrow toward the cemetery and the temple. A kind of smooth patch in the mud. If the Twofool's hand is here, maybe its constant intersection with your reality is starting to cause lasting damage. My land, Melody says. One more thing to worry about, Podge says. Look, let's just... I don't know how... I'm kind of not liking how much they're using says, so I might, skip over it. Look, let's just kill these things, then we can worry about... Podge, I can worry about a bunch of different things at the same time, I promise you. But this is bad. Spatial distortions. That's not something we can heal. I'm not the Starship Enterprise. We need to stop this now. I'm worried about the land too, but aren't we here to cure the people? People did this to themselves, Melody says. Some Victorian doctor messed around with Tibetan, German, space warp magic, and then 100 years later some idiot restarted his project. My main concern for people is making sure we don't accidentally create more wizards. I fucking hate wizards. Daphne only has eyes for her data, but Blacktown and Elton watch the argument. Their expressions unreadable. Our concern has to be the land. I just hope there's nothing in the barrow that can stop the damage the creature is causing. This fissure is bad news, but we need to focus on finding a cure for the people already infected. We can't make enough gas to cure an entire town. I hope the barrow has the answers we need. Yeah, we need to focus on healing people. Our goal is to be killing these monsters and whoever is controlling them. We can't heal people or the land with those things attacking us. So do I, Nin says. I don't want more people to get sick. And Melody, you need, Elton says, you need to worry about more than our land. I don't think the Twofool's hand causes delirium, so we can't hide behind that. If people's faces start popping off en masse, we have to tear in the veil that I'm not sure we have the resources to fix, and that means more fucking wizards. Melody snarls. Okay, let's go. Podge carefully examines the door. No worrying. This is just like a door you'd buy at Home Depot with a normal lock. He waves for you to deal with it. You pick the basic lock in a few seconds, then open the door. Hell yeah. Lock picking, baby. Our clandestine is so high. We do so much crime. You're in an oblong room full of plastic crates next to a spare bicycle. This is like a whole laboratory, Melody says, sweeping her flashlight around to illuminate the contents of the plastic crates. This looks like biomedical waste. Used syringes, empty saline bags, other trash you recognize from Gorski Manor. This place is fascinating. Flashlights out. Let's categorize what we can. Defensive formation. I don't want to get ambushed in a tunnel that's too small for us to change. I'll let my elders take the lead. I make sure all my weapons are ready to rock. If the Twofool's hand is here, it's not leaving. I want it dead by morning. Let's be defensive, please. You move cautiously. Melody and Nin out front, ready to shift. Podge armed and ready. Elton sweeping the darkness with his flashlight. But then Elton says, Elton, no light. You move back as a group, fading into the shadows. In the pale moonlight that filters in through the open door, you see an insectoid shape appear, expand, and drift along the ceiling. Then it disappears. That isn't a lava. That was the moth-like protrusion of the elder Tufil's hand. We will have to be careful. It knows something is here, and I don't think it can see in the dark any better than we can. I think someone might be guiding or limiting its activities here. Look. Ellen's penlight snaps back on to illuminate an elaborate mandala. This was in one of the 1922 photographs, Ellen says, so in the right place. This one is Tibetan, unless I missed my guess, but this one is a French woodcut. He illuminates a freestanding wooden plaque that depicts some kind of dragon or familiar spirit. Melody's flashlight glitters off a painted wooden statue of a Buddhist demon or god of some kind. There's a 1922 photograph of that one too. They're set up in a special way, like they move when our lights shine through them. She's right, the hollows in the freestanding woodcut and some of the other statues make strange shapes on the walls as they move. You can almost imagine them as part of a mechanism that it would take you hours and more light to figure it all out, time you don't have. If we can find where most of the Tufil hand's limbs are, Podge whispers, like a central nest, I might be able to burn enough of its hands so we can get rid of it. Force it to let go of our world and fall away with whatever freaky extra-dimensional abyss birthed it. A sound plan, Elton says, but let's not destroy everything here. I want a cure, not to do this again in 6 months. And I want to know who continued Dr. Vandergrist's research. I want to have a long, difficult talk with them, Melody says. Move quickly and silently as I call on Owl and sneak through the facility, hiding whenever I see a Tufil's hand limb. I lead by keeping everyone calm and coordinated as we investigate the facility. Comm and leadership. The rest of you stay back. Especially with Al's help, I am the most patient one here. I scout ahead, focusing my awareness on any mundane or supernatural threats. Resolve and awareness. I'm patient and educated enough to map this place and figure out its layout. Everyone follow me. We're mapping. Resolve. Academics. Are there any smaller tunnels or ducts I could use to sneak around on? Let's have a look here. This barrow isn't exactly large, but its proximity to the swamp means someone installed vents to keep the air circulating. They're rusty, dirty, and cramped, but if you were flexible enough to use them, you could use your technical knowledge to move through the facility without anyone seeing you, even the Tufil's hand. An extra-dimensional organism seemed to have trouble squeezing into narrow 3D spaces. The biggest risk is that you'd have to move out ahead of your companions. On the other hand, Squirrel will help you climb around. It would be Dex mechanics. Let's be sneaky. We are the sneakiest sailor. You don't know the exact layout here, but you saw the entire barrow and you expect something is contained up there, since it's hard to build down in the swamps. All you need to do is stay quiet until you can find something worth throwing a bunch of werewolves at. Stay behind me, you whisper. Elton, wrapped in shadows, stays only a single room behind you, while the others hang back so the lights don't draw attention to your scouting. You step carefully, and after an hour of staying quiet and moving slowly, you've explored almost every room in this strange laboratory. As you expected, everything is inside the mound, and there's only a single story. Rooms closer to the center of the rectangular mound have raised ceilings, but no second level. The rooms are a strange mix of ancient, old, and modern, with industrial track lighting and bright wires, along with the cold, muddy ceilings and Civil War-era chests and cast-iron tools, evidently still in use, hanging on the walls or arranged in cheap metal folding tables. Wall niches and faded carvings reveal the barrow's original role in holding the heroic dead. Though you don't see any corpses, only the occasional scrap of a funerary offering, tossed aside to make room for 19th century tools or 21st century electronics. The desecration fills you with an aching sorrow for the people here whose names and deeds no one remembers, not even the current Gari. Melody is a few rooms back. She must be furious. A shifting protrusion of grey flesh in midair. The Tufil's hand on guard. You wait in the shadows until it slides out of the room, disappearing from reality, just in front of a mandala-covered wall. Interesting. Fluorescent paint on the ground helps you navigate, and it also helps you find the other people who need help to navigate. In the east corner of the barrow, where Blacktown saw a heavily secured door, is a shared office space with a secondary exit. Worm-eaten wood, antique desk covered in laptops, and an armory. You count about half a dozen cops. You recognize both Sergeant Hoop and the bike cop, Officer Birch. You hurry back to rejoin the others, then lead them to the office. I'll deal with the cops if there's trouble, Melody says, and make sure they don't reach their weapons. They have sidearms, but Melody is talking about the locker nearby, full of modified M16s. You first saw at Everlight HQ. You examine the room and decide that either Melody or Blacktarn would tear through about half a dozen cops before they reach their silver weapons. 2 Garu will obliterate them. Your remaining companions follow you past more mandalas to the last major area you haven't explored. One last map check reveals that only the central area remains. That assumes no tunnels that lead down below the waterline into the lightless grey muck of the grave muck of the barrows. Empty niches line the walls. Signs warn you away from the central chamber. You pass beneath warning, cognito hazard, and alert no entry without D-level optical equipment to a large rectangular room full of books and machines. It's illuminated by light strips on the wall and ground as the ceiling is unavailable for use. Fuck is this? Podge whispers, looking up. They cover the ceiling. They're like cocoons or like glistening bubbles on oil-slick water. Or like crystals that flow into one another, following a pattern you don't understand. Or maybe they're not hanging down, but rather you're looking up into the night sky of another world, at involutions as unfamiliar to you as the white clouds of Earth would be to someone who had lived her whole life underground. The sight is so alarming that you, familiar with using all 5 of your senses, only notice the smell of rot when Nin starts to whine. Ignoring the drone of flies, you see that this is not just an animal's nest. Someone must bring the corpses here. You can see a wheelbarrow, a gaff hook, paracord for hoisting them up. Some corpses look fresh. One still wears cycling gear and shows signs of either a werewolf mauling or an auto collision. But others are ancient. Some appear oddly preserved by long exposure to the bog. Others are putrid, covered in iridescent flies and crawling with wasps and maggots. Threats, how's the pack, how's their mood? How bad is this dimensional rift thing? Can I see it damaging the Umbra? Is this an active laboratory? Threats first. Limbs of the Twofool's hand flicker in and out of your space, as do more larvae. By most calculations, you and your pack are badly outnumbered. Maybe it's good that Melody and Blacktarn are waiting to kill those cops, as you can see the dead of the barrow heaped contemptuously in one corner of the room like coal for a furnace. You don't recognize the corpses, but they must be remains of Garu or members of the Free Families. Tattoos cover some ancient mummies, the indigenous Garu who rolled here before the Shadow Lords killed them and claimed this land. A mummified wolf lies in one corner, ignored and forgotten. Cannibalism is a strange sacrament, a weak voice says. It must always remain a sin, for in sin are we truly brought together, a fraternity of murder, a conspiracy of perversion. Initiation is always an atrocity, or it is no initiation at all. You remember the awful feast in the bowels of the Neo-Albion fortress. The man sits huddled in dirty blankets behind a low plank, surrounded by tools of surgery and sorcery, rusted scalpels and stained apothecary jars, anatomy and geometric textbooks, alongside mouldering scrolls and the now familiar mandalas and woodcuts. He is vastly ancient, his white skin so wrinkled that it has started to flake away, his fingers like twigs. Shapes flicker in and out of your reality behind him. The Twofool's hand, watching you and him. Dr. Vandergriff, I presume, Elton says. What remains of him, boy, the ancient man says. Sounds like you've got a neat little theory about all these dead people, why it's okay to have them here. You know why we're here, to destroy the Twofool's hand. Don't stop us. The infection is spreading all over the valley. We're here to stop it before it kills more people, Doctor. You appear to be quite the scholar. I examine the text. What have you learned in the past century, Doctor? Yeah, fuck you, dude. Ah, yes, the dead. They are necessary in the process in the life-death cycle of the Devil's Hand, Dr. Vandergriff croaks. I assume that since you are here, you have read my earlier commentary. Yeah, we follow you on Tumblr, Podge says. Live hosts are required for the larva, the ancient man says, ignoring the bone gnawer. But metamorphosis in the adult specimen requires human corpses. They must be human. That is what I have read, but I don't understand why. He gestures vaguely to a scroll in a language you recognize from the Rygal's Facebook pages. Tibetan. You glance from the scroll to the ceiling, which is churning more and more aggressively. I know so much and understand so little. The flesh of the dead, brought to me by my faithful acolytes and carefully prepared, has kept me lingering in this twilight existence. But lingering like this holds little appeal anymore. He coughs and flecks of dry blood land on the Tibetan scroll in front of him. He wipes them away and they smear like blood-fat mosquitoes across the paper. More moth limbs appear in the corner of the room. They probably don't think you can see them, but you can. The cocoon overhead shimmers and starts to swell. Excuse me, I have questions, Nin says, raising her hand. Yes, young lady? Dr. Vandergriff says, peering at Nin, as if not quite sure what he's seeing. His eyes are obviously bad. You said that the larvas need human flesh to become adult toiflers, right? Nin says, yes. Nin glances at the heap dead. Podgers examined them with a penlight, looking increasingly agitated as he glanced from the corpses to the boiling, shimmering roof. What happens if you feed them werewolves instead? Nin asks. Dr. Vandergriff chuckles. Oh goodness, what are they teaching you at the residential school? Ew! Little girl, this world holds many marvels, but there's no such thing as werewolves! Meanwhile, foil werewolves standing in front of him like, the fuck? That's when the ceiling boils over and glistening crystalline fluid rains down on the far side of the room near the heap dead. The shimmering stuff flows around and through itself, sometimes resembling a moth, sometimes a wolf's huge head, sometimes a man screaming. This isn't supposed to happen, the doctor says, his tone peevish as he flips through a book. You are willful, he shouts at the ceiling. Willful and impatient. He pushes a test book aside and retrieves a walkie-talkie. Sergeant Hoop, attend immediately to the apparatus of banishment. His roomy eyes go to some kind of machine constructed of brass and glass. It's about the size of a golf cart and appears hand-operated. The walkie-talkie crackles. Understood. Oh my... Ah! That must be the sound of Melody and Blacktown ripping into the room full of cops in their Krenos forms. You fools, Dr. Vandergriff gasps as the ceiling drips down into the heap dead, sucking them up into the nightmare cobweb of wolf parts and transparent limbs. There's something wrong with the primary larva. It'll kill us all. I mean, this is sort of on you, Doc. I didn't feed dead werewolves to an alien parasite. I'll probably only kill you in what I suspect will be a very, it will probably only kill you in what I suspect will be a very interesting fashion. You've extended your life with sorcery and let that thing kill people for months, you devil. Don't panic, you stupid human. Tell me how to stop it before it kills us all. The first one's funny. I told you there's no such thing as a shimmering night where neither an inside nor an outside lands on Dr. Vandergrift, smashing him into red, wet paste, knocking everyone else to the cold, muddy ground. It reforms with the head of a snarling wolf, bites at empty air over your head, and seizes one of the Twofull hands, moth-like limbs in its fangs. The ceiling boils as unattended papers fly up into it, where they're caught in the gelatinous slime of the cocoon and start to dissolve. Your packmates regain their feet and scatter to the corners of the room, trying to figure out what to do as the Twofull's hand and its mutated progeny tear at each other across more dimensions that you can see. I run from the machine. If that thing can stop or banish the Twofull's hand, I need it intact. Everyone form up and get ready to fight. It's time to rock these monsters. I stick close to the doctor's documents. Something in there must reveal something about how to cure people. The thing. You head for the contraption, but it's not easy. Thick membranes are descending all around you, making it hard to make sense of the space you're in. But you dodge a shifting tangle of glassy slime and skid to a stop in front of a big machine. It's incredibly intricate, a clockmaker's masterpiece in glass and brass, but its operation appears simple. Turn the big crank and pray that it drives the monsters away. A huge wolf-like head made of slimy light materializes above you, jaws wide, but before it can attack, one of the original Twofull's hand's lids collide with it, and the monstrosities tumble across space to collide with the doctor's desk, scattering papers and scrolls as they tear into each other. What the fuck? Hodge pulls out a pistol, realizes it won't do much, and then a pipe bomb, and realizes it might do too much. Nin doesn't change into her familiar monster-chopping hispo form either. Instead, she starts whipping Melody's gas bombs. The gas drives the elder Twofull's hand back, but the newborn nightmare, the one that's fed on the flesh of werewolves, seems unperturbed. A 11-bolt flashes out of your reality, and you hear one of the Twofull's hands. Or maybe it's Twofull's hand, and you really weren't ready for the plurality of this situation, chattering as two of its limbs burn and blacken. A third tries to seize Elton, but he rolls under a lab bench. It'll take iron nerves, even with grey nerves, help to wade through these warring experimental monsters, but I draw my dagger and start killing. I shift into my Krenos form and kill every Twofull's hand fragment that gets within reach. Spirits aid me. I rely on speed over accuracy, flick knives into every monster I can see, dex and aim. Can I figure out how to use the apparatus? How is Nin doing with the gas bombs? With the desk obliterated, is there any other source of information on the Twofull hand and how to cure its infection? Let's have a look. There's a bookshelf behind the ruined desk, but it's so full you'd have to sort anything useful from the useless very, very quickly, which require quick wits and some familiarity with medical science. There's also a plastic chest full of notes that might... Wait, no, the plastic chest full of notes just tumbled upwards and disappeared into the universe. So you have only one option, the bookshelf. We don't have that option because we're stupid. A quick examination reveals that the device is built to be idiot-proof. Despite all the brass cams and delicate glass wheels, it operates when you turn the big leather-wrapped iron crank in the middle. Unfortunately, it looks like it needs a key. You bet Sergeant Hoop has that key. Sergeant Hoop, who Melody and Blacktown are probably tearing limb from limb right now, so that's not an option. But with enough raw strength, especially in Glabro form, and some mechanical know-how, you might be able to force the mechanism away anyway, breaking the lock and forcing it to turn. Using this device might be the best way to protect the barriers from the corrosive effect of the Toothless Hand and its spawn, at least as effective as helping Nin with her gas bombs. A moth-like claw bangs against you, smacking you against the mandala-covered wall with its carapace. It doesn't even see you as it grapples with one of the newborn nightmare things. By Gorgon and Gaia, you hope Dr. Gandergift built the contraption to stop these horrors and that it actually works. How is Nin doing with her gas bombs? The smoke, which isn't that thick, unfortunately, has formed a perimeter around Nin and partially blanketed Podge. But you'd love for it to fill the whole room. Her throws have been haphazard so far, so she's obviously struggling with the space warping effect. Or not. Of not one, but two extra-dimensional monsters, you might be able to turn your intelligence and tactical acumen to deploying these bombs more effectively. Track lighting behind you explodes in a shower of sparks as a Toothless Hand limb emerges from it and accidentally electrocutes itself. Your corner of the room is plunged into a murky, smoke-shrouded darkness. Something is on fire, but you can't see what. Between that big gizmo and Nin's gas, you count 2 ways to protect the barriers from the space warping effects of these monsters. Okay. So we need to essentially stop them from destroying the data. Let's go into Glabro. And I guess we could try strength mechanic. We have no mechanics though. I mean, we can give it a go. You rapidly examine the contraption and determine that the main security lock is vulnerable to percussive correction. So you grab a huge iron candelabra from the floor nearby, near the obliterated desk, and smash the wooden ratchet anyway. Once the lock has received your correction, you start cranking. The result is instantaneous. Both the newborn monster and the Toothless Hand spasm in agony, their limbs twitching. When Nin jumps up and sinks her teeth into one moth-like limb, part of the Toothless Hand main body lurches through the ceiling. Nin, drop! Elton shouts. The Theurge's levant bolt hits the Toothless Hand thorax the moment Nin lets go. The lightning courses through the limbs of the creature, which are all connected outside of your reality, even if they look like half a dozen moth-like limbs to you. One last wolf-headed limb tries to reach you, but that's when Melody runs into the room in her Kreenus form and slashes it in half with her claws. A chittering squeal as the last... Oh, I forgot... Oh, the spooky tunes have gone off. Let me see. We got spooky stuff. Do we have... Let me see. Sorry. This feels spooky. Okay. A tittering squeal as the last of the newborn monster's limbs perish and it tumbles away into the void. Then an even louder howl of panic and fury. It's the Toothless Hand. Still clinging to your reality somewhere. One limb remains. Found it! That's Podge out in the hallway. A contained explosion blows you onto your back. You land in what's now 3 inches of water. Flames spread across one wall, igniting woodcuts and old books. All around you, a final hideous scream. Deprived of its limbs, the Toothless Hand tumbles away from reality. The sound Doppler's warbles finally fades. With Al's help, you can faintly perceive the mangled creature as it falls into the void. It won't be back, Elton says as he hikes up the hill to join you. His owl's bright with his own owl gift. His torn flesh slowly regenerates. Yay! But if the fire doesn't kill you, the rising water will. Uninterested in the repetition of your final moments in the Black Sun Labyrinth, you're glad you explored this place so thoroughly, so you get everyone in to flee. In seconds, you follow Melody through the eastern entrance and taste the cool night air. You get some distance from the barrow, then turn to watch the smoke pour out of both entrances as it shifts and settles. Flame gouts from the vents across atop the hill, blackening green grass and fallen leaves. Where are the others? Elton asks, as you make sure Podge, Nin, and Melody all get clear. Your tone makes it sound like your elders would just wander into the swamp and drown, Blacktarn says, with some of the old humour you remember from your first years as a werewolf. She's smiling as she... Sorry. I'm fucking with the music more. It's fine. It's fine. Your tone makes it sound like your elders would just wander into the swamp and drown, Blacktarn says with some of the old humour you remember from your first years as a werewolf. She's smiling as she buttons up a torn dress. Her braided hair a mess, her mouth smeared with gore. Daphne, also gory-mouthed, stands naked in the muck, checking to make sure her bag of gear survived the mud. Are the barrows okay? Is the damage spreading? I'd rather not lose one of our last refuges. Is everything okay? I checked my allies for serious wounds. What were we able to grab? We can't rely on gas bombs to cure the infection. Yeah. We were supposed to grab things, Nin asks. I thought. She chews, frowns, spits out what looks like an entire fire-blackened lobster. I was hoping somebody grabbed those books. I mean, we were sort of busy with the fight. We can go back, Podge says. That guy had all sorts of books. And what about the murals? He must have drawn them over 100 years. That's when the rectangular barrow in front of you suddenly shifts. Mud and earth squirt out of the collapsed entrance. Part of the ceiling collapses as everyone scrambles up onto the adjacent hill. In a few minutes, nothing remains of the laboratory except a low heap of broken earth covered in grass and uprooted trees. From your position atop the hill, it looks like the damage didn't spread much past this barrow. You made the right call, employing the apparatus to banish the invaders. Elton edges towards the ruined barrow. It still doesn't look safe, but the earth has mostly settled. I think the extra-dimensional shear caused its collapse, the Theurge says. I see unnatural twists and striations in the earth, like those creatures didn't move entirely cleanly through the membrane of our world. Let's get back to my barrow, Melody says. I'll make tea, Blacktarn says. Is there Wi-Fi? Daphne asks. It's a short walk back to Melody's barrow. It's in fine shape, unlike the barrow you just left, but you're not dumb. The monsters are dead, but the infection remains. Ugh. Blackturn fought like a dragon, and now it's time for the old Theurge to sleep like one. She curls up on a couch in front of the fire and falls asleep immediately. She'll be out for hours, maybe days. Daphne is busy examining the data she pulled off Vanda Network. You make a note to talk with her about about that when she's done. With Mr. Vice already cured, your pack now only knows 2 people infected by the Toothless Hand. Nomi and the Antiquarian on Rosemary Street. And you only have 1 remaining batch of gas. It's time to make a difficult choice! Ah! Fuck. What the fuck? Oh no. Nomi is a good egg. And they've helped us on multiple occasions. And the Antiquarian is also a good dude on Rosemary Street. And he does keep artifacts away from people, but I'm gonna go with Nomi because I like them. Releasing a gas bomb in a hospital requires some care, but Melody stands guard as you slip into Nomi's room. Nomi is sleeping, so you pop the canister and let the room fill with thin gas that quickly disperses. As you watch, the angry red lines around Nomi's face fade. They continue to fade even after the gas is gone. Nomi probably won't even have a scar. Let's check on the Antiquarian, you say. You and Podge drive to Rosemary Street, and the Bone Nora parks his truck outside the antique store. But when you run up the steps, you somehow know it's too late. Oh! Podge kicks down the door to find an elegantly appointed 2-bedroom apartment with a large hand-carved bed in the far room. The Antiquarian lies on its silk sheets, white hands folded, face missing. I'll find that lava, Podge snarls. You've been up for days and you're exhausted. When the grateful gods of the undamaged temple tell Nin that all the lava are migrating towards Dr. Vandergrift's now obliterated laboratory, you gear up for one last bug hunt. Al has blessed you, Elton and Nin, meaning you can almost see the extra-dimensional parasites. That frees Podge up to operate the flamethrower. I just don't think we should let that child operate the flamethrower, Daphne says, watching from what everyone hopes is a safe distance. When he asked for one, I didn't think... maybe this is my fault. Maybe I should have assumed that when you'll want a flamethrower, it's for practical reasons instead of theoretical ones. The lava tumble away from your world as they burn. After a few hours, nothing remains of the sunken barrow except blackened turf that will grow back next spring, and a CDC fan that Melody stole and that's going to raise some questions soon. Big shake on the pox car moving, big shake to the land that's fallen down, Nin sings as she and Podge pack up the flamethrower. Let's get that van back, people, Daphne says. I'm not going to normal jail. Podge and Nin divide their time between watching the ruined barrow and stalking the alleys and parking lots of Northampton to run down the last few lava. While they work, your human allies slowly ramp up their production of the cure, while simultaneously trying to not to let too many people know how weird the cure is. It finally ends, 8 weeks after you found Pima Rigial. The official casualty count for the anomalous infection event stands at 56. Oh, that sucks. As you're checking Rosemary Street to make sure no one else is hiding an infection, you hear a commotion at the old antique store. A moving truck has arrived to take everything back home. The chain-smoking, tattooed Chinese woman in the driver's seat says she won't explain further, but she and the moving crew act like they belong there. So you watch the dead antiquarian's bizarre treasure as they're loaded into the truck, which soon rolls away, heading for Hartford International Airport. The week after the infection officially ends isn't any easier. You take protecting the veil as seriously as Melody does, though your reasons aren't as elaborately mystical, but even you and the Philodox have to admit that cleanup is a giant hassle. Shouldn't there be government agents to do this, or a special Garu task force that swoops in from Boston or New York? But apparently there's no Mindwipe infrastructure, or if there was, it disappeared after the Battle of Graves Farm, along with whatever Excel program or spirit ally should have warned you not to let humans knock down a dam without investigating first. Though you do what you can, covering up after the anomalous infection event, or the Jigsaw Plague, as Cahoots names it, doesn't really feel like your job. The Twofool's Hand wasn't a bane, and Dr. Vandergrift wasn't a Fomor, nor the sort of mortal troublemaker who got his hands on umbral magic, and damned himself trying to command spirits. Nonetheless, neither Giselle nor the ghost of Casimir Lubicic wants to step up. So you and Daphne, the closest thing the Garu Nation has to a government spook, work to cover up what happened. Try to minimize the sort of cascade event that Melody fears. One human learning about the truth of the Umbra and teaching 5 more who can teach 5 more. Each generation growing increasingly insane as the delirium chews through their brains. But it looks like you've got it mostly under control. That just leaves all the other problems. At least the barrows aren't badly damaged. The collapse of Dr. Vandergrift's laboratory caused some minor physical disruption, but it's nothing Melody can't handle. Of course you have work. Mr. Weiss is polite with you, but on the other hand, the damage caused by his illness, Mr. Gorski's own hunt for a cure, the director has resources of his own which he's strained to the utmost during the Jigsaw Plague, and a new influx of patients means you're slammed at work. You, Ernesto, and the orderly they got to replace Charlie have to work like dogs, and coordinate like unusually intelligent dogs to stay on top of the cleaning and maintenance schedules. I lean on Mr. Weiss for a raise. I did save his life after all. I managed Domi's Jigsaw Plague article to minimize damage to the veil. I think we want to hold on to a favor from Mr. Weiss. I investigate and monitor the umbral landscape around the barrows to make sure the spirits are okay. Let's manage Nomi a little bit. Nomi's eventual article, The Face-Stealing Yetis of Southern New England, Threat and Menace, is 15,000 words of nonsense. They do manage to learn about the Tibetan connection, but since neither you nor any of the other Garu actually know whether the Twofool's Hand was originally summoned by Tibet mystics or German occultists or some other group of crackpot warlocks, that's not a main problem. The article mentions Dr. Vandergrift too, but confuses him for one of his descendants, the Bryant Vandergrift, who established a biomedical research company in the 40s that turns the whole timeline into a pile of nonsense, which is good for you. Nomi never finds out about the dam, which is good for Nomi since you don't want them wandering out into the muck and sinking. The sudden popularity of Nomi's work seems to disrupt the mainstream media's investigations. TV news mentions the sudden disappearance of police officers, but they never seem to draw intelligent connections between that and the people who died. No one digs around to uncover the vast criminal conspiracy linking the police to Dr. Vandergrift, the destroyed Mountain Street Scientific Industrial Park, and the Jigsaw Plague. A few weeks after the death of Dr. Vandergrift and both extra-dimensional horrors, as the leaves start to lose their vibrancy and fall to the flagstones of Pulaski Park, where you're enjoying a dishonestly acquired yakitori stick, you think of everything you've accomplished. Dr. Vandergrift is dead, his laboratory destroyed, the Jigsaw Plague ended. GRC Media is a pitiful hulk, churning out AI-written propaganda for an audience of no one. The cult of Fenris is scattered and beaten, Neo Albion and Chemicon are headless. And yet Eater of Names thrives. He still rolls this valley from his stolen Khan. His acolytes still, even those who know nothing of the Garu or their fight to defend the living earth, are still strong. And the answering target is still out there, somewhere. You must act soon to defeat them both, or die trying. Ah! Yucky. A few days of touch and go cleanup after Blacktarn finds, hunts, and kills a serial sex offender at an elder care facility in West Hampton. You too are a Black Fury, but you've been so busy with Gaia that perhaps you've neglected Gorgon and her burning desire for justice. Obviously, Blacktarn has not. The predator turned prey was the son of a local landowner, which makes things inconvenient, but he also had multiple convictions for domestic violence and battery. 1 second, chat. 1 second. I'm gonna mute my mic real quick. There we go. I'm not as sniffly. This is good. The predator turned prey was the son of a local landowner, which makes things inconvenient, but he had fucking deserved, had it coming. Fuck that guy. But he also had multiple convictions for domestic violence and battery. Nin gets the Black Fury out of town and into the wilds for a time, while Melody and Daphne go to work. Melody has family connections all over the valley, and Daphne has gifts custom built for hiding werewolf messes. Daphne hides everything she can, and Melody's contacts pressure investigators to treat this as a victim strikes back situation. Hell of a thing, though. The investigators must be thinking, for a victim to strike back by blasting a man's intestines all over the inside of his Chevy Lumina. You coordinate the pack for a few days, and they all make sure nothing points to werewolves. Honestly, they do good work, but this is why you never have days off or nights free. If it's not this, it's some other mess. Blacktarn apologizes when she comes back, but she's a servant of Gorgon, and a monster. If given a chance, she'll do it again. Okay, let's have a look. How are we doing on shmoney? We're doing well. You've been able to keep... So we got some 20s. We got some 20s. We got some good stuff. It's time to scout the can. Let's follow up on what happened with our last adventure. The data Miss Clear extracted from the local area network before an external source shut it down has revealed an extensive network of police collections. Dr. Vandergrift barely knew about Eater of Names. He was only dimly aware of the 21st century, and he certainly knew nothing about werewolves, or more immediate practical interests. The police officers whose services he engaged left extensive and badly secured correspondence, and Daphne has been relentlessly blackmailing the police involved with Dr. Vandergrift's crimes. You get a nice little payout. Let's talk to Nomi. You return to Nomi's apartment on Rosemary Street. Hey, so do you want to maybe go out sometime? No, we're not dating. My friends have been under a lot of pressure lately. Can you help them out? There's more to honor than just trying to organize my little pack. I want you to keep your ears open for me. Learning from whoever I can is the path to wisdom. I'm having police problems. Do you think you can encourage them to bother someone else? Never mind. Let's get some wisdom. No problem, Nomi says. Nomi knows everyone around town, and though you're pretty sure you don't really understand who they are, they seem to know what might interest you. Your inbox fills up with rumors about animal attacks, police crackdowns on environmental and homeless advocacy groups, weird sightings, and stories about local industrial pollution scandals. This information is invaluable and helps you understand what's happening in the valley. Sick. After a long day of Lupusform patrols, you follow the smell of fish fritters up to Eldon's flat, where his parents, via Zoom, are teaching him how to cook oxtail. You change out of sight, help the Theurge make it an alarmingly delicious meal, chat with his mum, an influential scholar of esoteric religion, and his dad, the guy who made all those movie soundtracks where he is. There he is. It's like watching the VMAs, and eat a great meal. Once his parents go to bed, it's past midnight in England. Elton gives you a tour of his library. You help him rehang a rather tacky Dogs Playing Poker tribute, except they're reading books. And then he loads you down with books he's enjoyed lately. Delaney's Times Square Red, Times Square Blue, Alan Moore's Jerusalem, and a book of short stories by Turgenev. Elton discusses them all while packing up the oxtail and sorting through some old documents. I totally blanked there. He's charming and interesting enough that this sort of never feels like homework. Okay. So cute. Let's go to Rosemary Street real quick. Grey Mass is Banks of Decay. Oh yeah, we can't do anything now because the Antiquarian has got fucked. It's good to see so little damage after Dr. Vandergrift made such a mess of his barrow. But Melody is out there when you arrive and she flags you down. We might have a bigger problem than structural damage, Celine. Look at this. She brings you to a patch of turf not far from Dr. Vandergrister in laboratory and says, I think a helicopter landed while I was away. I've spoken to the dead and they think Neo Albion took something from the ruins. How was there anything left to take? The Baron collapsed like a bad souffle. Do we know what it was? Damn humans. If Neo Albion can get this close, are we in danger? Do we know what it was? I'm worried it was some of the doctor's machinery. And worse, look at this. She leads you to a reeking mud hole that used to be the barrow. It looks peeled apart like how a bear digs up roots. I think Eater of Names himself did this, and he got something. I just don't know what. But there's little you can do about that except worry, so you return to your previous business. Though Melody has been conducting maintenance work to make sure things don't get worse, the damage is significant. You see several ways to begin repairs, but even if your work is excellent, you and Melody will need to devote many nights of Chimnage to restore the trust of the angry gods and frightened ancestors. Further repairs might even require you to dip into your limited cash reserves in order to rent construction equipment. But first you need to start repairs of any kind. You consider where to begin. First, you could dig out the damaged stones. Melody's Earth Mover can handle the large-scale work, but she needs someone with both considerable endurance and mechanical knowledge, know how to clean up around the stones with a shovel. Second, you could track down the old maps and use your understanding of geology to reduce... what understanding of geology? To reduce the amount of time Melody spends in the Earth Mover. Third, you can meditate upon the damaged spirit paths, using your patience and spiritual awareness to find new roads, then telling the ancestors about them. That will minimize the amount of work Melody has to do in the physical world. Finally, though this landscape is heavily modified, its proximity to the Garu means it's still a natural place, but you could use your cunning and your nature law to follow the animals here. Their movements will reveal hidden paths that the spirits can use, despite the damage caused by the Twofull's hand. Al would be able to help meditate or patrol the woods. Okay. I get to work repositioning standing stones with a shovel, stamina and mechanics. I shift into my Glabro form to make the shoveling easier. I read the old maps to help Melody rebuild in academics. Ooh. I meditate on the secret paths that run through the barrows to help the spirits move around, composure and awareness. I use my nature law and follow wild animals to see if the spirits can use these paths as well. I don't make repairs now. I leave. Let's go with wits and survival first. You roam the wood, alert to wild game and to the ancient deer path that winds around the marshlands. Though the physical landscape has suffered great damage, it's already starting to heal as the animals return. The ancestors and spirits seek you out for Chimnage. Sorry, I'm changing the music up again. Fuck it. Chimnage to rebuild their spiritual authority, and you help them with the rituals even as you show them safe new paths through the broken landscape of the swamp. After several nights of wandering and ritual, you've done a fantastic job, but the damage to the site was so catastrophic that more work will be necessary. You've done all you can at site, so your new task is hunting down cheap tools and supplies on Craigslist and among your associates. Getting the supplies necessary to restore the barrow is extensive, but right now you have enough time and money. You spend several days renting equipment for Melody to use, while carefully avoiding the subject of what it will be used for. Ugh. Philodox drives her machines around, obviously having a great time, while Unton and Podge handle the grunt work with picks and shovels. At last, the temple and its surrounding lands are fully restored, and the gods and ancestors are once again content. Okay. So we fixed up the barrows, which is good. Let's check out the deep woods. What does Wildcat want again? Requires 4 nights. Each night you must destroy an object from the human world. Full moon werewolves and a rune or considerable glory. If you only appreciate how much humanity has hurt, the wild places are. About Trout. What do you want, Burrow? He thinks you're too focused on abstractions and not focused enough on survival. Okay. Well, fuck you, Mr. Fish, you dick. Sometimes it's interesting to watch the secret history of the world unfold. As you go about your daily business at Gorski Manor, you witness how the people of the map interpret your destruction of the Neo Albion Arsenal in East Hampton. The Gazette attempts a factual report about a fire, a private security facility, but they're so understaffed it's obviously that they're recycling New Albion press reports. Coots makes a convincing case for an escaped fire elemental. Mass Live confuses Neo Albion with Chemicon, its supplier, and mixes up an earlier fire at Chemicon with the explosion in East Hampton. GRC Media, despite being headless at this point, cranks out multiple articles about eco-terrorism as a rising threat and interviews an Everlight official about the need for increased security around green energy facilities. It's incredible how absolutely impossible it is for normal humans to understand what happened, even if you skip the werewolf part. No article explains that Neo Albion is a private army or that it has ties to the Provisional Council and to multiple police and sheriff departments, or who allowed a private company to stockpile military-grade weaponry. It's just like noise. Okay. It's time to scout the actual Khan. How do we reach Broadbook? I consider my options. GRC is a blasted shell and Daphne is on your side. The cult of Fenris is defeated. You survived the Neo Albion fortress and imprisonment in the Black Sun Labyrinth, and the bane that ruled over Chemicon like a dime store Sauron is dead. The Twofold hand is gone, and so are all its vile spawn. You're ready to start moving on the can, but only to start. You take a few days off work just to coordinate with the others and consider plans and scout the periphery. You're eventually going to need to reach the Khan site itself, and of course, a frontal charge is hopeless. You want at least a few ways to fight against the Answering Tiger's lies. You work a double shift at Gorski and Anna because you need to help supervise new furniture installation, as the old stuff is so mouldy it's growing mushrooms. And since you can't drive, you handle securing new material. In other words, Ernesto drives around in his van, and whenever you see furniture on the side of the road, you run out and grab it. Hard work, especially with the temperature dropping. Exhausted, you're just about to head home for the night when you get a text. Vice, Miss January, require your services at the Academy of Music. No biohazard risk, but significant cleanup work is needed. Damn it, you wanted to ask if Elton was free tonight. Maybe have a romantic dinner. What is it? Ernesto asks. Last minute job, you mutter, wondering if you could give Ernesto this one. 800 cash upon completion. So yeah, I gotta go, you say, angling your phone so Ernesto can't see. A werewolf's gonna get what's hers. You help Ernesto lock up the business office and then hop on your bike. It's bitterly cold and the wind slices through your thermal coat. You regret not wearing the new cardigan Black Tarn knit for you. That's so cute. The Black Tarn, like, finally knit. You, like, it's finally showing, you know, because she was like, I'm, like, regretful about Clay being a piece of shit. You're careful to avoid City Hall with its now permanent garrison of police collecting overtime. At least there aren't that many tonight. 5 you can see, maybe more, behind the barricades. I wonder if there's any way to get in there and investigate the Provisional Council. I can't wait to drive a bus that's on fire right up those steps into the garrison. I don't want to get anywhere close to that mess. I take a few side streets. How much damage has the garrison done to local businesses? It's been a complete disaster. The bubble tea place, the falafel place, the fancy wine and cheese place, all shut down because they can't get any business. The hippie church next door lodged a formal complaint and the minister was immediately arrested. No one has seen her in weeks. And of course the Academy of Music has been struggling. Hard to put on shows with cops breathing down your neck. You've never been inside the Academy of Music before. This feels weird. This feels fucky. Vice is fucking with me. Maybe he's trying to get us to meet Gorski and they're going to do vampire nonsense. Nin got free tickets to a concert once, but the show conflicted with your launch a full-scale assault on GRC media plans, so Trevor got to go instead. The Academy is in the middle of town next to Pulaski Park and its semi-permanent protester encampment, and you're familiar with its Renaissance Revival facade and blood-red neon sign. No show tonight, and the front doors are locked. You don't want to approach from an angle the police can see, so you circle around back and find an open door that leads to a half-lit service corridor cluttered with unorganized holiday decorations. You can hear some banging from around inside. Your phone boops. Vice, head to the stage or you'll be there in 5 minutes. The underboss himself is showing up? This must be a big deal, and possibly a big mess. You head through the backstage areas until you emerge into the tatty but elegant floor of the theatre. Maroon seats, plush carpets, gold trim everywhere. A single spotlight illuminates the heavy, closed curtains. You hear some banging around behind the curtains. It takes you a moment to find the stairs up in the darkness, and another slightly more confusing moment to fight your way through the curtains. But soon you're backstage, between some folding metal chairs and a box of paper mache. That's when the lights come up. Ah! Ear of Names floats overhead. Oh, fuck! His face is a mirror so that you see only your face in the helmet globe. So here we are again, Celine, the Black Spiral Dancer says, drifting over the folding chairs. Again, you ask. Eyes scanning the armored spacesuit for information. I live in at least 2 worlds, Eater of Names says. In one, I am defeated and on the run. That desperation has honed my skills, made me deadly and cunning. Here, I have already won. I need only finish destroying the can to conclude my great work. My predecessor, Breaker of Wings, understood the power of prediction and modelling. At least he did before you fucking Garu killed him at Vermont Yankee. I have had this conversation with you, with Elton, Melody, Clay, werewolves you've never met. And I have disappointing news for you, Selene. Of all these werewolves, you are always the weakest. So I have chosen to start here, with you. So is that what you use the answering tiger for? To make predictions like a big computer? You've ruined my home and the people in it, and for what? Mr. Vice, you miserable asshole, I'm killing you next. You ditched your cute little blazer. Why? I liked the business casual look. Fuck this guy. Sometimes I feel like I have not yet earned this harness, Eater of Names says. It was my predecessor who travelled to the edge of space, who saw the emptiness beyond the Earth, and realised in that moment that it had to remain pure and uncontaminated, untouched by the filth of this dying world. I am, I fear, the lesser scion of Greatest Spiral Dancer. Greatest Spiral Dancer. Black Spiral Dancer. Where Breaker of Wings crisscross the globe to bring... crisscross the globe to bring humanity's space-age dreams crashing down to Earth. I spend my time huddled behind a computer, making sure the internet will turn to lies and noise, and that nothing of humanity will slip away into the information space. You got to remember to stretch when you work a desk job, you say. Your little quips won't save you, I'm afraid, the Black Spiral Dancer says, drifting overhead. I regret all this killing, you know. We're supposed to dance, after all, to celebrate the end, not clean up the last scraps of trash. But I have obligations, Selene, and I need to deal with you before I finish destroying the can. Green radiance burns from his gauntlets as Eater of Names descends to obliterate you. You don't have any weapons. You could attack in your greenest form, but it would take both great strength and iron nerves to fight past the green flames. I change into my greenest form with a wild howl and throw myself at Eater of Names. I'm wondering, did Vice do this? Did he betray me? Or did he, fucking, like, get, you know, did he, like, has he hacked the phone? Let's get some battle music going, I guess. Change into my greenest form with a wild howl and throw myself at Eater of Names. I'm not fighting on an enemy's terms. Calling on Skirrel, I jump over the metal chairs and flee as quickly as I can. Dex Athletics. I invoke Hoyi and throw a chair at Eater of Names. That won't kill him, but it might knock him up into the rafters. Strength and aim. Do theaters still use sandbags? Can I drop a sandbag on him, or does that only work in the movies? You know what? Let's throw him off his rhythm, as it were. Professional wrestling tactics probably won't work against the Black Spiral Dancer under most circumstances. But though all his attention is focused on you, Eater of Names hesitates and you grab a folding metal chair. I got the fucking steel chair, baby. You hest it with both hands and fling it horizontally right into his helmet. The helmet doesn't crack and Eater of Names probably doesn't even feel your attack. But since he's floating, he flies backwards and a jet of green flame burns across the floorboard but misses you. You retreat to the far end of the stage. There, a door. You bang through the exit door and roll into a corridor. You can hear cops shouting at the left, so you run to the right. You don't exactly have Eater of Names on the ropes, but you've turned an easy hunt into a giant headache for the Black Spiral Dancer. You keep running as Eater of Names follows you, burning his way through the corridor like something that should never have been allowed in this world. You bang through another emergency exit door, and it takes you to the deserted concession stand outside the box office. You smack into the main doors, locked. Then the ceiling melts like marshmallow tossed in a campfire. You hurry back as Eater of Names floats down to confront you, his suit dripping with liquefied wood. He didn't burn his way through exactly, he just ruined the wood in a way that wood can't be ruined. He drifts towards you, then hesitates as you shift your weight back and forth, ready for action. Elton and Black Tarn both howl. You know the sounds. They're running over rooftops from Main Street, around the police blockade, around City Hall, toward the Academy of Music. But they can't reach you before the Black Spiral Dancer attacks again. So why does Eater of Names hesitate? Stripes crawl across over the walls. The only thing worse than facing a Black Spiral Dancer alone is facing the dancer and his horrible god alone. And you glance at the exit again. But it's Eater of Names who hesitates and floats backwards. What's he planning? Or, you let yourself hope, what's he afraid of? You are a set that contains itself, Hiram, a cool, faintly accented voice says. You think you've heard it before, but you can't place it. You understand how you messed up, right? The voice laughs, high and ferociously cruel. You use the answering tiger to calculate the weakest of the 7 Garu. You use the tiger to look into all these possible futures to figure out how to win. Then you stepped out into the real world to enact your will. Or did you? The voice asks. Look around. Is this the real theatre? Is this the real Celine? You don't even know what's real anymore. I'm dead, but so are you. The stripes writhe and the spasm, and the small pale woman in a blue dress that scrapes along the ground materializes in front of Eater of Names. Catherine stands before the floating Black Sparrow dancer without a trace of fear. Her long hair blows wildly in the noxious radioactive wind of the balefire. Black shadows stream from her fingertips. What the fuck is going on? What the hell is this? Eater of Names says, his voice breaking. You're just a shadow. Of course I am. You killed me, motherfucker. Catherine screams as butterflies and daisies boil out of the air around her. You killed everyone. The Black Sparrow dancer recovers some of his poise. Aha, yes, I was clever, wasn't I? Using the answering tide to convince all of you that you were defeating an army of monsters even as you died. Letting you believe that you were holding a miracle, not a monster. And then making sure none of you would cause trouble by trapping you in an illusion where everyone lived, where you won. Not everyone lived, even in the lie you made for me after my death. You were smart enough not to make our victory too saccharine, too obviously false. But after I commissioned that portrait of my dead husband, I started noticing little incongruities, little things that didn't end up. I know I'm dead, Hiram. I know I'm trapped in the dreams of a fallen god. But I know one more thing. I know you shouldn't have picked a fight in a theatre. Why would you fight in a place dedicated to making false things seem true? You can't know anything, Eater of Names roars. You're nothing but a shadow. This is so sick. You idiot. You still don't understand, Catherine says. You thought you could trap us in the answering tiger's false reality, and you thought you could use the tiger to construct possible futures for you so you could figure out exactly how to win. Don't you see the problem with a god that can do both those things, you colossal fucking fool? She throws her hand out wide. You don't know if this is real. You can't see the Black Sparrow dancer's face, but you see the horror in his body language, in the way his gauntlet still wreathed with beige balefire twitch helplessly. The way his shoulders cave in on themselves. Lightning starts to dance between Captain's fingertips. So if this is a showdown between you guys, is it cool if I just take off? Wait, so am I real or not? Hiram, do you know him? Was he part of Broadbook? I'm going to need some kind of a diagram for which roles are real, which are fake. Do we have time for that? I'm going to need some kind of diagram at this point. Oh, is it? Let's play it again because that was pretty fucking sick. Celine, I love diagrams. If you know anything about me, you know that, Catherine says, as the darkness reaches her left hand. But I can't diagram the mess this damn fool made because he's fucked up our entire understanding of reality. He called up a fallen god because the answering tiger had the power to make false realities, then tried to use the tiger to make predictions. And now, who fucking knows? Are we trapped in the answering tiger's model? Who knows how to get out of this? I sure don't. Hiram, maybe you do, but I don't think you do. I think you're just now realizing how thoroughly you fucked everything up, you stupid asshole. Greynow and Chains the Lie and the other old Broadbrook Garu were right to throw you out. The Garu nation is full of smart people. But you thought being smart was enough, and it wasn't. Eater of Names snarls and lunges with his burning gauntlets at Catherine, but the Shadow Lord just ducks like a boxer, slapping his arm away with her lightning wreath open palm. He yowls just as the front door bangs open. Elton and Black Tarn step through the half-broken door, then freeze. Catherine? Elton says. Catherine's blue eyes widen with surprise and joy. But then her expression darkens. Obviously not, she says. I'm dead. You killed me. You can see that they want to say something to each other, but into that silence comes Eater of Names' cruel laughter. You stalled for time, Catherine, he says. Clever, but if Elton and Black Tarn are here, that means we're in the real world, and that means I can finish what I came here to do. He lunges at you, fist burning. Catherine turns and intercepts him with her lightning wreath right hand, and the explosion blasts you into the plush carpeting in front of the broken front door. Black Tarn was too far away to be caught in the blast radius, and Elton has raised his spirit wards, but Eater of Names hovers over Catherine as she retreats. His helmet is shattered and melted away, but his lined face beams with triumph as he as she retreats. As he has the cuts on his face heal. There's a hole in the ceiling that Eater of Names burned through minutes ago, a churning green-black rift. You don't want to look too closely in case that's the answering tiger itself, but you can feel the flames drifting down in ribbons and see them wrapping around the Black Sparrow dancer's gauntleted hand. Then the fire explodes outward. Eater of Names howls as if he's lost control of his gift. Maybe he has. Maybe the answering tiger is in charge now, but you don't have time to work through the metaphysics as the green flames crawl across the batten carpet. Everyone run. I slip through the broken front door. Elton Swan can't stop this. I throw the fee edge out of the way. Catherine might be dead, but she has answers. I yank her out of the way. I cover Black Tarn. She can't survive the firestorm. Oh, what the fuck? Oh no, chat. I've been betrayed. I've been betrayed in the fact that I can save Shadow Daddy. I can save Catherine, who clearly knows something, or I can save Werewolf Mum. Maybe we save Mom? Fuck. But I gotta get Catherine. She knows what the fuck's going on. Ah! Catherine stands with her legs wide and her hands raised, her blonde hair and blue dress blowing out from behind her with the arrogance you'd expect from the greatest the edge of her generation. One hand burns with lightning, the other boils with shadow. She probably looked just as amazing a minute before she got killed for real at the Battle of Graves Farm, and you can see a line of balefire sniver across the ground like an adder, making its way up for her leg. Look out, you shout, pushing Catherine out of the way just as the balefire leaps for her. Instead, it burns across your shoulder, turning your thermocoat into hot slime that burns across your back. You fall hard onto the carpet, and before you can get up, a wave of balefire washes over the half-melted ceiling, then just as quickly vanishes. You cough it on rancid smoke. Fool, Catherine roars. She grabs you by the throat and pins you against the wall, and you can feel the static electricity clicking between your teeth, but then another blast makes you both wince. When you can see again, Eater of Names is gone. Catherine looks back, spots the line, Eater of Names is gone, looks back to the line of melted black carpet where she had just been standing. She lets you go. You two dead, she asks, coughing a little as the green smoke curls around her. We'll live, Elton says. You see them a moment later as the smoke clears. The filth, Elton says, flames still gutter weakly. Time to go. For you three, not me. What? Elton says. He's taking Catherine's hand, but she's not moving. Elton, I'm dead. I'm a fragment of a consciousness that Eater of Names trapped inside the answering tiger. Okay, we're gonna go away from the... we're gonna go away from the battle music now. I'm a fragment of consciousness that the Eater of Names trapped inside the answering tiger, and I've spent 5 years in a false reality where everyone is happy and everyone won, except me, because you died. But how are you here, even a little bit? I want to understand the spiritual underpinnings of what happened. Look, Catherine, we can't get to Broadbrook Khan. That's our goal. How do we do it? I know Melody is sort of a necromancer, but this sort of necromancy seems like it violates the litany. Elton Black Khan, we need to get out of here before the cops get here. But how are you here? Yeah, what the fuck is going on, Catherine? The painting, obviously, Catherine says. Paintings. The answering tiger, like all gods, however debased, can make worlds. We can make false things true, but if asked to work on things that are false in reality, the separation between what's true and false breaks down. An Eater of Names, that giant idiot, calculated the best way to kill you was... She gestures theatrically towards the posters for all the movies and stage performances that line the scorched walls. But I can't stay, Catherine says. I'm not real. I need to get back. It hurts to remain in the real world with you. She looks away from Elton, shakes her head, then she just fades away. Elton is almost too stunned to move, so Black Tarn takes the lead. You follow her, circling around town and then heading back to the flat. I'm glad that Shadow Daddy's okay. Main Street is in chaos from what you can see. The police around City Hall have barricaded the street and have stopped the fire truck that's trying to reach the Academy of Music. The fire there isn't spreading, but you can see smoke. As you watch, the cops start arresting firefighters, dragging them off the truck and flinging them onto the frozen asphalt. Black Tarn snores and rolls over in the bedroom. She's already gone to sleep, to hasten the regeneration of her burns. Ah, Mom! Art, Kathy Clear says, studying the portrait of Catherine. The three of you told her everything you saw, the moment she showed up. Even diminished, the Glasswalker's art has eyes everywhere. Elton has washed and bandaged his burns, and yours, but those rancid flames will take days to heal from. But art will gut us to the cairn, Daphne says. She fiddles with an ornament on Elton's little Christmas tree. Celine, talk to Lucinda and the next chance you get. I want her to examine Elton's painting and Catherine's and see if she can make any sense of what Catherine was talking about. You stay the night. It should be more fun to sleep over at your boyfriend's place, but Elton is obviously in considerable mental turmoil and wake up exhausted. You learn from Podge that Mr. Weiss is now a member of the Provisional Expanded Council, his reward for betraying you. You sort of think that shouldn't affect your job since Mr. Weiss was only technically your supervisor and Mr. Gorski runs the place. But when you head to Gorski Manor, it's completely surrounded by cops and emergency vehicles. Ernesto sports a new black eye after the cops slapped him around during the interrogation. Is hurrying to get out of there, but he stops to tell you what happened. From what Ernesto was able to figure out, Mr. Gorski left in the dead of night after draining the bank accounts and salary payouts of everyone who worked there. He's a ghost. No one knows where he is. Most of the doctors and nurses walked the moment they realized they weren't getting paid. Volunteers are trying to reach the elder care patients, many of whom need their vitals checked every hour, but the police have been arresting anyone who approaches. There's a news van in the ambulance turnaround, but cops have thrown all the recording equipment onto the pavement, and the news crew is zip-tied in the muddy snow. So much for your job at Gorski Manor. You and Ernesto exchange contact information, since he's always been good to you. Then you head your separate ways. After an unpleasant discussion about finances, your fellow Garu agree to scrounge for money. You brought in the most money of the pack, or sometimes the second most, after Nin, and everyone is suddenly a little nervous. Elton is still selling off his treasures, but now he starts to treat it like a business, not a stopgap, and even starts making purchases. Soon he opens a small, by-appointment only shop in his flat, full of extremely expensive occult artifacts that are nonetheless safe for humans to handle. Elton keeps expecting Melody to condescend, but the Philodox is part of the human world too, even if she lives in the ruins of the Garu nation. And she agrees to look for work. For you, not for her. Trying to make Melody work is cruel to her, and to her eventual victims. Some good news. Daphne and Melody have dug up some old deeds to properties around the valley, and while they're not worth much, she's able to shift some money your way. You're now slightly ahead of repairs and maintenance on your old ruin of a house. A few more days slip by as you focus on patrols and watch your bank account tick down. Then you get an email from a place you and Podge have eaten at on Rosemary Street. Tony's Grinders. Owned by normal-sized Tony. Serves Italian subs, pizza, chicken parm, all that stuff. According to this questionably grammatical email, Tony's is expanding, and apparently Podge put in a good word for you. You're going to do some cooking and prep work, but mostly he needs a runner, and he doesn't need a delivery boy. He needs someone to run ingredients to his restaurant. Ingredients that, you know, just happen to be lying around for anyone to take. Wink, wink. It sounds like a shit job, but for what it is, the pay is okay. And you can mostly make your own hours, as long as you make fairly regular deliveries to Tony, and you don't think Podge is going to intervene to get you another job, so you take the runner position. Well, let's have a look. How are we doing? Okay, we're still okay on the monies. Let's check out all of our places. I didn't realize that was going to turn into a whole thing. Let's see. What have we got to spend? Anxious because there's a police car outside. The fucking coppers, chat. The pigs are here, chat. This is awful. So we could do Dex. We could get our resolve or strength up. Let's think. I think maybe we absolutely max out our decks. Yeah, 6 dot in 1 attribute and 3 dots in 2 skills. Fuck yeah, let's go. And let's get athletics. We're living that jock werewolf lifestyle. It's time to scout the actual cairn. How do we reach the broad cairn? I consider my options. Since you accidentally reached stats, the other Garu have gotten as close as they can to the old cairn site without drawing attention. Oh, it's my dishwasher. I was like, what is this beeping? Working singly or in groups, they've taken GPS readings, no spatial warps, sketch maps. They conform with computer analysis of the site, and monitored guard patrols, aggressive, and protest activity, volatile. But no one has pushed far enough to see what's become of the cairn itself. It's time to see the holy site with your own eyes. You and Nin head to Elton's flat because security is lax after 3 nights without any serious protests. And trucks have stopped moving in and out of the stats facility for at least a week. And it's a new moon. Tonight feels auspicious. Did Stats eat the cairn? Nin asks, picking at her dinner. Ever since the Jigsaw Plague, Elton has been using an archaic slide projector for his lessons. He taps the area of the map where the cairn itself is located. Sorry, I just need to... we think so, but we need to get close. I got you some Polaroid cameras in case your phone glitches out. But only one of us should go to show her the way. How did you two get in my flat? Elton cries. We smell French fries, Melody says, which doesn't exactly explain how they got through Elton's wards. Melody, you're constantly saying that Garu shouldn't congregate without ritual to control their actions, and here you are. If you stop talking, you could be eating French fries too, Melody says as she eats French fries. After they've eaten all the French fries and a pie they found in the refrigerator, and a loaf of bread and a stick of butter, the other Garu go, oh, butter. Oh god, I sounded so very Essex there. Butter. The other Garu go over infiltration plans, but it's mostly a matter of who you trust most if things go wrong at the cairn site. You pick up a picture from Elton's mantle. It shows Greynail and Holds the Dawn, leaders of the Silverfangs and Shadow Lords respectively, at the cairn. It's a sepia grain photo, though their clothing places them in the 2000s. Maybe digital cameras didn't work at the cairn site. You can't see much beyond them. An enormous red oak, which is bark covered in glyphs, with its bark covered in glyphs, wooden paths that lead over mossy ground, trees that have been grown and shaped carefully. Grown and shaped carefully over decades or centuries to keep the barrier between worlds thin. The shadow of a stone idol. That's probably all gone now. Or maybe there's a parody of it there, if still there, created by the answering tiger. We're going to bring Shadow Daddy with us because Podge is a good, like, he's the Arun. Melody is the Philodox. I'm also an Arun, so I feel like I need spiritual support because I am an idiot. Who drank my wine? I was saving that, Elton mutters, staring into the devastated fridge. Who refrigerates red wine? Melody says. I was doing you a favour. Go drink some warm beer. Elton shakes his head, then the two of you check your gear. Flashlights, weapons, disposable cameras. Heavy winter clothes because the temperature drops a little more every day. They're only eating because they're nervous for us, the Theurge explains, but they can't follow because even two Garu risk detection. I'll get as close as I can, Podge says. You shouldn't walk too many eyes. What happened to the old truck? Elton asks as you cross the parking lot to Podge's ride. An electric conversion truck isn't exactly subtle, so I ditched it. Don't worry, I'm using the same brand of air fresheners. The three of you climb into the pickup. It's a 10-minute drive to the Veterans Hospital, as close as Podge wants to get. From there, it's a short and now familiar walk through the cold woods to the security perimeter around Stats. There's a semi-permanent protest camp near the east entrance, but even the most dedicated protesters have gone home for the night. Fortunately, Daphne is there in her Homid form, watching her laptops. She's roaming the perimeter, making sure nothing gets out. You've taken the oil painting of Elton with you, curious to see if it does anything. And there it is, a familiar tug in the direction of the cairn. You pull the rolled up painting out of your pack, and the tug grows stronger. Though perhaps it's tugging not in the direction of the cairn itself, but toward the answering tiger. A fragment of the bane has fallen into the swell, and you suspect he'd like it back. But as soon as the cairn and the tiger are near each other, the painting of Elton is a sort of compass. But as long as the cairn and the tiger are next to each other, it's a compass. Let's move off of lo-fi. Let's move on to our spooky stream sounds again. Okay, Elton says, eyes gleaming in the darkness. Let's go. If I get him killed, I'm gonna cry real big. Elton has made this trek a dozen times in the physical world and in the Umbra, and he knows exactly where to go. To your alarm, Elton takes you right through Stats, and it's quiet in the evening. The false street's empty, and he's memorized all the camera locations along King Street. The false King Street, like the real one, is one of those ugly American stroads full of car dealerships and fast food joints and plentiful parking lots, makes it easier for two werewolves on foot to move fast. Those were the sacred lands around the cairn once. You still see tree stumps scattered there, here and there, around the false city. For a moment you see the land as it was, an old red spruce swamped with an especially tangled understory, and treacherous mossy ground cover. On slightly higher ground, red maples still hold onto their leaves. Stone and wooden paths run through the muddy, icy landscape, but it's not really there. It's just that picture you saw at Elton's flat. There is a great void ahead, not the stillness at the heart of the sacred circle, but a tangled hole in the world. The heart of the cairn. It's in Stats' version of Hotel Northampton, a cheap-looking wood and brick mock-up next to a fake 7-Eleven. The lights are on, and you can see that the place crawls with both guards and ordinary personnel. Regular humans performing the Brack Spiral Dancer's work, here in the very heart of Brockbook territory. Elton pulls you back into the shadows just as the big jeep pulls around front. Eater of Names steps out. That motherfucker! I'm shaking my fist. The Black Sparrow Dancer is in his Homid form, all distinguished late middle age and well coiffed silver hair. He's dressed in a long black coat and a grey scarf, and he's in the middle of a phone conversation. Last of the girders are in place. We have Kemod's armor and everything of Dr. Vandergriff's I was able to find. The Black Sun, no. Giselle is still active, but I'm not afraid of her. We're ready. Something from the other end. An Eater of Names stares up at the sky for a moment. How should I know? The Black Storial Dancer snaps. He's not just any Bane, but I've had enough of his demands. This whole fucking city isn't enough. The Answering Tiger can't have the can. We have to destroy it, at least partially to show that we can. Stop whining, Ben. Don't you want to die for real? That's what I'm offering. Yes, I'll let you die. I promise. I owe you that much. You have my word, Ben. What the fuck? Elton turns his ring on his thumb, but Eater of Names isn't in 11-bolt range. In another moment, he disappears into the building. You can reach the site. You don't have the reception out here, but your phone's cameras work. So you take more pictures until the Theod whispers, "Scryers, we gotta go." You retreat back to the new truck with a veritable trove of data. Learn anything? Podge asks, after you share everything you saw with him. We can physically reach the site. Of greater interest, it's clear that the alliance between Eater of Names and the Answering Tiger is starting to fray badly. That's good to know. Okay. Let's check the bank statements. Bare minimum. Okay, cool. Let's see if we've got any... I don't have any free days, which sucks. Let's check out the barrows. Do we need to do any more work? No? I suppose it's time. It's time, chat. Finally, to consider our options. You and Elton have seen the cairn site and stats, and you've discussed how to use Nin's Song of the Moonpath to reach the cairn itself. Lucinda has finished her oil painting analysis, and Nin has returned from scouting Vermont Yankee. You're ready. Okay, I am going to take a very quick piss girl break, because I got to go piss girl. Oh, no, I don't want VTube Studio up, thank you. So I'm going to do another quick 2-minute ad while I attend to this business, and I will be right back. Chato, chato, chato. Oh my god, have I been muted for like a really long time? Please say. please, for the love of God, say I didn't accidentally mute myself at some point. Oh, probably not. I feel like you would have told me Scarlet Emu, unless you thought it was funny. It's probably fine. We're going to go down now onto what I assume is the last sort of chapter of this story. It's been a fun ride so far. I'm gonna see. Are you sure you're ready? This will probably be the end of everything that began with your Bane hunt back in New York. I'm ready. We're heading for the cairn. Right, let's not fuck this up. Your scouting expeditions combined with Nin's Song of the Moonpath and the portrait of Elton you took from Stats, a fragment of the answering tiger, will let you reach the cairn despite the tiger's tricks. The Two Fool's Hand, the Night of the Stolen Moon, and the first Bane you ever encountered, the one Nin called Tekkenjat, are all dead. Eater of Names is short on allies. The cult of Fenris is broken, and hopefully Henrik won't interfere with your plans. Let's go on to a different... Miss Clear is now devoted to your cause. Melody even trusts her enough that she's allowed the Ragabash to train more dogs. Alton got to name them. Neo Albion is still in chaos after the Arsenal explosion that destroyed its East Hampton base and the death of Captain Hutchinson. Still dangerous, of course, but disorganized, and you know that Giselle killed more than Captain Hutchinson. She took a chunk out of the expanded Provisional Council. They're just puppets, but Eater of Names lost a lot of puppets that night. You're as ready as you can be. A break in the preparation means you and Elton can enjoy a long and quietly romantic dinner in his flat. Firelight and antique plates. Oh! Fowler on the grammar. Foul? Foul? I don't know how words work. Okay, chat, I'm sorry. On the gramophone. Quiet talk about the strange history of the valley, the marvels found in those decaying cities along the Rhine. After dinner, you both get a text from Lucinda. There's more and more news coming out of Stats. Eater of Names is building something in there, and Podge calculates from the reduction in deliveries that he's almost done. You have to act now, especially given the ferocious, ever-growing protests from humans all over the valley. They've been showing up at the only public-facing entrance to Stats for months, protesting, trying to get the corporate media to care, even conducting ineffective but noteworthy acts of sabotage. Dozens of arrests haven't slowed them down. It's hard not to be impressed. Nin and Podge want to use your human allies to provide a distraction. They've argued at length. Podge using theory, Nin using songs by the Pokes, that the pack should encourage the humans to fight Gaia too. But Melody and Alton have argued that humans fundamentally do not understand what Gari fight for, and that a bunch of hippies and crosspunks won't do anything except get shot. We need to reach the cairn in one piece. I'm willing to work with the bravest human protesters. It's the humans' world too, where we'll work together with the protesters to fight this threat to Gaia. No humans, I don't like or trust them, I don't want them involved. No humans is a spiritual war and beyond their abilities. It's there. I think it's their world too. You've already considered the best approach. Roscoe, Hoblin, and Lucinda are ready to coordinate a small team of humans you can trust. Podge and Nin know dozens of regular humans who possess the right combination of determination, courage, and intelligence to provide a distraction. Big sneeze as you head for the cairn, but they'll need a leader, and that leader in turn will need you to provide them with a plan. I work with Hoblin to move people into the woods. I'll need to be patient to set them in the right place for a strike, resolve survival. Roscoe and I put our street smarts to work, position humans for maximum structural damage. Would it be possible to bring Nomi in on this? Lucinda and I put our heads together, try to intuit what the police will do, and how best to keep humans away from them. What will Nomi do? Possible, but messy. First, Melody obviously won't be happy. The old Silverfangs were happy to work with the free families, even those who married into one of the families, like Roscoe. But some nerd from California, no, Melody won't be pleased at all. Second, you have to persuade Nomi to shut up. Write about whatever you want as long as it's not werewolves is a fair deal in exchange for insider access to the secret history of the world. But Nomi is impulsive and ambitious. You'll really have to lean on them or they might blab. But if you did bring them in, the journalist could be an invaluable ally. That's wits. Okay, so wits subterfuge, wits streetwise, resolve and survival. Wits, what's our wits first? Our wits is pretty good. Wits streetwise and subterfuge sit at 6. Resolve and survival is at 7, which is pretty good. I feel like we've been building to this for a long time, though. We've been building to Nomi figuring things out for a while, and she has been a valuable ally. Fuck it. You know what? Fuck it. You text Nomi to let them know you're dropping by, and then you drop by. Nomi is playing an old and bizarre video game on an ancient computer when you enter. Apparently a dog and rabbit are private detectives, and they're on a road trip across America. It feels like the sort of nightmare Gorgon would send you to warn of deep spiritual failures. Before Nomi can start explaining the plot, you start talking. Nomi, I'm a werewolf. No reason to screw around. What do you think about Gaia? It's important Nomi understands we're not monsters, we're defenders. So how about those werewolf rumors? I let Nomi in gently so they can figure it out on their own. I lock the door and turn into a wolf. Incredible. Okay. How do we do this? This is quite possibly the funniest possible option. But also it's gonna make her freak the fuck out. Fuck it, this is so funny. Hey Celine, what you doing? Nomi says, not looking up from their game. You slide your jacket off. These clothes are old. You're going to let them tear because dressing in front of Nomi will probably make them think all the wrong things. Instead, you clear your throat to make sure Nomi is looking right at you. And then you change, almost quickly as Nin does it. The delirium that prevents humans from remembering the Garu isn't something you can tune and control. You think Gaffney Clear has a gift for that, but you just change and humans just react. Nomi reacts by slumping back in their gaming chair, eyes wide and uncomprehending. Sometimes people scream or pass out. So this is good. Then they blink, then they look down, startled when they see there's a big blue-grey wolf in their room, and crawl back into the corner of the room. Nice, doggy, Nomi says, reaching for the wrench. You shift back. This sort of rapid shifting can be dangerous for werewolves, but you want to prove a point. Nomi's brain seems to reset again. They stare at you as you straighten out your torn clothes. Stare at the spot where the wolf was. Stare at you again. Your hair, they finally say. Your black shark. You're a werewolf. Yay! Nomi managed to process the situation correctly, despite their bream screaming with delirium is impressive. They're still crying, red-faced, shaking uncontrollably. You keep away, lest they start shrieking in wild panic. Since they're barely holding on right now, but once they blow their nose, that's when the questions come. That's how Nomi understands their world, organizes their life. And since you came here to reveal the truth, that's what you do. You're a werewolf. Your friends are werewolves. Oh my god, it's Nin. Nin is a werewolf. She is. She bit you, and now you're a werewolf, and now you're gonna bite me. You can't tell if their rictus is terror or glee. No, that's not how it works, you say. Instead, you talk about Gaia. About your fight to save... In cahoots is so funny. To save this dying world from companies like Chemicon and the dark things within them. You tell Nomi about Elton and Melody and Podge. About Daphne's fall and restoration. About your old pack and how you rescued Blacktarn, sorry. Nomi gets up, goes into that little bathroom, throws up, retrieves a can of Monster from the mini fridge and slams it. Then they say, so if I'm not going to become a werewolf, which sucks by the way, it'd be an awesome werewolf, why are you here? We need your help, you say. We need allies. Committed now, you tell them about the tribes and the patron spirits, the 3 families and how few allies remain to you. Okay, I'm in, Nomi says. Just like that, you say. Well, what choice do I have? I can see a Melody outside my window with an axe. Why does she even need an axe? Oh, that's for me, you say. Nonetheless, I want to make the situation clear. I'll work with you, I'll help you, and I won't write werewolf articles. But I'm not your servant. I don't work for you, and I investigate what I want to investigate. Take it or leave it. Take it, Melody says from outside. It's starting to rain and I want to go home. It's the best deal you're going to get. You shake Nomi's hand. First, you and Nomi bring in your older human allies, Hobland, Roscoe, and Lucinda, to meet you at the copy and printing place that isn't publicly and violently against stats, since that place isn't under surveillance. Lucinda has been working on flyers. Incorrect. Flyers with incorrect meeting locations, bad contact information, everything just slightly subtly wrong. Nomi is going to stick them up all over town, especially when known police informants hang out, while you spread the word online and in person. With a bit of luck, the police will be out of position when you really act. The town's Christmas decorations, feebled this year after so much political strife, start to come down as a rather mild January gives way to cold and windy February. Your little pack of 7 Garu spend its time training for the attack, monitoring police and Bane activity across the valley, and trying to learn more about what Eater of Names is doing at the cairn. You and Nomi continue to spread misinformation. You hope the cops fall for it, and that regular people don't. You're also responsible for choosing a location for the final meeting place, since everyone else has been busy monitoring the cairn. You plan to act tomorrow. Today, everyone needs to know where to get dinner. I feel like the Beniki estate, we have a security system in case of trouble. Podge has gone all out, covering the decaying mansion's ancient dining room table in a checked tablecloth he dug out of the dumpster behind the Cavaletti to go, and ordering actual steaks from the fancy Argentinian place. You don't know if he paid in cash or favours, but as you work your way through a plate of fried artichokes, you realise that your companions are pensive, and despite the bounty laid out before them, the feast has the air of a last meal. No, we're gonna do this, we got this shit! Chapter 11. What's the time? My watch has stopped. The moon cannot contain such fires. All is destroyed. The quest for the Tao ends. The Book of Chuangsu. I believe I said that right. Are these the old maps? Melody asks Elton as he hands some old papers to the three of you, who never saw the cairn before its fall. I've redrawn them from memory, some 20th century records and some old photos, Elton says as you examine the maps. It's a humble affair, just a few outbuildings and some paths. There's no enchantment in this paper. This is stats now, Nin asks. Yeah, the fake Hotel Northampton should be right here, Elton says, pointing. I want that place gone, Podge says. Who doesn't, but we're a little busy. You continue to fixate on the physical, Patrick. This is a battle of information. Eater of Names is planning to franchise his operation. He wants to destroy our cairn, yes, but he's doing it at least partially to show that he can, and then he'll spread more lies. Drown the world in confusion and ignorance as he finishes the job of killing Gaia. We need to know everything about the answering tiger if we're going to stop that. Daphne nods, though not too vigorously. She knows Elton doesn't need or want her support. We need our cairn back, Melody shouts. That's all this is about, right? We're not doing anything until we have a place to do it from. Lactan opens her mouth to offer what she no doubt thinks will be sensible compromise. That's when a three-way argument breaks out at the table. Nin nudges you, as if it's your job to prevent the 3 more ideologically committed Garu from tearing themselves apart. Of course, you've been doing this since you were a cub, so maybe it is. We need to protect this valley from stats, from Neo Albion, from everyone and everything trying to ruin these people. This is going to happen everywhere unless we stop it here. We need to understand Eater of Names if we're going to stop him. Our goal has to be reclaiming the Khan. Without one, we just shapeshifters in a dead guy's falling down house. We fight to rebuild. These two appeal to me. We need to protect the valley. A moment of silence as if you just cracked an off-color joke instead of explained your position. And then they go back to arguing as if you just asked for more roasted eggplant rather than offering final judgment. But the flashes of rage are gone. And maybe it's a good thing that the pack isn't relying on the girl who showed up half frozen in Elton's alley after her first extended lupus form journey. Sorry. I got a nail is coming off, so I'm just... There we go. There we are. It was catching. It was very annoying. At least that's what I think. But I'm also worried that the Gara was stalling for time. The plans are all made, right, Celine? Nin? We've been working on them for weeks, Nin tells me as I swirl under the table, leaving little crackles of static electricity in my wake. Which means they're stalling again. Despair is better than the Fenris madness that turns Garou into foolish monsters, but it's a threat that must be guarded against, Celine. Get them back on track, and make sure their painting of Elton is safe. Nin, come with me. We must discuss how to deploy the Song of the Moopath, so this is Stormcat. And what you've learned about the Answering Tiger to help reach the cairn. The Galliard takes Black Tarn and follows Stormcat out the main door. You check your backpack. The painting is there in a cardboard tube. Though your companions seem to have ignored you, the argument slowly bends in your direction, as Pod argues that the now absent Nin would want stats destroyed before it hurts any more of her friends. That's when you catch a flicker of movement on a laptop that monitors the road outside. The Stormcat must be warping the cameras. There's a big line of cars outside, but that doesn't make you nervous. Slowdowns are frequent on the road outside, as Northampton empties out after work hours. Podge notices you watching the screens. What is it? He asks. Nothing, you say. The Bone Nora examines the feeds. He hits pause. I was going to order from that catering company. Hodge says, pointing at the van. They had an event near here yesterday. Another down in Hollyoak today. What are they doing here, then? They're not. This camera's feed is from yesterday. You grab your dagger and run to a boarded-up window. That's when your phone rings. It's Nomi. Celine, get out of there. I'm in. Copies saw through our plans to haven't seen Lucinda. Know where you are. The call drops. Neoambion is moving through the snowy garden, positioning themselves to surround the house. You count 14 troopers headed your way, armed with M16s and wearing ballistic armor. They don't have that fancy ceramic armor, at least. Maybe that stuff went up with the arsenal in East Hampton. They wear metal masks and their eyes glow blue-green in the darkness. Some carry breaching pods, while 4 more bring up the rear with heavy explosives of some kind. Incendiaries? You're not sure. But you know that if they reach the estate, this place is turning into an inferno. Weapons, Podge says, making sure everyone has a pistol. You get a Smith & Wesson 45, no doubt stolen from the state police barracks. That won't punch through armor, but it's heavy enough to knock a man down. Only Melody refuses a firearm. Greynell flickers at the edges of your perception, eager to add his strength to your dagger. Everyone back. I'm going to call on Squirrel so I can drop down on them from the second floor and rip them with my dagger before they blow up the house. I shift into Freemo's form and race outside to kill them before they reach the estate. We're going to engage them outside before they reach the estate, or require tactics and braves to lead my pack mates in the assault. I call on Hu Yi. Stay back. I'm going to engage them with my new pistol before they reach the estate. Dex and aim. We wait until they're too close to flee, then kill them. I draw my dagger. I'll have to rally my allies to fight. I'm going to wait until they're inside. Why is my model being like that? I'm going to wait until they're inside, then engage them at point-blank range. Calling on Greynell, I draw my dagger and get ready for a vicious, close combat fight. I wait until they're almost upon us, shift into clean form, tear them to pieces. The estate is lost. We're going to have to sneak into the woods. Podge, don't we have a security system in here? I thought the security system was a bomb. Melody says. We do, Podge says, ignoring the Philodox working on a laptop. But shit, the whole system is in debugging mode. How the hell did they do that remotely? You snarl in frustration. You and Podge built the system so a remote user couldn't shut it down. Flash bombs, Podge says, fingers flying. They didn't get the flash bomb system. You glance over for Podge's shoulder. According to the laptop readout, we're going to swap over to the battle music, I guess, in a minute. Unfortunately, you can't make any sense of the system. There's no way you'll be able to help Podge. Everyone... Okay, so let's see. Dex aim, baby. Let's get her done. You bang through the main door with your pistol raised. A 3-round burst cracks, but that's too far away. You stay low and ignore it, then spot 4 guards moving through the winter garden. You shoot twice, catching one in the eye and one in the side of the knee. They both go down. Then Podge opens fire, dropping the other 2. Somewhere Melody is howling and hacking. You keep moving towards the fallen guard, grab an N16, check to make sure it's set to rifle fire, not the shotgun. Another 3-round burst flies past your head. You spot the shooter and return fire, killing him. 3 more are closing in, trying to get into shotgun range. That's when Elton rushes out of the darkness. His 11 bolt vaporizes them. A final sickening crunch as Melody brings her axe down one last time. That's the last of them. You obviously can't stay here. Leaving the dead, you and your pack hurry deeper into the wood until you reach the remains of an old battlefield that you explored when you first came to Northampton. Of course, that's not really what you're doing, is it? I hope you can hear me, Celine, because I can't see you. The answering tiger is watching, calculating, determining how you act. You can't be predictable here, or... We need to move, Elton shouts. And his voice echoes until your ears feel like they're going to bleed. We have to reach the cairn while there's still time. You need to... Don't tell the tiger who you really are, Celine. Don't. Right, you need to tell everyone your plans for approaching the cairn. So we don't tell the tiger who we really are. Let's see who we really are, chat. Humans must understand. We can still win. Our answer is spirit. Find purpose. Okay. Let's have a look at the options first. We hit the perimeter hard, kill as many humans as we can. Humans must pay. I'm a Black Fury now, but Melody is way elder, and in a way this is her fight. What's the plan, Melody? We just need to scout the perimeter first and learn more. Then we'll be able to beat them easily. We should get in touch with our human allies to see if they're okay and if they can help. Now that we're in the woods, we should contact our spirit allies and see what they know before we head to the cairn. Our weapon is rage. Okay. So we've got the litany sustains us. Humans must understand. Our answer is spirit. We can still win. Okay. So a lot of these are going to be... We hit the perimeter hard. You need to tell everyone your plans for approaching the can. I just want to survive, I feel like would be a good one. Because we can still win. We're not going to tell the answering tiger who we are. Your mind whirls, thinking about how to learn one last insight before you rush the can. You're making plans even as Melody says, I can stand guard while you scout, but once we're ready, how do we get in? We just need to reunite with Nin and Black Tarn. And then wait, no, something is definitely wrong here. Yes? Nin, but how can Nin get us past the defenses? Yes, and where is Nin right now? Where is Nin, Celine? I'm worried about her. Is she okay? Is she safe? Where is she? Where is she? Elton asks. We need her to get into the cairn, right? But we want your advice on that. Yes, we want your advice. Oh, this is so creepy. Tell us how. Tell us, Celine. Tell us. Celine. Stripes crawl across the world, blinding you, swallowing you whole. Celine, Melody shouts, shaking you. Celine. She looks about ready to hit you with her axe. Oh, and there's Daphne. She sort of disappeared for a few minutes. You're still downstairs in the Binnicky estate. A few seconds have passed. You appear not to have shapeshifted, though when you stare at your hands, the outline seems to waver. What's the plan, everyone? Motherfucker! Okay, we're gonna need to do this again. Get into it point blank range. Let's get Dex in combat. Unpredictable, baby! I don't want to just hang back, Podge says. Hang back with guns and lightning bolts, you two, Melody says as Daphne messes around with her phone. Think for a second. You don't catch the rest of Melody's criticism as you're already invoking Squirrel. The Binnicky estate is much more defensible than it looks, with only the front door and the porte cochere accessible, without serious effort. Your companions head for the front door, while most of Neo Albion approaches Podge's truck at the porte cochere. Or cocker, I don't know. They hesitate. Cop, Lamel. You can tell they're getting sleepy. They hesitate, perhaps expecting a bomb. You hop onto the carport roof, then you also hesitate, expecting a bomb, but it doesn't explode. No time to waste. The three soldiers directly below you. You draw your dagger and drop down with a shout. The first guard dies instantly with your dagger. Your dagger slips under his armored mask into his spine. His buddy, stunned by your sudden appearance, tries to get his weapon in line, but you wrap your free hand around it so the shotgun blows another shoulder apart. Silver shot ruins their day as much as yours, then slash his wrist open with your dagger and fling him into someone trying to close in. A build-up of static electricity. You throw yourself prone just as the 11-bolt discharges and fills the porte cochere with a sweet smell of roasting meat. But they're not all dead. You jump to your feet, stabbing and slicing, getting at least one more. A slightly different burst fire sound. Podge's assault rifle. He stops after a few more shots. Celine, Melody shouts. I'm fine, you shout. As the smoke clears, you realize that you got at least 4 soldiers. Maybe 2 or 3 got away. They never get anywhere close to the estate. You're feeling pretty good. That was a rout, until you notice the militarized police heading through the open gates of the Binnicky estate. Where in Nin and Black Tarn? Melody asked, pulling out her phone. I don't think we should be messing around on our phones. I gave you new codes for a reason, Daphne says, fiddling with a bullet hole in her puffy coat. Are you sure you gave them to us, or did you give them to the tiger? Daphne's face turns a little grey. Well, we need to find Nin, or we're not getting anywhere. Melody says. She texts to the galliard. A moment later, your phone vibrates. Blood on my hands and my hands in the till. Well, that's not even grammatical. Did she kill a cashier? Celine, Nin is at the 7-Eleven next to the Northampton. Go get her. We'll get as close as we can to the cairn, but we need her song. The city is in bloody chaos. Riots and protests have left at least 2 people dead. You can tell because you passed them on the way here. One got picked up by mourners. The other is in the middle of the street. And cops are shooting at anyone who gets close. The other one might even still be alive. You can't tell and don't have time to find out. Elsewhere, protesters sit, physically and mentally beaten, zip-tied and left on freezing sidewalks, guarded by sullen police officers or wild-eyed private militia members who have been hastily deputized. The occasional pop of gunfire in the distance. Parts of King Street are still open, including the 7-Eleven next to the Hotel Northampton. A line of cars wraps around the block. People are getting gas and getting out. The doors slide open and warm, sticky air blankets you. The clerk looks at you, then quickly returns to the long line in front of him. You knock on the bathroom door. Nin opens it. It's red inside from the blood on the light bulb. Nin, wearing only boxer shorts and a secret Stairways t-shirt, stands over a middle-aged woman with her with her throat torn open. She hands you her ID, Massachusetts State Police, then her weapon, a revolver with silver bullets. I killed her, Nin says. I killed her twice. I killed her the first time, then we beat her of names, but then I realized it was a lie, and I killed you. I'm sorry, it was the only way I could think to get out of the answering tiger. I'm so tired, Celine. I've been doing this for so long. I don't want to do it again. Where's Blackturn? Is she okay? Too many damn hunters in town, worried that we'll have to face the Khan. No time to waste, we need you and your song at the can. Is she good? Who? Nin says. She blinks at you. Who are you? Nin, you say. For a moment you can see stripes gliding across her radiant eyes, and then she suddenly grabs your arms like she's drowning. Celine, I'm sorry, my attention wandered for a moment. I'm sorry about the dead woman. She isn't a Fomor, right? I thought I was fighting a Fomor. There's no evidence that the woman was anything other than a normal human, but you probably don't need Nin worrying about that. You stuff Nin into a spare poncho, scrub some blood out of her hair. Why is everyone always scrubbing me? I have better than average hygiene for a werewolf or a musician. I love her with all of my heart. I get her back to the parking lot of the 7-Eleven, where the gas line has grown, so it now stretches all the way down past Ernie's garage to the Dunkin'. The Dunkin' Donuts. That's when two things happen. First, you spot Nomi across the street from the 7-Eleven next to the bank. They hop off their bike and wave excitedly, holding up something on their phone. Second, Nin snarls. You see them too with your owl eyes. The cops heading your way. 6 of them. They still think you don't see them. Then one shouts, "There she is!" They don't mean you, Nin says, scratching the blood under her fingernails. You're watching the cops. They have automatics, not revolvers. That probably means no silver, but getting shot 30 times with a sig soil will knock you over and ruin your evening. Calling on Squirrel, I get out of there as fast as I can and encourage Nim to do the same. Nomi is on their own. Nomi, Nin, let's go. I lead them to safety through the maze-like alleyways. I rally Nin to attack the most aggressive cops while I get Nomi to safety. I survey the battlefield and tell Nin where and when to strike so we can get the crowds out. I probably can't protect Nin. Nomi. And names. Just hypothetically, how would the police react to me raiding into them and stabbing a few to death? Can I just shoot a few cops? So fucking valid, but we have dependents with us. So let's go with Streetwise. Your first thought is to run through the parking lot between the 7-Eleven and the Hotel Northampton. But while Nin could flash across that lot in her lupus form, Nomi is slower. Instead, you run the other way towards Ernie's garage, while Nin gets Nomi moving on their bike. Cops, like movie dinosaurs, are attracted to movement. The moment you run through it, the two of them open fire and their bullets hit parked cars and fuel pumps. They're terrible shots. You skid around the back of the garage and confirm that you remember from a few weeks ago. A truck backed into the light pole here. You monitored the house ever since the cops killed the owner of King Street Convenience and the place turned into a 7-Eleven. As you hoped, everything is totally dark. Trusting that the path behind the shack is still unlocked, you hustle Nomi on their bike and Nin into the scrubby woods. Then you head up a flight of wooden steps, then bang through a cheap door. You also know that Melody keeps watch over this house, since one tenant was a Cult of Fenris collaborator, and your contacts have told you he just got arrested. His apartment is empty and dark. The cops hesitate because if you had a gun, you'd have them dead to rights the moment they started up those steps. You could probably rip them apart with just your throwing knives, let alone the pistol Podge gave you. But that's not the plan. As the state police head, you pull open a window and drop down onto the garage roof, then rejoin Nin and Nomi. Okay, Nin asks. Nomi is on their bike, but Nin is holding them like they're a toddler at an airport, and firmly gripping the back of their necks so they don't wander off. You nod. Other people got away too, Nin says. Keep Nomi alive! News quest! We've done it! The cairn is northwest of town. The Northampton Police Headquarters is just south of the 7-Eleven and the Hotel Northampton, and there's a Massachusetts State Police Station on North King Street, north of your location. So Nin slices right through the burbs, heading for the bike trail. Nomi follows on their battered bike. Once you're sure you're not being followed, they say, "Anyway, I tracked you down for a reason. You're trying to reach Broadbrook, right?" Nin yelps at an arm. How does Nomi always figure this stuff out? How come Loop Guru is a French word and cairn is Scottish Gaelic? Nomi asks. And Bane is Germanic. Why don't you use Russian or Polish if your rulers are originally from Russia and Poland? Actually, I think Melody is technically Czech by modern standards. Palace Yiddish is more influenced by Czech and Slovak than other Yiddish dialects, which use more German loanwords. Were her parents werewolves too? What influence does Hereditary play in lycanthropy? Since Eldon is Afro-Caribbean, shouldn't he be a Nagual or a Jaguar shifter? Or does he automatically get assigned to wolves because he was born in England and study with Naomi consults their phone's note apps. The Arcanum in Mainz. What is the worm, and does it grant interviews? I assume you flagged us down because you had info you want to share. I don't know. That's just a local thing. No, little of none. I don't think those exist. That's not how it works. It's philosophically complicated, and no. Naomi, you can't write about this stuff. You know what you need to know to keep safe, and that's it. Naomi, please don't get confused. You're an asset, not the other way around. We'll answer her questions. Naomi scribbles strategically that says, okay, I'm going to try to get an interview with the worm later, but first look at this. Your phone's buzz. Long story short, they're waiting for you. 3 groups are protecting the stats command system, the so-called CAN. How did you get this, you ask, skimming the PDFs. The 3 groups are a security company called Neo Albion, which has excellent security, the Massachusetts State Police, which have pretty good security, and a bunch of transplanted military creeps and middle-class warmongers with assault rifles, who can't even agree on a cool name for their militia. They used to be the Cult of Fenris, but I think that group split off. It's pretty confusing. Anyway, their OPSEC is terrible, but the cops share their information with them anyway. A quick read of the Massachusetts State Police document confirms that now familiar freeway split. The cairn is on the north side of Stats, so any approach from the south means you're walking through several blocks of active police training facility. No good. The police are stationed to the east, where people are like to protest. That was your original point of entry. Neo Albion maintains a small security facility to the west, and don't want to tangle with any more silver-tipped crossbow bolts. In fact, your main goal, getting in, is to move fast enough that Neo Albion doesn't have time to respond. But to the north, it's just the Little Brothers. Military security, former Cult of Fenris hangers-on. They'll be weakest. You'll need to attack them there. We get to kill fascists, chat! Yay! I love killing fascists. Let's go, Nomi says. Then they look at you and Nin. The Galliard shakes her head. No, Nomi says. You'll die. Like, it's 100% guaranteed you will die in there, and I don't want that. People are hurt all over town. You have a bike, and you know the streets. Help them. I have enough material for an article. I want final approval, though. No exceptions. Go find what the Provisional Council is doing while all this goes on. Yeah, you'll die. Oh, that's sweet, Nomi says. But yeah, I know what I'm in over my head, and this time I even care. Good luck, you two. They study for a moment, as if fixing your memory in case you don't come back, then roll away. Behind you, the last snow-covered split level on this sleepy suburban road in front of you, trackless woods that lead eventually to Stats, Broadbrook, and the defiled cairn. Nin starts to sing. Between it and the painting of Elton, you should be able to reach the cairn without drawing attention. Of everything between here and the false Hotel Northampton. You unrolled the oil painting of Elton. It survived in your backpack as well as anything survives in there. A faint tug, but stronger than during your previous experiments. It's like the answering tiger is calling back, all his fragments back into himself. You follow the tug into the woods. I'm waiting along with Daphne, who changed her clothes since you last saw her at the estate. Her new dogs trot out of the snowy woods. They circle you, a pair of powerfully built Dobermans. These aren't the cybernetically modified travesties that you saw in GRC media, but clean, healthy animals, usually only in their eerie coordination. Do they have electric teeth? They'd be useful right now. Are these weapons or scouts? Garo can do their own fighting, but guys can be helpful. Those horses are much too small to ride, Daphne. Very funny, Daphne says, but I think the only one here suitable for riding is Nin. Pistola and Badolfo can serve as scouts and harriers, and though I'd rather not fear their lives away, if I can help it, they can fight. Daphne and I go in opposite directions while the dogs fan out. I'm heading for the other Garu, while Daphne brings up the rear, making sure that no one follows you into the woods. Of course, none of us are getting anywhere without Nin's song. Remember, we're heading for the north entrance, you remind Nin. You show her Nomi's maps again, and she nods. Then the Galliard shifts into her massive hispo form and howls. The forest shifts, changing without changing, as constellations might change, even as the stars remain fixed. New possibilities and configurations unfurl in your mind, and then Nin is offered to run, heading for the cairn. You follow her song, then her huge tracks in the muddy snow until the trees end. This isn't the route you took to the false Hotel Northampton with Elton. A vast, desolate field of mud and snow stretches beyond the forest, hundreds of clear-cut acres to make way for the expansion of Stats. The false city is visible now. A black, expressionist knife that reaches up toward the stars, dominated by a false city hall and false First Church of Northampton. Their spires still covered in metal scaffolding. Anything that isn't brown is orange construction fencing. Barrels, cones, the occasional flashing warning light. Flares burn in the trenches or atop concrete pylons. The tracks lead through the cold mud to 2 human corpses hacked to death from behind. You search the dead men's pockets, but don't find wallets or weapons. But you examine the tracks around the dead men in the pale light of the gibbous moon. Their tracks lead toward the east entrance. You follow another pair of tracks back and see how the weight changes. You notice Melody from the stride length and the indentation. She shifted into her grabber from about 20 feet out and axed them. Searched them. She dragged them around a little, then hurried for the eastern entrance of Stats, retracing the men's steps. Then you hear low, arguing women's voices. That's Melody and Black Tan. Tan? I don't know why I'm saying tan. Staying low, you crunch through the snowy wasteland until you reach them. No, they were definitely guards, Melody says. Doesn't matter now, Black Tarn says. Let's go to the entrance. I heard Nin. Melody, Black Tarn, you say? Melody, glabroform, jumps, but Black Tarn Homid is already waving for you to join them. Is that really you, Celine? Melody asks. The answering tiger got Melody for a while. She's okay now. I thought it worked, Melody says. My plan should have worked, except now I can't remember what it was. I remember our victory celebration afterwards, though I think I might have killed some people who weren't Neo Albion. I think I did the same thing I did last time at the Battle of Graves Farm. Except this time I'm not going to run away. Unless I'm running away now. Which way are we going? We're heading north, you say, setting out past tree stumps and construction equipment. The north entrance is only protected by militia guys. Melody and Black Tarn are dressed in ragged parkas, disposable maxi dresses, and cheap boots. Black Tarn has forged ahead, sniffing for Nin, but the Galliard's howls are far away now. Melody can't seem to focus. The answering tiger captured her for multiple subjective days, and she's having trouble adjusting. You carefully get her moving until you reach a fence. What the hell? There shouldn't be a fence here, especially not a 20-foot reinforced metal fence topped with concertina wire. You check Nomi's map again. No fence here. He keeps trying to catch me, a familiar voice says, but I already know how thin and pale this world is. His tricks don't work on me. Giselle stands in front of the fence. It's 50 yards of no man's land between the fence and the false city. I know you're there, Celine, Giselle shouts. Actually, she whispers, but the words travel right to you. It's always funny what I can do with the slightest effort of will. You must do through painstaking rituals that forces your monstrous society's brutal hierarchies of control and submission. Songs, spirits, bits of ephemera, carried like icons, isn't tiring. The answering tiger is watching us. I'm not afraid. Are you? You threw us into a fucking labyrinth. Why shouldn't I kill you now? What do you want? I'm not going to kill this dangerous human right away unless I have to. I glance at Melody and Black Tam. They're the elders. What's the play? You're a fool if you don't fear the answering tiger. It destroyed the strongest cairn in the northeast. You threw us into the labyrinth. Fuck you. I kept you out of trouble while I dealt with Neo Albion, Giselle says. She lights a cigarette, cupping her hand against the winter wind so her face turns red gold for a moment. Then exhales slowly, eyes closed as if to show she's unafraid of you. Smoke rises from the heavy muffler around her throat, turning her face hazy until the wind carries it away. You worked with Neo Albion and the Cult of Fenris, Melody snarls. I needed protection, Giselle says, and I needed servants. God has given me authority over his angels, his fallen angels as well. That's why I'm here, Celine. You can't fight the answering tiger. You know that, right? It will blind you and set you upon one another. Swing that axe at me, Melody, and it will bury itself in Celine's skull, and you'll believe yourself a hero. Melody calculates, then asks, What do you even want, Giselle? The exact same thing you do, Melody, Giselle says, to not make the same mistake twice. As I said, God has given me authority. You want the answering tiger, Melody says. I've met humans like you before, Black Tarn says. They try to seize what is ours. Usually they die before we can even stop them. I'm old, Giselle. I've seen witches come and go. I've learned to pity them. Giselle's eyes dart past you to track Pistola and Bardolfo as they trot through the wilderness. They're still keeping an eye on you, though Daphne has moved out. What the hell are you doing here, Giselle? Melody says. Hanging around and seeing how it all plays out, the witch says with a shrug. Same as your sister always did, Melody. Melody snarls. Do you think Harmony followed you out of a sense of loyalty? Of love? Giselle says with a cruel laugh. Werewolves smash through everything they encounter, and the clever witch digs through what's left. I worked with the Cult of Fenris because I needed protection, yes, but also because I would point them to my enemies, then wash the blood off whatever remained. And with you, I don't even need to give you instructions. You're about to charge right into the cairn and attack Eater of Names. Maybe you'll succeed, maybe you won't. I win either way. Would you like some advice before you charge me? Melody's eyes are cold and hard as she shifts her weight, eager to sink her axe into Giselle's face, but Black Tarn just looks annoyed. She regards Giselle as a distraction and a pointless threat. I'm listening. I don't need ice from a deceiver witch. Get out of here. I walk towards her until she leaves. I'm not letting the situation escalate. Go away, Giselle. I back off, carefully maneuvering Melody away from the witch. I lean towards Melody and whisper, can we work with her? Like, strike a deal? Signal the others. It's time to kill the damn witch. Fuck you. I don't care. You're going to die here, Giselle says. But she does not back off as you stalk towards her. Melody moves to flank her. Even an animal can see clearly, even if it can't understand. You're blind. I look forward to digging through your bones for anything worth salvaging. She flicks her cigarette your way, and your eyes instinctively track it. When you refocus, the witch is gone. I should have killed her when I had the chance, Melody says. The 3 of you, the 5 of you if you count Pistola and Baldolfo, turn to confront the fence. It appears to run for miles here, north and south. The dogs trot right through it. Magic dogs. Wait, no. The dogs that don't see illusions because they're normal dogs. Damn it. She waves her hand in the fence and it fades away. Then she steps through it. Stupid tiger tricks. Let's go. The no man's land is a blighted waste of stumps, traffic cones, and frozen mud. Nin's howls draw you onward. You try to cut generally north because you think that's the safest way in. Then you step abruptly into the downtown Northampton. The fake one, of course, the police training facility. It's expanded since you were last here. You're south of Alton's flat near the false town's copy of GRC Media. No one bothered to run a bunch of werewolves through the GRC Media building to make it more accurately reflect the real structure. This exact area is Hawley Street, a suburban road perfect for practicing raids on family houses. The only problem is that removing the trees has triggered mudslides and caused boggy lands around here to settle. 2 houses have collapsed completely, all but one list at an angle. They haven't paved the road yet, and wooden walkways help get you over the muddy streets. Celine, Pod calls from the 2nd floor of the only level house. Elton pops the front door open and waves you inside. New clothes on both Garu. They probably spent some time in Krenos form. There are a lot of dead people somewhere. What kept you? Elton asks as Daphne checks her dogs. Giselle, Melody says. You kill her? Elton asks. Ask her to politely leave. She'll be back, Blacktown says. If I know witches, Giselle wants to bottle a demon. What demon? Elton asks. The answering tiger, Blacktown says. Podge whistles. You lean out the window and spot Nin, who makes her way across the telephone lines towards the house. The huge wolf drops down onto the muddy ground. She spits out gore, then licks her red teeth. She's been even more busy since you saw her outside the 7-Eleven. Okay, Elton says once everyone is assembled. We're going to slip past the east security gate because the humans protest there. And while there is a security presence, they expect to see humans moving around. Actually, change of plans, you say. You know the other Garu Nomi's... You show the other Garu Nomi's information. The north entrance, Elton says as he reads. That does look better. Okay, we'll use that. Are we ready to move? Me and Esmeralda are ready to rock, Podge says. Esmeralda? Melody says. My crossbow, obviously, Podge says, holding up the huge crossbow he took from Neo Albion. The bow Nora appears to have one silver-tipped quarrel. The path is muddy and cold, but you don't see anyone. Not a lot of light except the gibbous moon and the occasional road flare. Snow falls, but that doesn't stick. Trunks dot the false muddy streets. It's good to have a pack whatever happens in the next hour or two. Cold and muddy. This is why I could never be a country wolf. This sucks. What's the cyber sitch, Daphne? How's Black Tarn holding up? She's probably the most fail of our company. I keep an eye out for Giselle. Last thing I need is a human messing things up. It's good to be with my buddies. The Garu are tired, muddy, and cold, and half crazed from the tricks of the answering tiger. But you're determined to see this through to the end. I remember this place. Melody says, as Nin leads their way down a dark and empty facsimile of Market Street, past the pizza place that's Mexican themed for some reason. In this false reality, it's just a one-story corrugated metal shed. This is where we sentenced David Benicki to death. What do you mean we? Podge says. Well, it's not like I had a say. Blame is pointless now. But it was Holds the Dawn, and... Oh, you've redeemed Take a Sippy! Oh, shit. 1 second, I need to get more water. Very smart, Scarlet Emu, because my voice is starting to go. Hopefully we'll get rid of get through this tonight. Holds the Dawn and Grey now. It was Holds the Dawn and Grey now who ordered his execution. If there's one place where it all went wrong, this is it. But Nin is already forging ahead, hopping over rooftops despite her massive size. You follow until you reach the northern edge of Stats. It's now a Dunkin' across the street from one of Western Massachusetts' many little castle-shaped buildings. In the real world, you think it's a halfway house or something. Podge has done some work there, but here in this false reality, it's a literal fortress. You can see snipers on the roof and a murdered out Humvee idling in the Dunkin' parking lot full of armed guards. Beyond the Humvee and the barricade that stretches along the street, the Polish Catholic Church, then Ernie's Garage, then the 7-Eleven, then the Hotel Northampton and the Cairn. The bad news is, all the guards. The good news is that security mostly consists of imported militia types, fascist mall cops, and kitted out apocalypse fantasists with $10,000 worth of gear and no actual military experience. Dangerous, yes, but not a Neo-Albion strike force. You made the right call going here. Should we just... It always sounds so crass when I say this. Kill them all? Melody asks. Let's kill some fascists, chap. We could, but if a fight drags... New Albion will respond and will get bogged down in the mud. That's no way to die. After about 5 minutes discussion, during which time you offer wide-ranging advice on how these streets are laid out, or at least the real ones, your pack identifies 6 possible ways to deal with the militia members. You want to act fast because Neo Albion has time to identify your location and send reinforcements. First, you could work as Podge's spotter, or he picks off the snipers. The Bone Gnawer has weapons for every conceivable engagement. Engagement distance short of an artillery bombardment. You'd have to serve as his eyes, which would take great care and patience. Second, rather than get him to a shooting battle, you and Nin could climb up onto the roof of the Dunkin'. Snipers wouldn't have a chance against Nin at point-blank range, and if you're smart, you won't even have to fight anyone. You could just unlock the door on the far side, then sneak everyone through one of the buildings. They'd never see you. Third, there's an old Ford truck parked in the Dunkin' parking lot. Among the long dead prop vehicles, it appears to still be functioning. So you could sneak up to it, hotwire it. You can't drive, but Elton can, and he could smash through the barricade, and then everyone else could run on through as you draw fire. Fourth, Melody is right that these guys are scrubs. They're scrubs with AR-15s, but 2 of you could charge in, rip apart the ones in the Hummer, and then draw the fire of the snipers, which would give your allies time to get through the barricade. You'd have to keep your wits about you, though, to avoid getting popped by a sniper. Fifth, Daphne has her dogs. She'd have no problem sending them in and causing chaos, buying you time to jump the barricade. Finally, Blacktarn seems confident that she can deal with the Roughnecks. Melody, we're going to clear out everyone at ground level. I draw my dagger. Can I shift into my Kreenus form to help Melody fight? Podge, you're on counter sniper duty. Follow my lead. Wait, how much rage have we got going? Ooh, we are so close to flipping the fuck out, so we should probably shift to Glabro. Nin, let's climb onto the roof. Elton will steal the truck. Daphne send in the doggos. Blacktarn. Let's get up on that fucking roof, baby. As much fun as Podge might have killing everyone here, it seems easier to climb around the fret and then sneak everyone to safety on the far side. Nin, despite her massive size, can use her squirrel gift to climb. And if you can just get onto the roof of that little castle, you should be able to open the far door and then go through the building and open the door on this side and hustle everyone through. You see the way we're going, you ask Nin? She woofs confidently. You and the galliards stay low as you approach the brick castle. Die, motherfuckers! Heinrich's Silverado crashes into the Humvee at 50 miles an hour. Both vehicles are instantly obliterated. The SUV's occupants die instantly, and Heinrich is ejected from the windshield. He flies through the floor-to-ceiling window of the fake Dunkin'. The lights turn red, and an alarm siren sounds. Jesus Christ! Oh, the fucking cult of Fenris. I can't believe it, Nin says. As Heinrich gets up, the 3 Neo-Albion trucks that were chasing him scream to a halt and disgorge their armed occupant. One activates a spotlight that sweeps through the suddenly red world until it stops on you and Nin. More of them, an amplified voice says. Nin snarls and swats uselessly at the light. Your plan isn't totally shot, as running up and then down will confuse any snipers. But this whole situation just went to shit. Maybe you should help your other allies and just trust Nin to get to safety. Nin, climb the wall and keep moving, I shout. Melody, shift into Kreenos. I draw my dagger. Wits combat. Can I shift into Kreenos form to help Melody fight? Nin, keep going, I shout. Podge, you need counter sniper. We need counter sniper 30 seconds ago. Follow my lead. Keep going, Nin. We need to move fast, but we can still make it. Nin, climb the barricade, then keep moving. Elton, let's steal the truck. Elton was stealing the truck. Nin, keep going. Definitely send in the doggos. Okay. Everything has gone wrong because of this, because of a fucking fascist. Isn't that just the way? God damn it. Okay. Fight music. If she can climb the wall, we can have Melody shift. Right. Let's get stuck in. Nin scrambles up the wall. She's right behind the snipers now. The Hummer is a smoking wreck. Its occupants all dead. As you watch, Heinrich crawls out of the wreckage, smoldering, shifts into his crooner's form, and hurls himself at one of the Neo-Albion vehicles, shredding it with his claws and howling as the soldier opens fire. The other disgorges troops that move toward Heinrich, but they're not looking your way. Them, you say. Melody nods, then she leaps into the middle of the Neo-Albion soldiers, transforming in midair. She flattens one, rips two more down with her claws, but another gets some distance and raises his shotgun. Your dagger slips between his ribs, then you slam him down into the frozen mud. That's when you spot two militia members fleeing Henrik, who's killed several of them, despite taking multiple silver shotgun hits. They spot Melody, grit their teeth against the delirium, and raise their AR-15s. And they never see you coming, and you dispatch them with your dagger in seconds. But they were never the real threat. As Heinrich howls, flames spread, and the rest of your pack rushes toward the castle-shaped building. You scan for threats to Melody. The snipers on the tower already can't aim down at her, and the guards in the fake Duncan are too far away, but you hear shouts from the castle, banging around near the side door. So you go to the steps leading up to the side door, and the moment it bangs open, disgorging 3 terrified militia members, you're ready with your dagger. A vicious frenzy of stabbing and slashing kills all 3 men. You hear a 4th coming your way. Despite the sticky blood all over your dagger and the floor, you flip your weapon around and fling it into the newcomer's head, just as he rounds the corner. God, our character's so cool. He drops. You retrieve your dagger and head back outside. Oh, shit! But where's Melody? Heinrich howls. You turn just in time to see his claws miss Melody by inches. He's in a wild, snarling frenzy now, gushing blood from a dozen wounds. Vile runes grey against his patchy fur. The Philodox shifts her feet, accepts a painful but not serious scratch across the arm from one huge claw, then howls as her porcupine spirit rips into the cultist. He stumbles backwards just as you rush him. The maimed cultist tries to focus on you and Melody at the same time. That's when the Philodox jumps on him and shreds his face and upper body down to the bone. Crabachunk, Melody says, as the mostly headless cultist crumples back into his homid form. Oh, she's so cool, guys. She's so cool. That's when the Philodox jumps on him and crumples back into his homid form. His bullets crack, and your allies finish off the last of the militia guards. You and Melody both grab part of Henrik and fling him onto the burning Silverado. He regenerates just enough that he can start screaming as he burns. Goodbye, Henrik. Fuck fascists. We burn fascists alive and rip them in half in this house. Oh my god. Hand of Vidar, slay all cultists of Fenris. Yay! More Neo-Albion vehicles are screaming your way, though your pack is past the barricade, so you and Melody run to join them. Melody has killed basically everyone at ground level. She's already back in her Glabre form, a little dazed but victorious. Finally, someone sounds the alarm, but only after you're all on the far side of the barricade. You keep moving towards the cairn before more security arrives. The Hotel Northampton rises in bleak artificial majesty. A cheap prefab copy of the Federalist original, precisely down to the last inch, but shoddy and synthetic, existing only for live fire and kettling practice. You remember Eater of Name's face in the window of the lobby. There's nothing here. A spiritual void, but the parking lot is full. This is it. Podge asks, Heinrich got Neo-Albion to launch a helicopter. You have to duck its searchlight a few times on the way, but now it circles to the west, spotlighting something near the fake Smith College. This is the cairn, Melody says. She sounds tired, and not just from all the action you two have seen tonight. Everyone hesitates, even though Neo-Albion must be closing in. You climb the steps and walk into the lobby. Ghosts at the edge of your vision outlined by Owl, but still somehow mercurial and unclear spirits. Though, are you sure ghost is the right word? This is an interesting term in English, isn't it? I ask as I hop onto the reception desk and weave through the shades, so pale they do not quite have locations. Though they are vaguely in the lobby. A ghost in the graveyard, a ghost in the Trinity, a ghost in the meat. Evening, Stormcat, Blackton says. What are these shades? Where's Eater of Names? I have killing to do. How bad off is the cairn? Haven't you seen, Celine? The earth is dead and we scuttle upon her corpse like deep-sea crabs over geothermal vents. Yet Eater of Names seems awfully busy right now for someone who believes he's already won. He's upstairs screaming at his underlings. To do what? Podge asks. To destroy the cairn before the answering tiger devours it. Apparently the Black Star Dancer's chiminage has proven inadequate to the tiger's needs. Now the answering tiger wants to devour the cairn, to use its power to become a true god, perhaps to replace Gaia. By contrast, Eater of Names wants only extinction of humanity, of thought, of life. He regards the tiger's ambition as an essential betrayal of the sacred oath to the spirit of destruction. To him, the tiger's dreams to replace Gaia are akin to casting down a tyrant only to raise up a new one in her place. The Black Spiral Dancer has been busy these past few months, digging through your trash, building something that can destroy the cairn. The tiger has been busy too, preparing for his reification. These shades, the portrait of Elton, the corpses in the Connecticut River, you saw when you spoke with Eater of Names. Celine, these are all the answering tiger preparing to make the lies real. So what the hell do we do? Podge says, edging away from a ghost family checking into the Simulacrum Hotel. It's nice of you to listen to the spirits for once, Podge, but I fear I'm too involved with the situation to offer a clear course of action. Let me summarize what might come to pass. If Eater of Names tears the cairn apart, I will die, and Broadbrook will cease to be a sacred site. Though, of course, a cairn is best understood as a door between worlds. The power lost to you will go elsewhere. No, the real horror of such an event is that Eater of Names lives. That if Eater of Names lives, he will know what to do to the next cairn, and the one after that. You've read his book, Celine. You know that he wants to spread his program of annihilation. And he will. The answering tiger devouring the cairn is perhaps even worse. I don't know if he can become Gaia or become God, but he will be stronger than anything the Garo can face. So what do we do? Melody asks. Let's just go upstairs and rip things apart, then we'll figure out the strategy. I'll appeal for anything that will let us hurt the answering tiger directly. I'm wondering if our humans allies are having better time than we. Can we call on the spirits of the cairn in any way? Let's see. We have all the allies we're going to get, Elton says. He tries not to sound miserable. Well, if this is the end, I plan to meet it at my home. I head for the stairs that lead up. Your companions fan out, running their hands over the cheap particle board and artificial ferns of the lobby, remembering what this place used to be before the coming of the Black Spiral Dancer. Distant gunshots outside, but they must be a quarter mile away or more. Are you checking in? The shadow of the front desk clerk asked Podge. Yeah, Podge says. Reservation under Tiger? Answering. I don't see that name for tonight, sir. Are you checking in, sir? We're not getting anything out of these chatbots. Let's go. You keep expecting more security, but you haven't seen anything since the North Barricade. No Neo-Albion or regular cops, no mutated Fomori. And in all your time in the valley, you've only met the one's Black Spiral Dancer, though they normally travel in packs. You don't want to take the same route as the Stormcat, but if this place matches the real hotel, there should be another stairwell on the far side of one of the event rooms. You push open the double doors and find yourself not in the banquet hall, but a shooting range. Wooden barriers divide up the room. The smell is ghastly, and despite the cold, as there's no heat on the ground floor, the flies rise up when you enter. Dead dogs have been left where they were shot dead. There's a broad range of animals, from a big golden retriever, lying across the wooden barricade, to a pair of nearly obliterated chihuahua corpses huddled in one corner. From the date of decomposition, they're 3 or 4 days old. You hear yelps and whines from what should be a coat room in the real hotel. I'll deal with this, Daphne says. She signals her dogs and they take off like a shot. You hear a short, hideous scream that dissolves into wet gurgling. When you hurry through the obstacle course to the coat room, you see Pistola and Bardolfo standing over an MPD officer with his throat torn out. The dogs in here are going crazy. This is some kind of a tunnel attached to the shooting range with dozens of animals of all sizes and in all conditions trapped in cages. Get the cages open and get these poor animals out of here. Check them all. Make sure none are Fomori. Don't you have a gift? Melody, don't you have a gift that you can use? I can call Lucinda to pick them up. Let's get them. Let's let them get out. Your companions pop the cages. The dogs predictably shrink into the farthest corner of their prisons. Animals are smart enough to fear Garu. You wave everyone back to the shooting gallery, and after a few minutes, the animals start to leave the kennel. We can't waste more time here, Podge says. A hallway off the shooting gallery ends in the stairwell. Cheap wooden stairs lead up to the false hotel's second floor. I'm like feeling constantly paranoid that none of this is real, which is the narrative does such a good job of teaching me this bullshit. Of like the answering tiger being able to fuck with our brains, and then me having to do this all again, but differently. Chocky button break. Ah, you can feel a faint vibration at each step as machines labour around you. The air smells like blood and rot. Flashlight, you ask Podge, because he has the best flashlights. He hands you a good one. It seems to illuminate nothing. Just turn the blackness a sickly grey. You feel like you're passing into a void as you head up the steps. You tense, but they sound almost jubilant. The others jostle you from behind. What is it? Melody asks. Somewhere below, Nin whines. Then even her echoes vanish instantly. You look back. They're all gone. More laughter from above, and now lights. Hell of a thing, Podge says, chuckling. He's covered in blood, but only some of it is his. Mate, stop laughing, Elton says. We almost died. We didn't, Melody says. You can see her now. She's stopping halfway up the steps. She's trying to stuff Nin back in Homid form into a parka. Still, God, what a nightmare. The Philodox shakes her head. We're lucky we stopped Eater of Names when we did, before he turned that evil book of his into a roadmap for every other Black Spiral dancer. The question now is, what do we do with the Answering Tiger? Just because he's captured doesn't mean he's harmless. Do we find a way to destroy him? Celine, there you are, and then you feel it again. The Answering Tiger working on your mind, probing you, trying to know what you think and how you react. You remember your first meeting with Melody, how she told you to fight the trick with who you are. This isn't like that. This is a demon trying to read you, to understand you so he can make an illusion that pleases you. The sensation is disgusting. I stay perfectly still, as if afraid that if I do anything, the Answering Tiger will use my reaction to predict my behavior later. We still win. I ignore the illusion and keep ascending, acting vengeful and furious, like all I want to do is kill that damn vein. Our answer is spirit. I act curious. I'm amazed we caught the tiger. How would you say we did it? I just want to survive. Time to put on an I Love the Litany performance. I know what you're doing, demon, but the Garu Nation won't fall for your tricks again. I act proud and high-handed. Using my friends this way is degrading even for tricks to Bane. Okay, so this one, we can use who we are. It's just that we're faking it. Our answer is spirit. We can still win. Let's do we can still win. Acting fearful. Celine, Melody says, nudging you a little. Come on, we need your input. What should we do with the Answering Tiger? Elton says. What tools do we have to exploit it? Yes, what are the assets we could deploy? What rights, gifts, or talismans? We've been betrayed, chat. You really think you understand what's real and what's an illusion, don't you, Celine? Catherine says as your fake packmates fade away, still trying to get you to tell them, and the Answering Tiger, what rights or gifts or talismans you might deploy against the Bane. Their demands slowly fade. But Catherine remains. Interesting. Are you part of the Answering Tiger or what? What kind of twisted necromancy am I looking at here, Catherine? You are definitely dead and buried, so get the fuck out of here before I destroy whatever you are. Your question implies that I am part of a whole. But spirits are not unified things. I am as independent as you are. Though, of course, you might want to ask yourself how independent you really are, as a living creature that requires food, companionship, and air. You open your mouth, but Catherine waves you to silence. We don't have to play 20 questions, the spirit says. Listen. Eater of Names is above, working to destroy the cairn before the Answering Tiger devours it. The tiger is on it, like a leech sucking away at the last of its spiritual energy. If he succeeds, he'll be strong enough to make his lies real, to eat this whole valley, maybe the whole world. If Gaia really is dead, there's nothing to stop him from making his fantasies fully real. I don't believe Gaia is dead. We're going to stop them both. Why do you care if you're part of him? I shouldn't even be talking to the Bane fragment. Wait, so our choice is to let the tiger eat the Khan, or let the tiger eat, or let Eater of Names destroy it. Why do you care if you're part of him? Okay, what is this music? You must see the essential paradox at the heart of the Answering Tiger, Catherine says. He creates illusions of victory. I am not real, but I am Garu. I oppose everything the Answering Tiger represents, but I am inside him, part of him. She flashes a deadly smile, all canines. We're all in there. The entire Broadbrook, except we're not real. We never won in the real world. But the answering tiger gets what he wants. We become real again. We win at the Battle of Graves Farm. I've watched that reality unfold for 5 years. It's better than your world, Celine. Let's give the answering tiger the can. Let's break his will and let's fix everything. For a moment, the audacity of Catherine's plan threatens to overwhelm you. Oh, this is fucking crazy. But Elton will be dead. Okay, how do we do it? What will the price be? This is a trick. Go away, Bane Fragment, before I rip you apart. You must think I'm pretty stupid to agree with the tiger about his give the tiger what he wants plan. What will the price be? We'll just have to realign the conditions of your world to the victory conditions the answering tiger imagined into existence, Catherine says. It'll be a few minor adjustments on my end, but you'll have to be ready to ride the tiger, Celine. He'll fight you, and you'll have to use everything you've learned since coming to the valley to hold him down. If you fail, we're all doomed. Catherine fades into the shadows and vanishes, but her voice lingers. Perhaps you're more clever than the others, Celine. The answering tiger is still strong enough to fool your allies. You should help them snap out of it, unless you want to face the black spiral dancer alone. And suddenly you're at the top of the steps, in a sprawling chamber full of anaconda-thick wires that make your footing treacherous. Behind you is a heavy security gate, a complicated piece of machinery that should be down and locked right now. But you have no idea where this building's security is. Antique CRT screens flicker on the walls. They show possibilities. In one, Eater of Names persuades you to serve him at the banks of the Connecticut River. In another, you and Stormcat kill him with an electrical instrument of great power, subtly derived from the Leavenbolt ring. In a third, Eater of Names succeeded in seeding a galliard with his dream self. And now Ashley Hiram rule Northampton as a two-headed wolf goddess, reefed in a living song. In many, you never come to this valley, but some other werewolf arrived to shake the Broadbrook survivors out of their lethargy, to fight for Gaia. Your companions start congratulating themselves on a job well done. Hell of a fight, Podge says. Any fight you can walk away from isn't that bad, right? Melody says, dusting off Blacktarn's ragged dress. Still, God, what a nightmare. And we're not done. Let's make sure Lucinda and the others are okay, and then we can start dealing with this whole stats mess. You have the files? Daphne? Podge asks. We've got everything, Daphne says, holding up nothing, as if she's holding up a USB. I'm going to have to go over this data because what it contains is so explosive that it's going to draw international scrutiny. But I don't want any Garu law slipping out, because this says everything. Everlight, Chemicom, the Provisional Council stuff happening in Malaysia and Ecuador. When it hits the news, it's going to go off like 100 bombs. Let's go. At first, Elton is smiling along with the others, but then you see him blink in confusion. He glances at the Doberman, since they also look confused. Let's get out of here, Podge says. They're leaving, Elton says as everyone heads back towards the security gate and the stairs. You look around for Catherine, but she's gone. Stop, Elton snaps, grabbing for Melody. That's a mistake. She yelps as if she's never seen him before. And though back in Homid form, delivers an uppercut that splits his lip and knocks the big Shadow Lord backwards onto you. His snarl rumbles deeply in his throat as he rocks back and glares at Melody, barely keeping himself in control. The tiger's still playing tricks on us, Daphne says. We won the battle, but not the war. We should have stuck him in my sister's cosmic jail, Melody says. Nin and Blacktarn in their lupus form crouch warily. We can start figuring out how to do that tomorrow. Right now, let's just get out of here. It's like they've already forgotten Elton. They start to leave again. We need our companions, Elton tells you, but then he falls silent, licking his bloody lip because he's not sure what to do. Neither are you. Though you saw through the answering tiger's deception just now, he fooled you at the estate. I call on Squirrel, shift into my lupus form, and work with my canine friends to physically corral my packmates back the way they came until they figure out they got tricked. Still my nose and stop Blacktarn, then put my hand directly in front of her snout. Stop, it's me. Resolve intimidation. Elton talk to them, charisma leadership. I use my knowledge of security systems to wreck the security gate and bring it down. Wits mechanics. Daphne is the most amenable persuasion since she's been deceived before. Daphne, I'm sorry, but you didn't actually win. You can't turn back yet. Let them go. I tell Elton I don't want to fight my packmates like what happened at the Battle of Graves Farm. Let's see. We could do Dex Intimidation. Or Resolve Intimidation. Blacktarn snarls. She looks a lot more vital in her lupus form, you notice, but you thrust your hand forward anyway. You've been tricked, you say. It's me and Elton. We're not done. Her lips stop curling and she sniffs your wrists. Beside you, Nin pads up to Elfin and sniffs him. The two lupus form Garu conduct a rapid-fire conversation with the primal tongue. Then turn to Melody and Podge. We got snookered, didn't we? Melody says. I can't believe it, Daphne says. She checks her automatic. Yeah, this magazine is full. So much for the sick John Woo stunts I thought I did. Oh, come on, Melody says, banging her fist on the wall. I don't want to do this again. I'm so tired of doing it, Celine. I'm so goddamn tired. Sorry, Melody, Elton says. Everyone takes a moment to center themselves. You can feel the false realities at the edge of your consciousness. The little flashes of their victory feast at Cavaletti to go, or at the burrito place. No, it's not open that late. Maybe the Haymarket Cafe? Unless the cops burned it, you don't remember anymore. Glory, comfort, friendship. The answer to everything. They all fade, leaving only a saccharine sense of unreal accomplishment. You lick your teeth like you've eaten too much candy. Blacktarn in her lupus form does the same thing with her long red tongue. She spits grit onto the linoleum. You're on the second floor hall, outside an atrium that doesn't quite match what you remember of the real hotel's interior layout. This floor is heated, and cheap lockers line one wall. Elton hangs up his greatcoat on the pegs next to the locker. The coat immediately falls apart and drips onto the floor. You hang up your jacket, then you see all the rips and holes, and just let it drop into a shapeless mass next to Elton's shredded pile of coat. A guard, finally a guard, watches the double door that leads into the atrium. He reaches for his taser. Melody throws her axe through his head, pinning him to the cheap plywood wall, then goes through his pockets. Nothing good, she concludes, as she stops switching. Is this a ray gun? She picks up the taser, examines it, tosses it aside. Then she retrieves her axe, and the corpse drops. Shouts from the atrium ahead of you. Double doors bang open, and two middle manager types run past, yelling into their phones, so focused on business stuff they don't even notice you. Should we grab one and interrogate her? If Eater of Names is planning to destroy the cam, we need to figure out how and stop him, like now. Just the one guard? That's almost worse than a Neo-Albion kill team. What the hell is Eater of Names? I want to kill him before the tiger eats our brains. Elton touches the wall near the double doors. It definitely feels something mechanical, like a diesel generator, but I can't get a direction. Then he glances through the circular window of the doors. Humans in there and some kind of machine. Shouldn't be around humans. That's not good. Elton pushes the double doors open, and the others hurry in after him. Here, at least, you come to the instrumentation that has allowed Eater of Names to conduct his work. He is just one creature, after all. However clever, he lacks the essential, transcendent nature that defines the answering tiger, or even the stormcat. Here are his hands, his tools, his emanations, 100 workers at 100 laptops in a dingy, open floor plan office. Even the thick cables and antique screens everywhere can't hide the essentially cheap, mundane nature of this operation. The workers do not look at you, they just type. Some have headsets and field calls, speaking in English, Spanish, Russian. A few walk the floor plan with the swift, angry steps of railway bulls, checking on work. The work is frantic. These aren't drones or fanatics. Those nearest you freeze in normal human fear when they realize something is wrong. Oh, I just took a sip and I fucking dumped water all over myself. A few make frantic calls or hit hardware buttons under the desks. Guards appear almost immediately on the far side of the room, but they too just have tasers. They'd be fools to attack, and they're not fools. Come here, Celine, as the less synthetic voice says. Let me look at you. The crackling hiss reminds you of the drone, or Daphne when you broke into GRC Media, but it sounds weak and frail. Not sure what else to do, you walk past workers who evince terror, confusion, bewilderment, vague aesthetic dissatisfaction with your disheveled state, until you stand before a huge tank of brass and glass. It's not so different from what you saw in Dr. Vandergrift's laboratory, with some of the strange maker's mark on its age-worn components. The tank has been loaded onto a forklift and secured for transportation, but the guy in the lift scrambles out of the cockpit when he sees you, and the two technicians back off. The thing inside, half visible in the cloudy liquid, should be dead. It is neither man nor a wolf, but you see parts of both. It is like a werewolf corpse frozen halfway through some calamitous partial change, then dissected, then forgotten. Hello, Celine and friends. The speaker is made of brass, like something out of an old Victrola. My name is Ben Hutchison. You know me as Breaker of Wings, or at least I hope you do. A phlegmy laugh. I was quite a terror as a young man, but the worm turns inside all us, and here I am in the end. Oh. Breaker of wings, oh no. A skull with patchy hair, mostly canine, bobs your way in the cloudy fluid. And a human eye, very blue glazed, focuses in on you. The barriers are breaking down. Obviously, a radiation-blasted werewolf corpse is not supposed to be here in the secretary pool. But communication wires have gotten crossed, and a once orderly process is in chaos. Melody steps away from the tank the moment she hears radiation blasted. Don't be afraid, Silverfang, the speaker says. I'm not real enough to poison you, but that's the thing. No one knows what's real or false anymore, you see. Look at the workers. You don't like taking your eyes off the shifting werewolf slurry in the tank, but Elton says, they're not all real. You glance back and realize how many of the workers are like shades in the lobby of the hotel. The moment you start to concentrate on them, not consecrate, they become insubstantial. Their actions rote and meaningless. Your pack fans out to examine the shades. Podge, however, is staring straight up. Now, you too can hear it, a steady mechanical thump, like a huge drill somewhere above. Eater of Names has fought this battle so many times, you see. Ben, Breaker of Wings, Wings of Smoke. The undead thing in the tank twists his face like a fanged smile. Into a fanged smile. But you can hear the pain in his voice. He's done. Let's put spooky music back on. He's done it so many times that he doesn't know which world is real. But with Gaia dead, there is no longer anything to distinguish the real and the false. Only power. Only will. Your will, Mr. Hutchinson? I should probably just destroy this living bastard, but patience is a virtue. How are you even still alive? I'm making plans for a mercy kill. Not even a Black Spiral Dancer deserves this. Who are these people, though? The real ones. What is Eater of Names doing here? They're doing the unimportant but necessary work, the ruiner Ben Hutchison says. That's what humans are best at. They make sure money flows in and poison flows out. Though now they've learned too much, and they'll have to go. Even the false ones like me will have to go. False ones, you say? I'm not the real Wings of Smoke, the speaker says. He died at Vermont Yankee fighting the Broadbrook Garu, and even the fragmented thing Eater of Names kept alive eventually perished and rotted. No, what you're speaking to now is a figment, like that painting. And his eyes fix on Elton. I have been pulled into the real from the answering tiger, and now he's trying to pull me back. Miss? A pained-looking technician says with an apologetic glance towards you, your way. Another appears frozen by delirium. The third is unreal. Mr. Fane really wants us to move this machine into storage. If you'll step away, please. Excuse me, quick question, Melody says, raising her non-axe hand. Are you aware that this tank contains a radiation-scorched werewolf extruded by a bane with dreams of godhood? Where's your visitor badge? The technician asks. Insane. He's getting pretty fried by delirium too. Sometimes the delirium manifests as a sort of bewildered fussiness, or insistence on following procedure even as the blood spatters and bone breaks. The drumming overhead grows louder. You tug your hood up so the technicians don't look at you too closely. Actually, why don't I help you store this thing? Maybe these technicians will bring Breaker of Wings right to the Answering Tiger. Fuck off, pal. The werewolves are talking. If you're part of the Answering Tiger, do you serve him? Or maybe I can strike a deal. What is that banging? It sounds like the roof is about to collapse. Eater of Names is trying to stop the Answering Tiger, the written thing says. The tiger is devouring the last power left in the can. He needs that power to make his lives real. And when he is done, who will be able to tell truth from false? Certainly not me, a creature made of his lies. Eater of Names is trying to destroy the can before the tiger is done feeding. So you see the problem. Your choices are either to stop him and watch the tiger devour everything and replace it with himself, or let Eater of Names destroy your can. But then the banging overhead drowns out all sound for a second. An alarm sounds, a synthetic boop boop, and people start filing out of the false hotel. The lights turn red. Where? Melody asks. I will offer you a lesson in the nature of oblivion, Garu, the thing in the tank says. Some things are only useful when they're empty. Melody blinks and you see her and the other Garu picturing where you are now in relation to what you remember of the old can. It's the middle of the old grove, just open sky. The Silver Fang understands even if the dog does not. There is power in emptiness. The void, the thing that is not. The artificial voice dissolves into static, even as the hammering grows louder. Nin yips in concern and circles the tank. How kind, care about, spiral, the speakers crackle. The tiger is calling me back. Return to him. Power to fight. The tank dissolves, and the ruined five-formed thing that was Breaker of Wings sloshes onto the ground. His claw hand spasms, and his good eye rolls until he dissolves into reeking filth. I tell the others about what Catherine said. I hope everyone got out in time because I'm not sure the hotel Northampton is up to code. I'm getting worried about the quakes. We can't waste any more time. I saw Catherine, you tell the others. A piece of the answering tiger. I mean, like the painting of Elton. You describe what she said. Please, Celine, try not to fall for obvious tricks like that, Melody says. Yeah, that just sounds like Bane bullshit. Podge says. Elton says nothing, but he's very obviously thinking about his dead wife. Most Shadow Lords show a fondness for devious, overcomplicated worm jujitsu, and the possibility of restoring Catherine obviously intrigues him. Maybe we should consider it. It's just some Bane lie, and we should be ready for more like it. I honestly don't know. Even the tiger's tricks are tricks. I doubt even he knows what's real anymore. Elton looks intrigued by that notion, but then a hammering blow like a wrecking ball knocks everyone to the ground. The rumbling grows and cracks spread across the carpeted floor, revealing a treat pine and even cheaper wiring as the floor splits. The ceiling goes next, and you can't tell the difference as the hammer blows shake the fake hotel apart. Nin bounds effortlessly away from the faster expanding vortex, while Daphne follows the Dobermans to safety. Black Tarn goes down hard. Podge falls and drops his crossbow, which vanishes as if devoured by a hungry maw. Melody reaches for the bone Nora when they both fall as the floor dissolves. Elton shouts and tries to run towards them, but he falls too. Sparks rain down from exploding fluorescent lights, but you see a brighter light above, the sick green radiance of balefire, and a huge machine hammering on the umber, threatening to rip a hole in both worlds. At least you'll have Squirrel. He's helping you vanish. You vanish? You balance, though he won't help if a brick falls on your head. I scramble away from the collapse. No way I'm getting buried. I haul Elton away from the churning vortex. I'm pretty clever, and I have these dogs. I work with the others to get all of us this. I've got to try. Climb, you shout, pointing to the broken section of the sloping floor. You see Melody and Podge scramble in that direction, but then the ceiling splits open, showering you with debris. You lose sight of them, but you keep shouting, trying to guide them out. That's when the ground starts to move under your feet. Oh, my leadership is so bad! Ah! You jump from one chunk of debris to the next, then start to run as the cheap wooden floor slides down an incline. You fight to stay balanced, but when you've plunged into darkness for a moment, you miss your leap, and the churning vortex of splintered wood and broken bricks swallowed you up. An explosion of light as burning incandescents burst, showering you with sparks, and you scramble up out of the avalanche, dodge a falling beam, and scramble bleeding, but still alive, onto a splintered door. The door slides for another maybe 100 feet before banging into the concrete building across from the inside-out Northampton Hotel. Nin stands on an overturned car not far away, but Melody, Elton, and Podge are all buried in rubble. You can't see them, but you can hear them shouting, trying to dig themselves out. Daphne's goggles are destroyed. She flings them away, but she's uninjured. You don't see or hear Black Tarn, but you can smell her blood. Oh, no, my mom! Okay. My voice is getting quite bad, so it might end up being that we finish this maybe at another time. But I will continue for the minute. You retrieve your dagger from where it got wedged in a board, then look at what's left of the false Hotel Northampton. It's been hollowed out, so only parts of its two wings remain. The entire centre of the 5-story brick building has disgorged itself onto Main Street to become a river of wreckage, but that still flows sluggishly in both directions like lava. Smoke boils out of the wreckage, but you can see the gibbous moon through the haze, impossibly huge. It looks like it's about to fall. The destruction has exposed the astounding infrastructure that Eater of Names has constructed within the false hotel. The rickety metal framework, damaged but not toppled by the building's collapse, it resembles an old radio tower with a spherical cage of metal and bone in the centre. You recognise the metal girders from the truck you snuck into with Elton, the one the cult of Fenris attacked, and you recognise the bones that formed the cage. They made up the cathedral at the centre of the Black Sun Labyrinth. Technicians in silver suits operate ancient-looking equipment that appears to have been taken from Dr. Vandergrift's laboratory. The strange mandalas and unusual metal shapes you saw there have been welded together into some kind of drill. A 10-foot needle that, as you watch, hammers into the apparently empty centre of the cage. The sound is deafening. You can feel Gaia screaming as the drill rips into the heart of the cairn, trying to kill it. Fungal growths, damaged by the structural collapse, but now returning with impossible haste, crawl up the machinery. You remember those fungal booms from GRC Media, and from the way Daphne stumbles back, you think the Ragabash does too. That's the answering tiger, she whispers, or it's how it moves, how it manifests. For a half a second, as the transformer explodes and illuminates the machinery with a shower of sparks, you see the fungal bloom take on the shape of a huge tiger that crawls up the metal tower. But when the appearance of order is gone and it's just blind hunger reaching for the center of that cage, the heart of the cairn, fungal blooms crawl onto the cage, and that's when you see Eater of Names. The Black Spiral Dancer drifts over the ruined hotel, fully armored, wreathed in balefire. When he sees the fungi, he vaporizes the nearest pitch with his vile green flames, then flicks back as the tiger reaches for him. The answering tiger, despite his dreams of godhood, is like other Banes, and needs a host to act on this world. The problem is that the tiger is now trying to seize control of the metal tower, and it's twisting dangerously. Another hammer blow from the drill knocks you sideways and renews the flow of rubble rivers. A metal limb reaches out and wraps around Eater of Names, who howls in rage and starts burning through it with his balefire. Hell of a thing, Catherine says, appearing beside you. Catherine is covered in semi-transparent or missing patches, as if the answering tiger has bitten away parts to redigest her like he swallowed up Breaker of Wings, you assume. He needs all the power he can get to destroy the drill and eat the heart of the cairn. Catherine, Elton says. He's buried up to his waist in wreckage. His face bloody but regenerating. Sorry, I have received a message. His eyes are huge as he looks at his dead wife, but you also see the skepticism on his face. He knows that this can't really be her. Hello, dear, Catherine says, gritting her teeth as part of her fade in and out. It's time to fix the mistakes we made at the Battle of Graves Farm. Most of the humans who fled the open plan offices escaped. Some were Fomori, but they shine from inside with balefire, and Great Gaia, that's a lot of them. But now they're fighting each other as Eater of Names fights the answering tiger. One gets too close to Catherine and her knife snaps out, disappearing into the woman's brain and vanishes into her blue dress as the corpse drops, vomiting radioactive green fire. This is what I was talking about, I tell Elton. I want my back knowing what they're getting into. I check out the drill. How do we stop this? Can I get my allies out of the rubble? Can I get a clear shot of it? Can we stop the drill? Oh. You can't see much with the blowing smoke. You do, however, take the opportunity to get off your rickety raft and onto stable ground. Catherine waits until the echoes from another... Sorry, apologies. Take the opportunity to get off your rickety raft and onto half-stable ground. Catherine waits until the echoes from another drill hammering die down, then says, "Listen to me, Elton. The answering tiger fooled us once, but he has also fooled himself. The Broadbrook awaits, in all its glory and majesty, inside the tiger. I have lived there and lived again for the past 5 years. Right now it's only an illusion. I am only an illusion. But if the answering tiger can claim the cairn's power, don't you see what will happen? The tiger's illusion will become real and Broadbrook will live again." She raises her hand and it crackles with electricity. "And then I will drive my fist into that demon's brain, lobotomize him, and make him ours. Broadbrook will rise again. We can do this, Elton. You and me and Celine." An axe smashes through a pile of bricks and you see Melody's face as she fights her way up to fresh air. "That's not your wife, Elton. That's the answering tiger. It's just another claw of the tiger." Nin circles Catherine warily. Daphne just scowls. She obviously wants to scan Catherine, though you doubt it would tell her anything other than what Al tells you. The thing in front of you is some kind of an illusion. Another deafening hammer blow from the drill, and Catherine flickers out for a moment. The others look to you. You try to turn your head despite the smoke, the hammering, the Fomori ripping each other apart as the worm turns on itself. Nin's howls and the answers in your mind. How do we destroy the answering tiger? What's the best way to save the cairn? Is Catherine plan impossible? Is she just another fragment of the answering tiger's lies and illusion? It's the best way to save the cairn. You consider your options, and then you discover something much smarter than you consider those options for you. Forgive me for manifesting as a thought only you can hear, Celine, but every drill hit is like a hammer against my ribcage. Are you okay? You ask the empty, dusty air. I would say that I am dying, but the fall I experienced after the Battle of Graves Farm is more terrible than the possibility of extinction at the metal hand of that black spiral dancer. You want to destroy the answering tiger. You nod, looking rather grave and heroic. I have to say, despite the ash and dust coating every inch of you. So, let me explain what you must do. First, destroy either of names in that damn drill. Sabotage and slaughter a warrior Garu excel, and I trust you to figure out what to do. But then, you and your pack will have to confront the answering tiger. Oh. You nod, looking rather grave and heroic. The moment the drill stops, the answering tiger will try to feed and become a god. I confess that I'm not sure if he can, but he can most certainly destroy the Khan by trying. At that point, you and I will have to hold your pack together with the honor and courage that you've earned over the last 2 years. Do you believe you are strong enough? Do you believe you are a true pack, or just werewolves flung together out of happenstance and desperation? Only you can answer that question, Celine. All I can tell you is that the struggle will not be easy. And if we manage to stop the answering tiger, well, that's when it gets easy, because he's invested all of his power into this gambit. I will burn out his heart. This I swear by Vahan and Gorgon. Oh, Stormcat's gonna fuck him up, bro. Let's go back to... Only you can answer that question, Celine. All I can tell you is that struggle will not be easy. And if we manage to stop the tiger, well, that's when it gets easy. Because I swear this by Vahan and Gorgon. How do we destroy the answering tiger? How do we destroy the answering tiger? Yeah. Unfortunately, the easiest way to win this hopeless seeming battle is to first let Eater of Names destroy the head of the Khan. I'm forcing myself to be objective here, Celine, because it brings me no pleasure to consider that possibility. It will kill me, after all. And you will all lose your Khan. Melody in particular will mourn, but the answering tiger has invested so much of his power in this gambit that if he cannot feed on the Khan, he will be fatally weakened. There is no dishonor in letting your enemies fight. Let Eater of Names destroy him while he's distracted, then destroy Eater of Names. This is the warrior's path, the path of sacrifice. The spirits of Broadbrook are with you, for even if the Khan perishes, they will persist. But you must call upon all the glory you have earned in these past 2 years. Show them the bold deeds you have performed, the enemies that you have slain. Are the spirits ready to stand at your side against the Artering Tiger and Eater of Names? Only you can answer that question, Celine. Is Catherine's plan even possible? Perhaps it is, because I always liked Catherine when she was alive. But I think her argument makes sense. The Answering Tiger created his own worst enemy in the form of the Broadbrook Garu. If he reifies them, they will destroy him. Even with all the power of the Khan, he will not have the strength to force them into their obedience. Even his simulacra of Catherine and Breaker of Wings plainly defied him. So the first thing to do is destroy Eater of Names and that damn drill. Sabotage and slaughter are what Garu excel. This is the ultimate challenge for any Garu, to understand one's own failures, to hold in one's mind and one's heart the simultaneous belief that the Garu nation has failed and that is still Gaia's best hope. To hear the Earth's death howl and let that guide you, your rage, and at the same time to believe that she still lives, and that there is still hope. I can tell you only 3 things about that. What comes next. First, you will need to use all the wisdom you have gained in your 2 years since coming to the valley. Second, even that might not be enough. This task you've set before you will be daunting. And third, while I believe Catherine is sincere, I don't think she's as far-seeing as she imagines herself to be. She wasn't in life either. Whatever happens next will not be what she imagines. It will be altogether stranger and perhaps more wondrous. Oh. So we let the Khan die. We trust Stormcat. Or we trust Catherine. Fuck me, bro. This sure is a choice. I mean, Stormcat's been with us from the beginning, though. And I think, you know what? Fuck it. Cat time, cat time. The dead have committed some portion of the evil of the night. Sleep and love the other. For what is not the sleeper responsible? What converse does he hold and with whom? Juna Barnes, Nightwood. You look to your companions, making sure to catch each of their eyes. You will need all of them to stop Eater of Names, and then to prevent the answering tiger from getting exactly what he wants. Melody stands ahead of everyone else, determined to save the can. But I too am ready, Celine. I will try to guard you from the tiger's deceit, but I can't do much against a black spiral dancer. The Bane has abandoned subtle mind games in favour of seizing physical control of the dead forest. Broken tree trunks explode into fungal blooms that, even as you watch, smash into the technicians operating the drill machine. But the answering tiger is so powerful that he has simultaneously seized control of parts of the metal framework. The steel twists itself into tiger claws, slashing at Eater of Names as he drifts through the air, and shouts for the workers to finish the job. I may be an extrusion of that Bane, Catherine says, flickering in and out of visibility, but I am still Garu. Her eyes narrow and glyphs scorch the ground around her bare feet as she compels the answering tiger's servants to rip into those of Eater of Names. At least you think that's what she's doing. It's an orgy of green smoke and violence all over the tower. The painting, Catherine says. You hand her the rolled up oil painting of Elton. She hurls it into the sky and it vanishes. That should blind him to my movements for just a few seconds. Another hammer blow. You feel the barrier between worlds splitting. You know that you have less than a minute to act. You must stop that drill before it shatters the heart of the cam. 2 silver-suited technicians operate the drill, and Eater of Names watches over them. You're too late, Eater of Names shouts down at you. The cairn is doomed. I'm going to silence every dream you've ever had. I'm going to silence this whole fucking world. Nothing but noise and ruin, Celine. That's all this world is ever going to be. You're not going to do anything once I'm done with you, Hiram. Even the answering tiger has turned against you. You've already lost. Ignore him. Tell my companions he's a spiritual black hole. There's nothing there except pain and spite. You've forsaken the litany and the living earth. It's time you paid the price for cowardice. Yeah. Another hammer blow drowns out your words. Eater of Names howls and shifts into his Krenos form, his suit flowing for a moment like molten metal before reforming. His clawed gauntlets burn with green radiance, spilling radioactive filth onto the broken bricks. Most of the Fomori are killing each other as the answering tiger and the black spiral dancer wage proxy war. But when Eater of Names points your way, several break off and charge you. Your allies, those not still half buried by the landslide. Oopsie poopsie. Oh no! We got another one. We got another one, chat. We got another bot. I'm going to hit him with the hammer. I'm hitting him with the hammer. I got him. It's all good. Nobody panic. Nobody panic. There we go. Waste no time ripping into the Bane-possessed humans. Nin's jaws close around the nearest Fomor. She shakes the rag, snaps a neck, and meets hopping like a grasshopper over the broken ground. You don't see Daphne, but you hear her pop, and a Fomor falls. Bang, another goes down. Hardly traditional Garu combat tactics, but those guns work. You idly wonder if Melody should have let the Ragabash build her floral death ray. Though I've already pushed them, I turn all my brains to coordinating my allies. I invoke the Great Archer and shoot Eater of Names. With him down, the others will be able to sabotage the drill. How can I reach Eater of Names with my dagger? Can I sabotage the drill? Let's have a look. The size of the machine is so incredible that it takes you momentarily aback. A huge tower hidden under all 5 stories of the false hotel. A central spherical cage of metal and block at a huge drill apparatus halfway up with a command console level. You're going to have to retreat... You're going to have to reach the command console, which is guarded by Fomori. But if your pack can get you up there, you might be able to do something. You see a laptop bolted to the console, which you should be able to use if you're smart enough. And if that doesn't work, there's always just throwing switches until the whole thing breaks. Either operation will take not just brains, but steady nerves to carry out the operation as the Fomori try to rip you apart. Let's shoot him in the face. Eater of Names burns overhead, wreathed in sickly flame. A tempting target, but you need something with real stopping power. Fortunately, the dead are everywhere. You find the broken wreckage of a cop or a militia member or something and grab his AR-15. That'll do. You pop the safety. Filthy green flames, more like radioactive fluid than anything natural, drip from the black spiral dancer's hand. A bolt forces you to dodge, scramble over broken bricks and twisted wire, but you pop off a 3-round burst that forces Eater of Names to drop altitude. When he stabilizes, you put 2 more bursts into his chest. He falls out of sight, and you have no choice but to rush forward, desperately trying to avoid the swarming Fomori. They're fighting each other as the worm fights itself, but they'll happily kill you too. Fortunately, Melody is there to rip them apart with her claws. Eater of Names swings back into view, both claws dripping with radioactive fire, convinced he's got the drop on you. Not even close. You unload the entire rest of the magazine into his head, shattering his bubble helmet, blowing away half his skull, but that won't kill him. Elton steps past you, one finger crackling, as Eater of Names struggles to regenerate. The Theurge presses his lightning-wreathed finger between the fallen werewolf's eyes. Eater of Names spasms as his brain burns. After a few seconds, he crumbles back into his homid form in death. Then Elton stomps his skull hard enough that it cracks like a melon, just to make sure. The drill. You've been so busy fighting the Black Spiral Dancer you've neglected your main purpose here. You run so you can see the drill, then breathe a sigh of relief. Daphne is up on the command console, pushing buttons. All of a sudden, the entire drill apparatus wrenches sideways, and the Ragabash jumps clear, landing with a pained thump. Sorry, I forgot to put the music on. A pained thump at your feet. You help her up, then you both run. The catastrophically destabilized drill fires one last time. The force of the misaligned blow rips the entire drill apparatus out of its restraints, and as you scramble away, the metal and bone cage around the drill tears away. Most of the tower follows a second later, then you're blinded by dust as 100 tons of metal smashes into the streets outside the already ruined hotel. The heart of the cairn is safe. Ah! I scream. I big scream. Hello, Silas. Hi. We are doing some Book of Hungry Names tonight. We are just finishing off the story, so I'll get back to it. We're very close, and then I have to finish for the evening. The world is smoke and fire and reeking radioactive trash. Your nose is useless. All you smell is death. You can't see anything except blowing soot. Can't hear anything except the screams of metal, but you force yourself to concentrate on those screams. They sound like laughter. The answering tiger is laughing, and as the smoke clears just enough that you can see anything at all, you see the ruins of the metal tower, infected by the answering tiger. Even as the first bane you ever encountered infected that horse, you see a twisted, spiraling shape in the metal, curling around the heart of the cairn, preparing to feed. Giselle, covered in blood and soot but with bright, triumphant eyes, staggers through the ruins. She holds up a glittering black chalice, and the green air shifts and churns. Then with a stunned roar, the answering tiger glides across the sky, stripes of burning black and green, reeking filth that stains the air. He falling in one direction, toward Giselle's black sun monstrance. She holds it high, laughing as the bane tumbles, roaring into the prison. It snaps shut with a little hiss of dissipating umbral energy. Then it rattles around in Giselle's hand a little bit. She has the answering tiger. Oh, fuck! At last, Giselle says, the demon is mine. She holds up the monstrance. I will purify you, demon. I will make you gods. I will do what not even Christ had the courage to do. I will drag you screaming back to the throne and make you beg forgiveness for your sins, and God will take you back. And then, Giselle, Melody says, because like you, she has a sensitive nose and she can smell the burning skin. Giselle turns and spits directly in Melody's face. The Philodox is so taken aback that she doesn't even instantly decapitate the witch with her axe. Let me tell you what you are and what's going to happen to you, you fucking... Giselle coughs. A pained expression crosses her face. She finally realizes her hand is burning and drops the monstrance. Oh God, she screams, holding up her hand as black stripes crawl across it. Oh, Jesus Christ! She looks at her hand, and her hand roars and grows fangs. It's in me. He's inside of me. Here, buddy, let me do what you just said, Melody says. She wrenches Giselle onto a broken heap of bricks and hacks her fast mutating arm off at the shoulder. Giselle screams, stumbles away, and falls against a slab of cement. Then she falls around it, shrieking and writhing, as if it had the consistency of a muddy bog. She leaves a kind of plaster cast in the cement, a screaming, weeping face twisted with hate and pain. Fuck you, bitch! You fucking anti-Semitic fascist! Fuck you! The arm falls and writhes on the brick like a headless serpent. It twitches and twists for a while, nearly taking on the form of a fetal tiger. Then it stops. It blackens and burns and hardens. Melody studies it for a second, then brings her foot down on the ruined thing, shattering it. The Godbane explodes back across the sky, a hurricane of radioactive fire, as if it had never suffered the momentary dignity of imprisonment. Catherine flickers in and out of solidity next to you. The tiger is trying to draw her back into itself, even as he prepares to feed. Not much time, Catherine says. If the answering tiger is able to devour the cairn, I can't say what will happen. He might become a god, a second sun or a new moon. If Gaia is truly dead, she might conclude her decomposition, that he might bloom in her filth and become everything. Or maybe we'll get lucky and he'll choke on all that spiritual power and die, merely poisoning a single river valley. So are you going to do anything about it or just hang around? This isn't an enemy I can punch till it dies. What can I do? We'll stop it. The Broderick Garo failed once, but it won't happen again. I have seen what our victory looks like, Catherine says. It's nothing like this. You should have more imagination, Catherine, I say, weaving through your legs in the body of a hefty and well-proportioned tortie. He's a little kitty cat. We cannot use the answering tiger to turn back time and restore Broderick, but we can still win on our own terms. Assuming Selene succeeds. Listen, Selene, this is your chance. As the answering tiger feeds, you are no longer subject to his deceptions, and you need no longer fear him learning about us based on who we are and what we believe. As he feeds, he is vulnerable. He is like any spirit, like the Triple King, like Squirrel or Owl or Old Man Palace. You command him with who you are. Remember that or you are lost. What about us, Elton asks. You're a pack, the flickering shade of Catherine says. Help Selene reach the Umbra. And then before you can ask more questions, the smoke burns away. And thanks to my power, you feel yourself shifting into the spirit world. For a moment, you see the Umbra as 3 distinct worlds. Above you, the Umbra of dreams and thoughts, where Elton and Catherine, the fragment of Catherine, seek to guide you with runes and rituals, all the way to the heart of the answering tiger. All around you, the once magnificent forest of the cairn rises, shimmering through every season at once, rain and sun and snow and swirling leaves. It's beautiful, but as the leaves fall, you feel the corruption of death and darkness under your feet. The realm of the dead, where Eater of Names still screams and reaches for you with burning claws, even as he falls into the mouth of oblivion. All around you, your pack, deep in concentration, and in front of you, at the end of the road, the answering tiger. I climb through the realm of ideas and rituals using my knowledge of the supernatural to reach the answering tiger, in academics. I rely on my understanding of the natural world and wander through the umbral forest until I reach the bane, wits and survival. All of you need help guide my path. Through rallying them so often is demanding, I call on my pack to help me reach the answering tiger whatever road they think is best. Charisma, leadership. I dive into the shadows, then roar my defiance to drive the dark spirits back. Resolve and intimidation. Let's go wits and survival. My model's freaking out again. Stop freaking out! You close your eyes. Something possible even when your body is a shifting blur that floats among all 5 forms, and concentrate. There, the filth, the lies, the thing you don't want to approach, the thing any sane person at Orgari would flee. You kick off and float through the forest, even as the spirit branches reach out and try to stop you, try to save you. No, you tell the dead forest, you must reach the tiger so this can never happen again. They let you go, and when you open your eyes, you are part of the answering tiger. Get up, someone shouts. You stumble to your feet, shedding bricks and rubbles. The fake Helto Northampton, no, the reactor. You're in Vermont Yankee. You jump up and almost fall into a huge rectangular pool. You're in a room as big as an aircraft carrier. An aircraft hangar, dominated by the pool. Monitoring equipment, industrial lifts, venting and cooling apparatus, off-white metal walls and red tarps, and howls of rage and fury. Grey now is in his Krenos form, holding back a hideously swollen deer that you recognize. That's the first Bane you ever fought. The one Nin called Tekkenjar. At least you thought it was. Where the hell are you? In the answering tiger, you remind yourself, this isn't real. But in what way isn't it real? Come on, Holds the Dawn shouts, dragging you all the way out of the rubble. We need to regroup. We need to get back to Linus. I never should have trusted that intel. Martha lopes past in her Hispo form, howling for everyone to fall back before you're overwhelmed. The humans, Saul Palace and Hoblin Nash should be outside waiting for the all clear. But this is a mess. That Fomor is fighting Greymail to a standstill, and you feel an even more terrible presence behind it, a godlike spirit of radioactive malice. A garage door rolls up and armed guards close in wearing gear you've never seen before. Who the hell is Neo Albion? Greynail and Holds the Dawn obviously didn't anticipate the resistance this strong. You're losing. You're going to lose. You've already lost. I have abandoned pleasant fantasies, Selene. I'm going to kill you here. Feel my hatred, which is stronger than your paltry rage. I was a god. I was nuclear fire. I will be god again. I will eat the corpse of Gaia and shit out a new world. I'm going to be everything, and everything you know will be ash. Selene, another voice, the Stormcat. Remember what I told you. No, Selene, forget. Forget and surrender. Forget your spirit, Selene. Forget your human friends and your feeble magic and your earnest prayers. They are all dust. There is only me. There is only the fire of the new world. Kill everything, no mercy. I charge that former, I'll rep in his rage. Everyone fall. So this is where I have to show who I am. Everyone fall back, but I don't wait for a response. I'm getting out of here. I just want to survive. We have to keep going. We have to stop the Bane at the heart of Vermont Yankee. Get to the human, we can still win. Get to the humans, they'll coordinate a way out. Humans must understand. Remember, we fight for Gaia and the Garu Nation. The litany sustains us. The old ways aren't working, Jane. We need to think of something new. Like right now, the litany has failed. Let's see. Let's have a look, shall we, at our convictions. We've got humans must understand. Our answer is spirit. Let's show this motherfucker who we are, shall we? The humans must understand. Vermont Yankee is a human mess despite the bane at its heart, and you know you'll need their help if things have gone wrong. You shout for everyone to fall back, even Greynail. He disengages from Tekkenjat and shifts back into his Glabro form as you escape the pool room and head for the parking lot where your human allies are waiting. But as you coordinate the retreat, it's like your passing rips away chunks of the roof. Great shimmering stripes, exposing the world as false, replacing it with clean starlight. The entire Vermont Yankee facility seems to howl in sympathetic pain as you see Hoblin and Mr. Palace waiting for you in the truck. Huge starry stripes glimmer on the pavement. Yes, you understand, Celine. The answering tiger is not a god, not the apocalypse incarnate. He is just another radioactive horror, another nightmare. Another nightmare bane, spawned by the intersection of humanity's arrogance and the spirit world's native brutality. Another vicious rip as I materialize fully in this false reality. Not as a cat, but as the Broadbrook cairn itself. I swell and expand, larger and more real than anything. Yes! The answering tiger could hope to encompass. The bane howls and the walls of reality come crashing down in striped sheets. Concrete and steel and radioactive fire until the filth and ruin draws away and nothing remains except dark earth and shimmering starlight. Eat the tiger, let's fucking go! Despite the demented grandeur of his 1,000 names, he actually sees himself as only a minor figure in this world. A mediocre courtier in a broken kingdom of miracles and horrors. Thomas Ligotti, The Frolic. You're standing outside before the ruins of the false Hotel Northampton, and a cold wind has carried the smoke away. Stars shine around the gibbous moon. The green flames gutter out, leaving only black smoke and 100 fires scattered across the false Northampton. Without the answering tiger, the streets seem even cheaper and more false. Crude bricks and particle board. Unpaved, muddy roads. Construction notes and spray paint on the walls and ceilings. Stumps here and there. The hotel's collapse has triggered broad-range destruction from which stats may never recover. Fire trucks are trying to enter the false city through the entrance you choose not to use in favour of the North Gate. But the police have thrown up a barricade and won't let anyone through. An ice wind whips up the fires and more buildings start to burn. It looks appalling and smells worse, but when you reach down past the broken bricks and reaching plastic, you touch good earth. The Khan is still here, still strong. And you can feel the spirits coming back. Through your exhaustion, you realise that what's going to happen. The spirits of this land are going to rip stats apart. Over the next few days, you're going to have to get all the humans out of here before the spirits kill them. I will of course help. I am once again a mighty spirit, a cairn guardian. I will speak with the powers of wood and brick and barrow and make sure they don't wash over these pathetic humans like a prairie fire. Then we will rebuild. Yay! We've done it! The cold air burns your face. Elton puts his arm around you. Head count, you say. Your voice cracks on the dust. We're all here, Daphne says, coughing. Then to your surprise, Lucinda's van rolls down the street from the west. Its lights out, but to your surprise it's Roscoe driving. Hopland sits shotgun. Hey, he says, you missed the fighting. You look around. You most assuredly did not. They got Lucinda. It was a bunch of state police. They shot right into the crowd. I'm sorry, she's dead. Oh no! What the fuck? The silence stretches for a moment, but what is there to say? Lucinda was a warrior for Gaia, though she was only human. Sometimes warriors fall. This is fucked up. This is how I know this isn't an answering tiger relation. Oh no, Lucinda! Exhausted, you crawl away from the huge ruined pile of the false hotel into the van. The city is eerily quiet as you pass through it, heading for Alton's flat. You miss the riots. The police have left the dead in the streets. You count at least 5, though you don't see Lucinda among them. But on the other hand, you don't see any cops either. The roadblocks are gone. You pass a Bearcat, one of those huge urban counterinsurgency vehicles, just abandoned on the side of the road. Elsewhere, barricades are overturned and deserted. Maybe they're all regrouping at stats. Maybe they're just gone. You'll probably find out tomorrow morning, but right now you're so bone tired that you don't realise you're asleep until you feel Elton helping you up the stairs and dropping you on his couch. Once again, the Broadbrook cairn belongs to its Garu and its spirits. Your fellow werewolves are already drawing up repair plans as the governor of Massachusetts condemns the out-of-control police corruption in the valley and promises to begin... let's stop the epic music now. Now that we've done it, chat, we've done it! We saved the can! The reign of horror and cruelty over which Eater of Names secretly presided has ended in disgrace for countless overambitious politicians, businessmen, and bureaucrats. As excited as your fellow Garu are to begin healing, you're all going to have your hands full until summer, keeping the truth from regular humans as indictments roll in. Nomi stays busy writing up scandal after scandal. You and Daphne always get final review to make sure nothing Nomi writes can expose the Garu or lead humans down the path of Bane sorcery. They test their limits a few times, but the normal financial and political scandals coming out of the Fallen Provisional Council are so juicy that Nomi has little reason to drop hints about werewolves and Banes. Lucinda's funeral is surprisingly large. The Nash side of the family is extensive, and she had countless friends on Rosemary Street. Melody gives a beautiful eulogy, and she sits Shiva in her barrow, and while Lucinda's friends and family, mostly Gentiles, get to work on a permanent art installation on Rosemary Street to celebrate Lucinda's life and creativity. I want to help with the art installation. We need more beauty in our lives. Lucinda was an excellent teacher, and she was always willing to help the Garu. I look for a replacement. That's fucked up. I handled the administrative details so Melody doesn't get stressed out. Let's add to the art installation. Rather than sink into grief, you throw yourself into organization. You've had no time as a werewolf to develop your own artistic sensibilities, but you've met most of Lucinda's artist friends over the past 2 years. It's been 2 years of time. You know exactly how disorganized they are. Lucinda was a rare exception. You and Nin, who seems to have an instinctive herding instinct, I love her, get to work organizing the artists. Schedules, money, flow, locations, everything needs to be decided. And the artists would rather discuss among themselves than come to a decision. So you decide for them. After several weeks, you've secured a space in the R. Michelson Galleries next to Elton's flat for an exhibition of Lucinda's work. Even better, you secure a permanent workspace on Rosemary Street for artists inspired by Lucinda. Keeping it open will take work, but it might actually develop into a money-making venture for the pack. And Gaia knows you could always use more pocket change. After the funeral, Nin starts making plans for a Hogthrone show, an end-of-year winter blowout that might be a good place for the Broadbrook Garu to make plans about what happens next. Once again, the cairn belongs to the Broadbrook Garu, but what does that mean for you? Podger's news about Mr. Weiss. He's dead. Fuck yes. Early reports hinted at suicide, but it's almost certain that he was strangled in order to prevent him from testifying. Hoblin already has a list of likely murderers and is going to follow that up over the next few weeks to expose even more people who collaborated with the Provisional Council. Oh, fuck. We can still go to places? Okay. So I can go to the Barrows. Let's have a look everywhere, shall we? Just to make sure that we're... Oh, it's so sad that Lucinda died. I'm real sad. What the fuck? That was messed up. You know what? Let's put some stuff in fucking leadership, because I fucked it so bad. In honor of Lucinda, everyone, we're putting stuff into leadership. I head to the last Hogthrone show of the season and made plans for what we were going to do next. Gaia alone knows how Hogthrone booked the Academy of Music, especially for its first show after Eat of Names almost burned it down. But there are flyers all over town, and your text alerts all tell you the show is this Friday, right in the middle of Northampton. A good lineup: Heir to the Cannon, Saint Homunculus, Rome Fool, and Staff Chick. And your pack, of course, they'll be there. Life is quiet whenever you're not working for Tony's Grinders. Tony's Grinders! But you can feel things ramping up again as you conduct your Lupus Form patrols and Homid Form investigations. You've gotten both emails and handwritten letters from other Garu. There are other Garu, of course, all around you, and they've heard about the restoration of Broadbrook. Are you going to have to hold auditions for new members of the pack? Is that even how it works? You've been meaning to ask Melody, but she's been so busy restoring the barrow you haven't had the opportunity. What about regular people? How are they doing? What about the council? How is the cairn? How long will it take to restore the wilds around it? How is the pack? Have they re-inhabited the cairn? We did all this to learn and share Area of Names plans. Have we started on that? The Broadbrook Garu were deceived, but our goal was to learn from the mistakes of our elders. What do we do now? How are they doing? Complete the story, victorious and with maximum glory. Ooh. The valley has already bounced back from the quiet horror of occupation. That's what Nomi started to call it. Half as a joke, but then that's the term they used in the article they sold to the New Jezebel. And the term is stuck. Cops in capital bust in from Boston or Connecticut, fascist militias from New Hampshire or New York, and then Dr. Vandergrift, the hand of the long Victorian reaching out to strike down immigrants and workers. This little valley endured an occupation. Emergency elections for mayor and city council have filled the municipal government with coexist bumper sticker liberals, corporate moderates, and a few DSA nerds. An important improvement over the fascist junta and the Stats riot scandal is so huge that the government is pushing to prosecute not just the militia members involved in the violence, but also police officers in the zone itself. Dead, gone, abolished with the stroke of a pen. Melody and I should concentrate on physically cleaning up the environment so the spirits are more at ease. Regular humans are my problem. What about the pack? A lot of people I'm going to coordinate. Should concentrate on physically cleaning up the environment. The city got trashed, and not just because the zone ripped apart your sacred forests. You and Melody should consider the intersection of the spiritual and physical landscapes. Make sure the trash and rubble hasn't raised umbral barriers that anger the local spirits. Thinking of the spirits turns your thoughts to the can. The old Broadbrook got outmaneuvered and outsmarted. In the days of their strength, they defeated and contained not just physical threats, including countless from Morai, but also spiritual dangers and temptations from Banes like Tekkenjat and the Black Sparrow dancers like Breaker of Wings. But you could not fight against but they could not fight against an enemy they could not see clearly. An Eater of Names exploited that, using the answering tiger to blind them and let them destroy themselves. Then they repeated the trick with Daphne Clear and very nearly the rest of you. But you understand him now, and you understand this new kind of threat. Over the past 2 years, you've studied and deciphered how Eater of Names and his cohorts operated. First to blind and destroy the Broadbrook Garu, then to assemble an empire of propaganda and lies. Though Eater of Names did not run with a pack, you know that other Black Sparrow dancers are out there. And they're not all the mad, mutated horrors of Garu legend. Some of them are clever devils, and they're already trying to duplicate the success Eater of Names found in the valley. You're not going to let them. The Book of January isn't just a record of the past 2 years, it's a manual for how to avoid this new style of attack. The Black Spiral Dancers are working to perfect. Though the Answering Tiger is dead, you've already seen other kinds of deceivers and spirits like the Triple King, and you know the servants of the Worm are going to try this trick elsewhere. And you're going to stop them. And what of the Garu closer to home? Having access to the cairn again is of course incredible, especially for the more spiritually attuned members of your pack. They're starting to breathe like they just kicked a 2-pack-a-day habit. But it's more than that, more than simple victory. Over the past 2 years, the Broadbrook Garu have learned to trust and respect you and one another. You took a group of shattered, soul-scarred werewolves and turned them into Gaia's champions. They're with you now, 100%. You spend all day sketching out your vague plans for the future, but as the sun sets, it's time for the show. It's an unexpectedly warm March. The crowd spills from the main door of the Academy of Music, out into the adjacent park, smoking and laughing. You say hello to familiar faces, the waitress who gave you a bottle of sandbar soup your first day in Northampton, the cross-punk who stood in line behind you at your Thirst Hogthrone show. She has a kid now, a plump little girl in a Ramones onesie. The guy who used to deal meth out of the 7-Eleven, now a reformed, straight-edge anti-fascist. Sort of crazy zealous about it, but a nice guy. He's taking the bike courier you've seen all over the valley. A lot of people crawled out of the pit after the cult of Fenris fell, and Podge has been especially willing to help them rebuild their lives. You say hello to everyone, but these aren't really your people. You head inside, past the concession area. Hastily transformed into wine bar, that's where Hogthrone makes its money now. A far cry from its BYOB days. You poke your head in to check out the band. The last time you saw that stage, Eater of Names was trying to kill you. Right now, Heir to the Cannon, one of the Valley's 3 Jittercore punk bands, this one 9 Inch Nails themed, is finishing up the perfect dug to booze and throwing bottles. Hey Celine, Daphne shouts. She and Blacktown weave through the crowd. My mom's okay! Everything is fine and great. The Theurge looks perfectly out of place here. To stand beside you. Daphne introduces you to Ketera and Midian, her 2 new dogs. No one seems willing to take them away from her. I thought rock and roll was dead, but no, it's just not very good. You look like you've been thinking, Daphne says. She switches into the primal tongue despite the crowd, so the 3 of you can discuss Garu matters. This land is physically and spiritually polluted, you say. I want to work with humans and begin to clean it up. I want to help the valley heal. That's an excellent idea, Black Tarn says. You'll have to involve regular people, of course, but your honor is like a beacon that even humans will recognize. They will help you. A final crash from the stage as people get sick of the Jedicor band. What about you two, you ask? I might go back west, Black Tarn says. There are, people I need to avenge. You make it sound so crash like that, Daphne says. She looks at you. But seriously, northern New York is festering without guardians. Glad I'm not getting involved, though. I'm no hero. Daphne might be heading south to DC, Black Tarn says. My daughter is graduating soon, the Ragabash says. Smart kid. We're going to build the anti-GLC media, or rather a bunch of them. I have the gifts and she has the connections. The plan is to make a herd of Trojan horses for corporate greenwashing media. They look bland and harmless. Then the moment a partner corporation messes up, we hit them with the blitz of negative media attention and do as much damage as possible. That's kind of cool. Elton, Melody, and Podge are in the crowd as St. Homunculus sets up. Nomi is there with Elizabeth Sneed, the senior editor for Cahoots, who's been in town to write stories about the downfall of the Provisional Council. You saw her on MSNBC last week. Nomi waves to you, but they're obviously here for important Cahoots-related business. St. Homunculus opens with... my brain. St. Homunculus opens with Ghost Ladder, a song that makes Toxic Waltz sound like Claire de Lune. That opens up the pit. You avoid the knot of thrashing moshers. You're only a werewolf and you don't want to die in there, and head for your packmates. There's Roscoe and Hoblin chatting about the show. You maneuver through the crowd toward your fellow Garu. So here we are, Elton says. You can barely hear him over the thrashing guitar and hammering drums. It's hot in here, and he's wearing the crispest slacks you've ever seen. Doc Martens and a t-shirt from when his dad toured with Gnarls Barkley. We're all making plans. Apparently there's going to be a future. He feels you in whenever the thrashing fades a little. Elton wants to finish organising the Book of January so other Garu understand the threat they face, a task that will take a great dedication and wisdom. With the Cairn restored, Melody wants to find even more allies from other Garu packs. It will of course take great honour to expand your pack. Seeing the damage the valley has suffered at the hands of the Provisional Council, Podge wants to hunt down the humans who perpetuated these atrocities and see justice done. Not vengeance, but justice, to prevent it all from happening again. Taking the fight to humans with power will take great glory, you know. Getting the information you've gathered from the Book of Hungry Names to other Garu was vital, and Nin wants to help. She's no scholar, but she's a Galliard. She can move information around. As the Theurge talks, you get the impression that whatever you choose to do next, your pack will have your back. Your honour and devotion have earned their respect, and they're wherever you go. The thrash metal fades out in a wave of distorted guitars and roaring vocals. It's good to be here, Trevor says. We've got some stuff from our new album. Nin wanted to name it The Government from that one Rush song that was right to pass the motor law. But we're going with Death's Other Kingdom. CDs are on sale, and so are our t-shirts for some reason. And for some reason, slap bracelets. But first, some covers, because you pigs love that slop. People laugh, then Nin steps up to the microphone. A hush falls over the crowd. Dressed in a lunatic, black and red Harley Quinn-esque costume, she slams into No More Fast. A song from an old movie Clay loved. What's it called? Streets of Fire. The sound is apocalyptic. The crowd, mostly here for metal, not 80s rock. Nonetheless, it loses its mind. Daphne, who never does a good job hiding her Gen X status, also loses her mind. You can't talk or think as Nin's rock goddess charisma obliterates everything within a quarter mile. Trevor looks a little bit stunned as he recovers the microphone, and Nin hops off stage to shrieking, screaming applause. Realizing that he needs to calm everyone down before Hogphone loses its license, he gets St. Homunculus started on a song from their new album. It's a 15-minute prog rock track about the ghost of David Graeber, meaning the ghost of Wagner in Venice, written in the style of Thomas Mann. He meets Percy Bysshe Shelley, you think? That'll stop a riot, Melody says. I feel like I'm learning something about modernists, Podge says, and I don't like it. You Philistine, this is art, Elton says. Even without Nin, St. Homunculus knows how to control an audience, and the crowd listens, entranced as the four of you sit and watch. It promises to be a long, beautiful night, but what of tomorrow? You consider the future. Winter lingers in New England, but what will summer look like? We organize the Book of January and share it with other Garu to warn about the threats of the answering tiger. We seek out lost Garu and befriend new allies to restore Broadbrook to its former grandeur. We work alongside humans and spirits to heal the land, cleansing it of its spiritual and physical pollution. We bring the human thieves, polluters, and despoilers to justice. Glory. Is there like a... like how glorious have we been? I can't remember. I think this one feels kind of right. Befriending new allies and restoring Garu, but also bringing human thieves, polluters, and despoilers to justice feels more Black Fury, so I think we're going to go with that. You've made up your mind, but all that is for tomorrow. Right now, you listen to Saint Homunculus finish their set, and Romeful start to set up the Teutonic Anti-Fascist Metal Band. The Teutonic Anti-Fascist Metal Band is dressed like if Asterisk characters were in Gwa. Some of these references I do not get. Canned local synthwave fills the lacuna, and the crowd bops as Elton fetches drinks and everyone congratulates Nin. Roscoe and Hobland glad hand and chat with the older crowds. Though they're still working security, Hogthrone really isn't allowed to trash this place. Your packmate starts to wonder as Romeful does their soundtrack. Nin takes selfies with her fans. Melody sips her Kir Pamplemousse and sits comfortably at a table, watching the crowd. Elton studies the restored interior architecture of the venerable music hall, and Podge is at the edge of the dance floor, bopping to the boop boops. The boop boops. Hogthrone doesn't like filming, so Nomi is taking notes at a little round table. Let's go see Elton, my boy, my shadow daddy. Elton isn't a heavy drinker, but when Roscoe gives him coupons for a free mixed drink at the increasingly expensive Hogthrone bar, he cashes one in right away. You find him as he sips his Sonic and Tails kissing. I miss my wife, Tails. He's dressed in a black sweater, grey slack, and T-shades. This was a mistake, the Theatre says. He takes another sip, winces, fiddles with the pineapple ring. A local restaurant ordered too much blue curacao and they're unloading it on us. What's your poison, love? Can I get a margarita to celebrate the warm weather? Let's get nuts, Long Island iced tea. How about something fancy like a martini? Long Island iced tea, let's get fucking crazy. Bong Island iced tea. The bartender says before you can stop her. She serves you a mix of rum, vodka, and blue curacao in a huge novelty bong shaped like Long Island. Hell of a show. What do you think about Hogthrone, like how it relates to us? So, read any good books lately? This never fails. We talk about the future, at least partially to find out if he thinks my idea is a bad one. Where's a good place for an attractive elf couple to make out around here? Listen. I've clicked it. The bar is a bit public, but you'll let your hand trail over Elton's as you sip your Bong Island iced tea and he finishes Sonic and Tails kissing. You talk about nothing, just a little bit flirtatiously, telling jokes, staying close, and when you finish your drinks, you take Elton's hand and lead him around the edge of the pit, swaying just a little as the music thumps, then head stage right, where you and he kiss quietly, enjoying the opportunity to lean against a wall that isn't entirely covered in beer and half peeled off band stickers. This place is nicer than the Starts Heater where I learned my first rights, Elton says, looking around. Stats Theatre, I think. Or Stats Theatre? I don't... My German's terrible. Says, looking around. You pull him back down for another kiss and run your hand along his back. But Elton has limits to how freaky he'll get in public. Dang it! The two of you make out for 2 or 3 songs. Pretty good ones. Then finally drag yourselves apart. He kisses you one last time. We should see how the others are doing, he says, though he's obviously in no rush. You weave through the crowds as Elton discusses his plans. From the humble to the grandiose. He stabilized his finances and is now, to his surprise, something of an antique seller. Though Lucinda is dead, he might be able to take possession of her antique store. Then there's the cairn, which needs tending to if it is to fully recover. The Battle of Stats was by no means the end of the road. There's so much more to do now. You sketch out future plans as you return to the rest of the pack. The pack's conversation ranges all over until Podger asks, the craziest thing you saw since you guys woke up again, what is it? Easy, Elton says. Scarpa. With respect to our newest friend, and how her friend exploded, I have never seen a Garu turn inside out and become a black spiral dancer before, and I hope never to see that again. A clink of glasses to not having to see a werewolf explode and turn into a black spiral dancer again. For me, definitely Dr. Vandergrift. He didn't know about werewolves, and he was so smug about it. Then splut. The wolf fucking moth Teufler just pounds him into the dirt. She does a little demonstration with a coaster and a breath mint. What about getting our brains scrambled by the answering tiger? Nin says. I'm still not sure we really won. Here's to never knowing whether or not your entire life is a lie, Podge says, holding up his beer. Laughing, the others drink to the essentially unknowable nature of consciousness. What about you? Elton asked Podge. Oh, the drone. Have you read the stuff he wrote about consciousness? A whole different perspective on Gaia, the triad, all of it? I wonder what he's up to now. Bruv, you wanted to fry him back in Hollyoak. I wanted to kill a lot of people, Elton. That doesn't mean I have to be mean about it. He fell over dead, Melody says. Only his body, Melody. I wonder if he's on Insta, like, taking pictures of pure information. As rainfall finishes, Elton orders another round. Everyone looks at you. Right, when I first came here, the Fomor mooning over the corpse of Jasper Healy, I tell the whole world story. Ashfield carrying out the bizarre rituals so those dumb humans wouldn't sacrifice anyone to a pumpkin king. The whole thing with Giselle, she makes the whole world slimy wherever she passed. You made me to pretend to be a dog and sold me. Realizing what the Fomor really were, that was terrifying but interesting. Nothing comes close to the Black Sun Labyrinth. It was pretty scary watching Dr. Vandergrift play exposed to regular people. Yeah, the fucking, the hell dimension. You've described your experience there before as a practical matter and as a warning, but you haven't told the full story, from when you got separated from the others to the desperate escape from the fast-flooding prison. The pack listens in fascination to everything from the horror of the corrupt feast to your discovery of Harmony's graffiti deep in the labyrinth. From there, the conversation veers from umbral exploration to Casimir Lubicic's bizarre research, to other occultists like Giselle and Dr. Vandergrift. As rainfall finishes to thunderous applause, and the Shallow Fix, a psychedelic garage rock outfit, I said garage again, takes over, the pack talks about everything that's happened since you came to the valley. The rise and fall of the expanded Provisional Council, how much Everlight and Chemicon's executives knew about the Umbra, minor Fomori and monsters that your fellow Garu put down on their own. Lots of war stories there, and how all of you have balanced your obligations to Gaia with your simple need to survive, physically and psychologically. This life takes its toll. It's time to live, baby! We gotta get on to living. As the night continues, there's food, drink, dancing, shouting for encores. 2 fights break out, but that's not serious. There's an OD scare in the bathroom, but it's just an old hippie who rocked too hard in the mosh pit and passed out. Everyone cheers when they see he's okay. The Hog Throne party eventually turns into the Hog Throne after party, and you follow the crowds, though few people seem to notice you as you move among them. When you step out onto the balcony of an apartment in the academy, it's raining a little. When you leave that apartment, it's cool and wet and the sun is rising. The other Garu have scattered and the streets are quiet. Too many Garu make the mistake of trying to fight the worm. The worm is an abstraction. Evil lives in the heart of regular humans. The worm, whatever it is, amplifies that darkness. Banes infect the depraved and sadistic and the greedy, but they don't corrupt. They don't make people that way. People do it to themselves, and they need to be stopped before it's too late. Even as you and Podge make plans to tie up loose ends among the human acolytes of Fenris, the most vicious members of police and Neo-Albion and various corporations, you start to hear more and more news from other Garu. You and Alton have, of course, shared everything you can from the Book of January, and everything you can safely share from the Book of Hungry Names. Elton and Nin have travelled all over New England to make contact and warn other Garu. The warning is clear and concise. Beware the lies of Banes. Beware these new kinds of black spiral dancers. And behind that concise warning is a huge amount of research, analysis, and spiritual wisdom. You try not to feel too proud when Garu appear at Broadbrook in 1s and 2s to thank the local Garu for their help. In Cape Cod, a spirit like the Trickle King fell to the worm, but the Garu there caught him before he could spread lies through Provincetown's human occult community, and turn a much larger town into another Ashfield. In Connecticut, Garu who knew the fallen Deercross pack report that a black spiral dancer tried to take over the public TV station. They dealt with him and his tricks thanks to the information your pack uncovered. If the worm thinks he must be thinking that his brilliant new strategy isn't working out so well, because you and your fellow Garu are all over him. Organising the list of targets takes most of your time, every day, so you're glad your pack is there for you. They handle patrols, clear out lesser supernatural threats, and work to recruit more humans and spirit allies. Daphne and Black Tarn both postpone their plans to leave, and in fact they start to work together, organising a triangle of protection. Here, Buffalo, DC, with Daphne's daughter, Endicott, coordinating their activities. Your big question is where these new human threats are coming from. The mad scientist Dr. Vandergrift, dead. Director Sullivan of Everlight, dead. Captain Hutchison of Neo Albion, dead. Heinrich, dead or gone. Giselle, in hiding, hideously wounded. But what of Chemicon? The cult of Fenris destroyed the Banes there, but Chemicon has existed for decades. And even though it's in liquidation now, people still run it. Bad people, you expect. And after several months of careful research, you've learned an astonishing amount about the secretive inner circle at Chemicon. You actually met some of them for a few seconds before they and you plunged into the Black Sun Labyrinth. The survivors aren't just responsible for Chemicon. They control a diverse portfolio that includes Everlight, as well as several other companies, all infamous for at least one accident or atrocity. They call themselves the Society of the Fly. It's one of those jokes that, but not really, like how the Bohemian Grove crowd likes to pretend to perform silly little rituals, but they're not silly at all. You and Podge organise a portfolio of names and faces, learn when the Society of the Fly is meeting next, and one hot June night with the full moon riding high in the sky, hell yeah baby, pay them a visit. A runes, motherfucker! Begin your second great adventure on the right footing. They're meeting at a hotel in Hollyoak that doesn't advertise. Now that's impressive. You didn't know your little valley was rich or important enough to host a place like this. The building is a flat, sheer glass surface reflecting the decaying industrial city and black water of the Connecticut River. Security is excellent, of course. You and Podge have no problem with them. The Society of the Fly is enjoying their cocktail hour when you shift into your Glabro form and barge in through the mirrored double doors. You hear 2, who the fuck are yous? And 1 slur. One woman just stands up and walks out. She knows what you are. She's the one you want. I know who she is, an older man says. He's obviously wearing a revolver. I've killed things like this before. I'm going to teach you, all of you, a little about the world tonight. He draws his revolver and you catch the glint of silver. A half second before Podge, stationed in the high-rise opposite, puts a bullet through his head. Fucking incredible. This is no time for subtlety, so you pull your F9 P90 out of your fucking P90 and spray the whole room until the trigger clicks. You rip apart security and most of the Society of the Fly. Out of ammo, you drop the weapon. Oh god, oh fuck. The woman who tried to escape screams. Podge put a round through her knee, blowing her leg off at the ankle. What do you want? She's dragging herself into her office. You slip aside just as she hits the panic button and the door crashes open. Answers, you say, noting the obscene glyph on the far wall. About the Society of the Fly. She's still dragging herself away from you, leaving a blood trail over the polished marble floor, then the beautiful carpet. I'll tell you anything. She reaches the revolver hidden in her desk. You shoot her between the eyes with your pistol. You find the door lock controls so Podge can see you. It's a busy, old-fashioned desk covered in papers and notebooks. There's even a landline, but you're interested in the documents. The papers are full of names. This is it, you whisper into your ear, holding up one notebook. It's full of names and positions at literally dozens of companies all over the world. You can hunt for years with this. It's time to introduce ourselves to... You recheck the letterhead. The Pentex Group? Oh, fuck! I know that name. That's a big name in Werewolf the Apocalypse lore. Oh, on to the new adventure. That's the end, chat. Fuck yeah, that was excellent. Oh, I'm not gonna put my email on. Oh my god, that was so rad. That was really good. Oh my gosh, we're gonna switch over to the yapping overlay. That was a really, I had such a good time with that. That was a really, probably one of the best sort of like typing novels I've ever read, I think. Wow. That was, oh fuck. Damn, like, oh, I don't even know what to say. Just the whole story just coming together so well. Oh, I don't have a... I'm so sorry, chat. I'm actually going to have to end stream rather abruptly. But thank you all so much for coming to hang out today. Oh my god. That was rad. My voice hurts so bad. But I'm going to have to end stream. We're going to have another stream tomorrow. We're going to do some Satisfactory with the lads, with the boys. And yeah, I should be on, check out my like Blue Sky if you want to see the beginning of the Book of Hungry Names stuff. That's all on my like YouTube channel, which is Destructive Midnight 1 on YouTube. They were expecting that stream tonight. No, it's tomorrow. I'm busy. I've got a thing. I've got a thing that I've got to go to. Oh, they are fools. They are fools, and knaves. What the heck? Okay, I'll say something. I'll say something. But anyway, chat. I will see you guys all later. And I don't know why my eyes are freaking out. Oh. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow, chat. Bye. Bye, chat.